Hi friends, my name is Maruti and I'm the co-founder of Cracku. In this video, we'll be looking at 25 LRDI sets, all of them from a diverse variety of sets. Initially, the instructions and the questions will be displayed. Please pause the video at the time and try to solve it on your own. If you're not getting it or if you want to figure out how I solved it, then unpause the video and I'll be explaining the video in detail. If you like this video, please do like it and share it with your friends. If you have doubts in any one of these 25 LRDI sets, feel free to comment below this video. I look at all the comments and I'll try to respond to as many as I can. All the best for CAT. These are the last few days that are remaining for CAT. You can even download the PDF for this 25 LRDI sets in the description of this video. If you're looking for similar LRDI sets, you have to just Google search Cracku CAT LRDI questions. We have uploaded a lot of PDFs with different types of LRDI sets and you will go to that page where you can download all the PDFs. Just Google search Cracku CAT LRDI questions. In this question, we are told that there are 4 clubs in a B school. They are the sports club, the drama club, the lit club and the quiz club, and there were 60 students in them. After the first year, some students were able to shift from one club to another club, and we have been given some clues to figure out how many students switched from one club to another club. So let us look at the clues. Over here we have made a table where each of the cell represents the number of students who have shifted from one club to the respective club in the same column. We can put crosses in the diagonal, that is no student has shifted from sports to sports. Similarly, no student has shifted from drama to drama or from lit to lit or from quiz to quiz. But if there is a person who shifted from drama to sports, it would come in the second row, it will come in the third row and the second column. Similarly, the number of students who shifted from drama to literature would come in the third row and fourth column. And the number of students who shifted from drama to quiz will come in the third row and fourth column and likewise. So let us look at the clues that are given. No student shifted from the quiz club to the sports club. All the students who shifted from the quiz club will be in the last column, and no student has shifted from the quiz club to the sports club. So the last column and the last row and the second column will be 0. The number of students who shifted from dramatics club to the sports club is the same as the number of students who shifted from the sports club to the dramatics club. So if you are assuming that the number of students who shifted from the sports club to the dramatics club is A, the number of students who shifted from the dramatics clubs to the sports club will also be equal to A. And this is the same for the sports club and the literary club as well. So if you are assuming that the number of students who shifted from sports to literature, literary club is B, the number of students who shifted from literary club to the sports club will also be equal to B. If you are looking at the next clue, the number of students who shifted from the sports and quiz club are equal. So let us assume that a total of S students shifted from the sports club. Then the number of students who shifted from the quiz club is also equal to S. So this will be the sum of all the elements in this row, and this will also be the sum of all the elements in the last row. The number of students who moved from literary club, who moved to the literary club, all the students who moved to the literary club will be in the same column. This will be the fourth column. This will be the sum of the second row, third row and the fourth row and the fifth row of this column. So if you are saying that the number of students who shifted to the literary club is 1 more than the number of students who shifted to the sports club. If you are assuming that the number of students who shifted to the sports club is T, which will be the sum of all the elements in the second column, which is basically equal to A plus B, the number of students who shifted to the literary club will be equal to T plus 1. This is 1 more than the number of students who shifted to the sports club. At least one student moved from the sports club to the literary club. What is the number which represents the number of students who moved from the sports club to the literary club? It will be in the first row and it will be in the fourth column. So we are told that B is greater than or equal to 1. The number of students who left the quiz club for the dramatics club, that will be this one, and the literary club are the same. So both the number of students who shifted from the quiz club to the dramatics club, if you call this C, it will be the same as the number of students who moved from the quiz club to the literary club. A total of 21 students shifted from one club to another. So if you are adding all the numbers in all the columns and all the rows, that is if you are adding all the cells up, the total you are going to get is 21. 4 students moved out of the dramatics club. So the total number of students who moved out of the dramatics club over here is 4, and 5 students moved out of the literary club. So this is 5. So if you're adding up all the numbers in the dramatics clubs row and all the numbers in the literary clubs row, you are going to get 4 and 5 respectively. This would help us in understanding what is the value of S. The total number of students who moved out of the sports club is S. The total number of students who moved out of the dramatics club is 4. The total number of students who moved out of the literary club is 5. And the total number of students who moved out of the quiz club is again S. This will equal to the total number of students who moved out, which is equal to 21, or 2S is equal to 21 minus 9, which is 12, or the value of S is equal to 6. So this is 6, and the last column is also 6. So the number of students who left the sports club is 6. Let me write this slightly clearly so that there won't be any confusion. The number of students who left the sports club is 6, which is the same as the number of students who left the quiz club. The number of students who moved out of the dramatics club is 4, and the number of students who moved out of the literary club is 5. The number of students who joined the sports club is exactly half the number of students who left it. We know that the number of students who left the sports club is 6. Therefore, the number of students who joined the sports club will be equal to 3, which would imply that the number of students who joined the literary club, which is 1 more than the number of students who joined the sports club, will equal 4. The number of students who left other clubs for dramatic club is 4 more than the number of students who left other clubs for the quiz club. So if you are assuming that the number of students who joined the quiz club is Q, the number of students who joined the dramatics club over here is Q plus 4. Again, let me clear some of the space up so that we can understand the solution better. This is 3 and this is 4. We also know that B is greater than or equal to 1. If Q people have joined the quiz club, then the number of people who joined the dramatics club is Q plus 4. Again, the total number of students who joined the sports club plus the total number of students who joined the dramatics club plus the number of students who joined the literary club and the number of students who joined the quiz club, all of this should again equal 21, because any student who is leaving a club would join some other club. So the total number of students who left clubs will be equal to the total number of students who have joined all the clubs. If you are summing it up, you are going to get that 2Q plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 is 11 is equal to 21, or the value of Q is equal to 21 minus 11, that is 10 divided by 2, which is 5. So the number of students who left the quiz club is equal to 5, and this would imply that the number of students who joined the dramatics club is 9. 5 is the number of students who joined the quiz club. Now we will have to figure out the values of each of these variables. The first variable that we will figure out is C. The sum of 2C is equal to 6, or the value of C is equal to 3. So let us write 3 in place of C. Now we have some equations that will help us understand. We know that B is greater than or equal to 1. If you are looking at the total number of students who joined the literary club, it is equal to 4, out of which 3 have joined from the quiz club. So the value of B has to equal 1, because that is the minimum value, and B plus 3 has to equal 4. This would imply that the number of students who joined the literary club from the dramatics club is equal to 0, and if B is equal to 1, we know that the total number of students who joined the sports club is 3. So A plus B is equal to 3. We know that B is equal to 1, or the value of A is equal to 2. So let me write this also up. So this is 2, this is A, this is also 2, B is equal to 1, this is 1. This is the information we have. Let us look at the remaining cells. If you are looking at the number of students who left the sports club to join the quiz club, this has to equal 6 minus 2 minus 1, which is equal to 3. Similarly, let me just clear this up so that we won't get confused. This is 2. Similarly, the number of students who left the dramatics club to join the quiz club will be equal to 4 minus 2. So this is equal to 2. The total number of students who joined the quiz club is equal to 5, of which 3 joined from sports and 2 joined from drama. So the number of people who joined quiz club from literary club will equal 0. This will leave us with only one cell. The total number of students who joined dramatics club is 9, of which 2 and 3 joined from the sports and quiz club respectively. So the remaining number of students joined from the literary club. So this will equal 9 minus 3 minus 2, which is equal to 4. This is basically a table which will help us in understanding how many students have left clubs and how many students have joined clubs. Now that we have filled the table, let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. From which club did maximum number of people leave for the dramatics club? This column represents all the students who have joined the dramatics club. The maximum number of students joined dramatics club from the literary club, and this is equal to 4. How many persons moved from the sports club to the quiz club? This is the sports club. 3 students left the sports club to join the quiz club. What is the difference between the number of students who joined literary club and the number of students who left it? How many people have joined the literary club? That is equal to 4. And how many students have left the literary club? That is equal to 5. So the difference between these two is 1. The strength of which club decreased the most after the change? If you are looking at sports, 6 people have left it and 3 people have joined it. So the decrease is 3. If you are looking at drama, 4 people have left it and 9 people have joined it. So the strength of drama has increased by 3. If you are looking at literature, 5 people have left it and 4 people have joined it. So its strength also has decreased by 1. And finally, if you are looking at quiz club, 6 people have left it and 5 people have joined it. So its strength also has decreased by 1. So the club whose strength has decreased by the most is that of sports club. Its strength has decreased by 3 people. In this question, we are given a crossword. We are told that the crossword uses 3 prime numbers. The 3 prime numbers are A, B and C, and they are in ascending order. So A is less than, B is less than C, and all 3 of them are 2-digit prime numbers. We are also told that there are 9 blanks that should be filled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, of which 2 are filled, which is 2 and 8. The other 7 blanks are to be filled with the 7 distinct letters. They are from 1 to 9. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, 2 of them are already filled, that is 2 and 8, and the remaining are yet to be filled. Now we are told that we are given some clues. So using these clues, we have to fill in the numbers. Across A is the product of A with 9. That is this number. So the product of A with 9, that is A into 9, is of the form, is a 3-digit number, dash, the second digit is 2, and then there is another dash. So we'll use this to find out the value of A. But let us first go through all of the clues that are given. C across is the sum of A plus B plus C. So the bottom number is, there are 3 blanks, there is no additional clue. This is basically the sum of A plus B plus C. Down is number A, that is over here, these 2 digits are number A, and down B is a 4-digit number which is the product of B and another prime number. That is, these 4 digits are B into another prime number. So it looks like there is very little information that is given. How do we proceed? One of the first things that we should notice is the first clue, that A into a prime number is a 3-digit number which has 2 as its 10th digit, seems to be very interesting. So if you look at all the 3-digit numbers which are multiples of 9 and which also have 2 in the 10th place, there are very limited number of them. For example, if the first digit is 1 and the second digit is 2, the third digit has to be 6, because the sum of the 3 digits has to be a multiple of 9. Only then will the number be a multiple of 9. So if the first digit is 1, the third digit has to be 6. Only then is this number a multiple of 9. For example, 125 is not a multiple of 9, as the sum of the digits is 1 plus 2 plus 5, which is 8. Similarly, 124 is also not a multiple of 9, because 1 plus 2 plus 4 is 7, which is not a multiple of 9. So if the first digit is 1, the third digit has to be 6. So the 3-digit number has to be 126. And when you divide by 9, you are going to get A. And when you divide 126 by 9, what is the quotient? The quotient is 14. So this is not true because you want A to be a 2-digit prime number. So the 3 digits cannot be 126. If the first digit is 2 and the second digit is 2, what will the third digit be? The third digit has to be 5 because again you want the sum to be a multiple of 9. In this case, this is equal to 25 into 9. Can the value of A be equal to 25? It can't because A has to be a prime number and 25 is not prime. Similarly, if the first digit is 3 and the second digit is 2, the third digit has to be 4 because 3 plus 2 plus 4 is 9. This is 36 into 9. Again, 36 is not a prime number. So the 3 digits cannot be 324. If the first digit is 4 and the second digit is 2, what is the third digit? The third digit has to be 3. This is 47 into 9. In this case, the value of A is 47. So this is a possible value. But let us look at even the others to see if any other cases is possible. If the first digit is 5, the second digit is 2, the third digit also has to be 2. This is 58 into 9. 58 is not a prime number, so this is also not possible. Next is 6, 2 and 6 plus 2 is 8, 1. This is 69 into 9. 69 is 23 into 3, so 69 is not a prime number, so this is also is not valid. If it is 70, then it is 720. This is equal to 80 times 9. 80 is not a prime number. 720 has another number which is 729. This is 81 into 9. 81 is also not a prime number, so both these are not valid. Remember that we are keeping the second digit to be constant as 2. So if the first digit is 8 and the second digit is 2, the third digit also has to be 8. So 828 divided by 9 is equal to 92 into 9. 92 is also not a prime number, so this is also not valid. If you are making the first digit to be 9 and the second digit to be 2, it will be 927. 927 is equal to 103 into 9. 103 is a prime number, but 103 is not 2 digits. 103 has 3 digits, so this also is not true. So the only number which fits the description is 423. So the value of A is 47. And this is 4, 2, 3 and A down is the number A, so this is 4, 7. Now if you are looking at the numbers which have already been used, you can cancel 4, you can cancel 3 and you can cancel 7. Now you would think that of the remaining numbers, that is 1, 5, 6 and 9, you would be easily filling the across for the sum of A plus B plus C. A, B and C are 2-digit numbers. So the sum of A plus B plus C has to be less than 300. Now 2 is already used, 3 also is not already used, but it can't be greater than 300. So the first digit of A plus B plus C has to be equal to 1. It cannot be greater than 1. It can't be, it could have been 2, but it is not 2 because 2 is already used. It can't be 3 or 4 or 5. So this has to be 1. Now you have only 3 digits left because you are taking out 1 also. One of them is 5, one of them is 6 and one of them is 9. Now if you are looking at B down is the product of B with another prime number. This is B into 9. B into some number, some other prime number, let us call it P. Now if you are multiplying B with another prime number, the last digit cannot be equal to 6 because that would imply that the product is a even number, and you can't have it to be an even number because B is a prime number and even this P is also a prime number. Both of them are numbers which are 2-digit prime numbers. So 2-digit prime number has to be odd. So this number has to be odd. So the last digit of B down, which is the product of B with another prime number, cannot be equal to 6. It cannot even be equal to 5 because if it is equal to 5, it would imply that the prime number P is a multiple of 5. That also is not possible because P is a prime number and B is a prime number. Both of them are not divisible by 5. This would imply that the last number cannot be 5 or 6, so it has to be 9. Now you have two cases. The sum of the 3 prime numbers A plus B plus C, because there are only 2 digits that are left, which is 5 and 6. A plus B plus C can be either 159 or A plus B plus C is equal to 169. If they are 159, because A is equal to 47, the value of B plus C is equal to 112. In the other case, the value of B plus C is equal to 122. Both B and C are greater than A is less than B and C. So B comma C are greater than 47. Now if you're looking for prime numbers which add up to 112 and 122, if you're looking at, let us first write down the prime number so that it makes it easier for us to figure out if we can find two prime numbers such that their sum is either 112 or 122. The prime numbers which are greater than 47 are 53, 55 is not, 57 is not, 59, 61, 63 is not, 65 is not, 67, next is 69 is not, 71 and so on. But clearly you don't need to go much further ahead because you know that both of them, B and C, both of them are greater than 47. So if we are just looking for the value of B, in the first case, if B is equal to 53, C is equal to 59. This is a valid answer because 53 plus 59 is 112 and both of them are prime. In this case, if you make B to be equal to 53, the value of C is 112 minus B. So it is 112 minus 53, which is equal to 59. So as we have discussed, this is one solution where B is equal to 53 and C is equal to 59. If you make B to be equal to 53, the value of C will become 112 minus 59, that is equal to 53. But this is not possible because you know that C is greater than B. Similarly, all the remaining numbers or all the remaining solutions are also not possible because in all the other cases for B, the value of B will be greater than the value of C. So when B plus C is equal to 112, there is only one solution, that is B is equal to 53 and C is equal to 59. In the second case, we'll again put the value of B to be equal to 53. In this case, the value of C will be 69, but 69 is not a prime number. So this is not possible. If the value of B is 59, the value of C will be 122 minus 59. 122 minus 59, so that is equal to 63. 63 is also not a prime number, so this is also not valid. If you are making the value of B to be 61, the value of C will become 122 minus 61, which is again 61. In this case, the value of B and the value of C are the same, so that is also not valid. And in all the other cases, when B becomes 67 or 71 or any number which is greater than that, the value of C will be lesser than the value of B. So this case has no solutions where B and C are prime numbers such that B is less than C. So there is only one case possible, that is that the sum of the three numbers is 159. So this is 159. The value of A is 47. The value of B is 53 and the value of C is equal to 59. There is only one letter that is remaining and that will be 6, which we will fill out over here. So when you are told that there is a 4-digit number which is the product of B with another prime, that you can easily calculate as 3869 divided by 53. This is equal to 73. So the other prime number that we discussed is equal to 73. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Which of the following numbers will come in the square that is in the first row, third column? That is 3. The clue in B down says that the 4-digit number is a product of B and another prime number. Enter the other prime number as the answer. We have just discussed this. The 4-digit number is 3869 and the value of B is 53. So the other prime number is 3869 by 53, which is equal to 73. What is the middle digit of A plus B plus C? A plus B plus C is equal to 159. So the middle digit will be 5. What is the sum of the digits in the third column? The sum of the digits in the third column are 3 plus 8 plus 6 plus 9. This is 11 and this is 15. So the sum is 26. I wanted to tell you about the CAT revision playlist. We have recorded a complete revision of CAT. We have made 4 videos, 2 in quant, 1 in verbal and 1 in LRDI. The quant videos overall, both of them combined, is around 4 hours long and they are watched by more than 5 to 6 lakh people. They cover the entire syllabus of CAT, so that if an easy question comes from say number systems or probability, which many people struggle with, even then the concepts are explained which students should be able to tackle easy questions given from the topic. I would definitely urge you to check out the revision playlist. You have to just search on YouTube Cracku CAT revision playlist and you will be redirected to that playlist. In this question we are given that there are 6 friends. All of them have participated in a quiz competition and all of them got positions from 1 to 6. Now we have been given some clues. We have been given one statement made by each of the 6 of them, which describes which position some other person has stood in. So we have to use these statements and figure out the relative ordering of each of the 6 participants. That is, we have to identify who came first, who came second, and so on till who came 6th. Now some more information is given to us. We are told that the people who came first, second and third were saying the truth, and the people who came 4th, 5th and 6th were saying false statements. So we have to again look at each of the 6 statements. Therefore we have to take all of these 6 statements with a pinch of salt and identify whether it is a truth or a lie, and then go ahead and try to infer the relative standings of each of the 6 people. So one of the first steps that we should do is, we'll first go through all the 6 statements, then we'll try to identify whether it is a truth or a lie. Once we identify that it is a truth, it would imply that the person who is saying it came in the top 3, and if we feel that this is a lie, then it would imply that the person who was saying it came in the bottom 3. If you look at the first statement that is said, Anil said that Bishwas came 6th in the quiz. So this is the truth and this is a lie. Bishwas said Deepak came 4th in the quiz. Deepak said Harsh secured 5th in the quiz. Ishan said Gaurav was the winner of the quiz. Gaurav said Anil secured 3rd position in the quiz, and Harsh said Ishan secured 2nd position in the quiz. So what we will do over here is, we'll assume that one of the statement is a truth, and then we will try to form a chain of sequences. That is, if somebody said this guy came in the top 3, then we will look at what that person has actually said, and if he said that another person came in the top 3, then we are collecting a chain of true statements, and we will see if we can find a contradiction. If we can find a contradiction, then we can immediately prove that all the guys were actually saying falsehood. So if you look at what we are essentially saying, if you consider the statement said by Ishan, Ishan was saying that Gaurav was the winner of the quiz. So if you assume that this is the truth, then Ishan was saying the truth, so Ishan was a truth teller, and Ishan was saying that Gaurav was the winner of the quiz, so Gaurav is also in the top 3. And if Gaurav is saying Gaurav was actually the winner of the quiz, what Gaurav is saying is also truth, and Gaurav is saying that Anil came in the 3rd position. So what Anil is saying is also the truth. So we are immediately finding a chain of 3 true statements. So this is something that we will probably start off with. Why are we starting off with this particular statement? Because if you look at the first statement, and if you consider that the statement made by Anil is true, Anil is saying that Biswas came 6th in the quiz. That is, Anil is saying that Biswas is a liar. Then the statement made by Biswas has no meaning. It would just mean that we know for sure that Deepak did not come 4th, but we don't really know whether Deepak came 5th or 6th, or Deepak came in the top 3. So the statement, when somebody is saying that, okay, this guy is a liar, that statement has lesser significance than somebody who is saying this guy is a truth teller. Because if somebody says this guy is a truth teller, then we can get another additional statement by looking at what the second person has said, because we will consider that even that is a truth statement. So if you are going that way, the first statement implies that Biswas came 6th, so he is a liar. So we will for now ignore it. Biswas is saying that Deepak came 4th in the quiz, so he is implying that Deepak is also a liar, so again we will ignore it. Even in this case where Deepak is saying that Harsh came 5th in the quiz, so Harsh is a liar, we will again ignore it, because the chain cannot be formed. If somebody is saying this guy is a liar, then the truth chain ends over there. But if you are looking at Ishan, and if you consider that what Ishan is saying is true, then he is saying that Gaurav is the winner of the quiz. So this would imply that Ishan, if you consider what Ishan is saying as truth, then what Ishan is saying is true, and what Ishan is saying is that Gaurav was the winner of the quiz, so Gaurav is also in the top 3. So what Gaurav is saying will be true. And if you look at what Gaurav is saying that Anil secured 3rd position in the quiz, so he is in the top 3. So this would imply that Anil came 3rd, and even what he is saying is true. Now let us look at what Anil is saying. Anil is saying that Biswas came 6th in the quiz. This would imply that Biswas is 6th. And if you look at the relative position, if you assume that what Ishan is saying is true, because Gaurav came 1st and Anil came 3rd, Ishan has to come 2nd. All this is under the impression that what Ishan is saying is actually true. Now let us look at again the statements that people are saying. Harsh, for example, is saying that Ishan secured the 2nd position. Now according to the statement that we made, Ishan did actually, if you are assuming that Ishan was speaking the truth, it would imply that Ishan actually came 2nd. So what Harsh is saying is also true, so Harsh also has to be in the top 3. But that clearly is not the case. So here we are finding a contradiction. So if you are assuming that what Ishan is saying is true, Gaurav has to come 1st, and if Gaurav has come first, what Gaurav is saying is true. So Anil has to come third, and if Anil has come third and Gaurav has come first, then Ishan has to come second because there are only 3 truth tellers. And if Ishan has come second, and the statement made by Harsh will also be true, where Harsh said Ishan has come second, so Harsh also has to be a truth teller, so even he should be in the top 3. So there is a contradiction here. So what this would imply is that amongst the liars there is definitely Ishan. This would imply that Ishan has definitely come in the bottom 3. That is, Ishan is there either 4th or 5th or 6th. And the truth tellers are either 1 or 2 or 3. Now what is the second thing that you can infer? Harsh was saying that Ishan secured 2nd position. So this would imply that Harsh is also a liar, because Ishan is a liar, so Ishan has secured either 4th or 5th or 6th. And if Harsh is saying that Ishan has come second, then Harsh himself is a liar. So we have identified 2 of the 3 liars. Now amongst the 4 people, we have 3 truth tellers and 1 liar. We'll first try to identify who is the truth teller and who is the liar. Once we can get that correct, we can easily identify the relative standings, that is, who has come in which specific position. So again, let us go ahead and read all the 6 clues as a next iteration and try to see if we can identify any other clue. In these kind of questions, once you get some sort of a progress, once you make some progress, like we have identified that Ishan and Harsh are liars, you should again go and reiterate all the points to see if we can get some more clues, and again go ahead and reiterate and try to see if we can use this new information to find some more clues till you finally solve the set. So let us again go and reiterate all the points. Anil is saying that Biswas was ranked 6th in the quiz. What is the information that we have till now? We have that Ishan and Harsh were in the bottom 3. That is, there are 4, 5 and 6. So if what Anil is saying is true, then Biswas also will be in the liars list. What Biswas is saying is that Deepak stood 4th in the quiz. So if what Biswas is saying is true, then Deepak also should be in the list. So clearly, again, after reiterating the first 2 points, you know that one of these 2 is definitely a lie, because it can't happen that both Biswas and Deepak are also in the bottom 3, because we have identified 2 people who are already in the bottom 3. So one of Anil and Biswas is a liar and the other is a truth teller. So if you assume that what Anil is saying is true, then Biswas, who came 6th, is a liar. So this would imply that if Anil is saying the truth, then Biswas has definitely come 6th, and this would imply that what Biswas is saying is a false, it is not a truth. So then Biswas would end up over here. So there is no apparent contradiction where you can get 1 truth teller and 1 liar. But if you look at it as the other way around, if what Anil is saying is false and what Biswas is saying is true, then what this would imply is that because what Anil is saying is false, Anil has to end up in the bottom 3, and because what Biswas is saying is true, Biswas would end up in the top 3, which is fine. But what exactly is Biswas saying? Biswas is saying that Deepak stood 4th in the quiz. So what Biswas is saying is that Deepak also has to end up in the bottom 3. Now clearly this is false, because you can't have Anil and Deepak both in the bottom 3. So this would only imply one thing. What does this imply? This implies that what Anil is saying is true and what Biswas is saying is false. So Anil is in the truth teller and Biswas is in the falsehood. Biswas in the bottom 3. And because what Anil is saying is true, Biswas ended up 6th in the quiz. Now who are the other 2 truth tellers? The other 2 truth tellers are Gaurav and Deepak. These are the only 2 remaining, so both of them are saying the truth. Now what is Gaurav actually saying? Gaurav is saying that Anil secured 3rd position in the quiz. So Anil is 3rd. What is Deepak saying? Deepak is saying that Harsh secured 5th position in the test. So this would imply that Ishan secured 4th, because that is the only position which is remaining. And what is Anil saying? Anil is saying he secured 5. Biswas is saying that Deepak stood 4th. So this would imply that Deepak didn't stand 4th. So the only 2 positions which are left are that of Gaurav and Deepak. So again, we know that they have secured either 1 or 2. We don't know who has secured 1 and who has secured 2. Now as usual, let us reiterate whatever all the clues, and then we will be able to identify who has secured what. So if you look at the statements that are given, Anil said that Biswas secured 6th in the quiz. This is true because Anil is in the top 3 and we have already identified Biswas' position. So we don't gain any new information from this. Biswas is saying that Deepak stood 4th in the quiz. This is false and it makes no sense because we know that Deepak has secured is in the top 3. So again, there is not much information that we can extract out of this. Deepak said that Harsh secured 5th in the quiz. We have identified Harsh's position. We know that Deepak was in the top 3. So this also is not giving us any new information. Ishan is saying that Gaurav was the winner of the quiz. Now Ishan is in the bottom 3. So this is a lie. And because this is a lie, we know that Gaurav did not come first. So this would imply that Gaurav came second and Deepak came first. So again, by reiterating consecutively, iterating over all the clues, get new information, reiterate again, use the new information, reiterate again, finally we are able to solve the entire set. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Who secured the second position? The second position was secured by Gaurav. So if you look at the options is Gaurav. What position did Ishan secure? If you are looking at the position of Ishan, Ishan came 4th. Let us look at the next question. Which of the following statements can be made by Anil? So what is the position of Anil? We know that Anil came in the top 3. So what Anil is saying is definitely true. So if you're looking at the statements that are true, those can be the statements made by Anil. So of the 4 statements, we have to identify which of the statement is definitely true. Harsh did not secure the last position. According to our statement, Harsh came 5th. So this is true. There were 2 positions who were ranked between me and Ishan, that is Anil and Ishan. So which position did Anil come? Anil was 3 and Ishan was 4. So this is false because there is nobody between Anil and Ishan, because Anil came 3rd and Ishan came 4th. Deepak's rank was better than Gaurav's rank. Deepak came 1st and Gaurav came 2nd. So Deepak's rank is better than Gaurav's rank. So this is also true. So clearly we have 2 statements which are true. So both these statements can be actually made by Anil. So the correct answer is option D, where there is more than one true statement. Which of the following statements can be made by Biswas? If you are looking at Biswas' rank, Biswas came 6th. So we have to identify. So which of the following statements is false? The first statement is that Ishan has a better rank than me. Ishan's rank is 4th and Biswas' rank is 6th. So this is true. Gaurav was not the winner of the quiz. Gaurav came 2nd, so Gaurav was not the winner of the quiz. So this is also true. Anil secured 4th position in the quiz. Anil secured 3rd, so this is a lie. So this is false. And Harsh is a liar. Harsh came 5th, so Harsh is a liar. So this is also true. So the only statement which is false is option C. This is the correct answer. In this question, we are told that there is a university and there are a total of 500 students who are studying in this university. It has 2 streams. It has medical and science, and we are told that a student can be part of one of these 2, but he can't be part of both of them. But amongst the different streams, a survey was conducted where the inclination of a student to drink either tea or coffee is known. So if you look at the clues, you will understand that there are some students who like only tea, there are some students who like only coffee, and there are some students who like both, and some students who don't like either of the 2. So whenever you see this kind of an overlap between the interest of students, you know that this is a Venn diagrams question. But here, because there is no overlap between medical and sciences, there are 2 Venn diagrams. One Venn diagram will look at all the students in medical stream, and one Venn diagram which will look at all the students in science stream. So let us first draw both the Venn diagrams. So this will represent all the students who are in medical, and this will represent all the students who are in science. And in the middle of each one of them, you will have 2 circles. Each of the circle will represent one of the interest, that is either tea or coffee. Similarly, you will have 2 more circles. This is also for tea or coffee. So this is medical and this is science. The total number of students in both of them is 500. Now this is tea. So this circle represents the students who like tea and who are in medical stream. This circle will represent the students who like tea and are in science. Similarly, this is coffee in both the 2 different streams. Now, the first thing that we are told is that among those who pursue medical, 25% like only coffee. So 25% is 1/4. So let us assume that the total number of students in medical is 4A. Then the number of students who like only coffee is A. And equal number of students in both the streams don't like both coffee and tea. So the number of students who lie within the rectangle, within each of the rectangle, but outside the circles are the same for both medical and science. So If you're part of one circle, this means that you like tea. If you're part of this circle, it means that you like coffee. And the overlap means that you like both tea and coffee. The area which is outside both the circles but inside the rectangle represents the students who are in that particular stream, in this case medical, and who don't like either tea or coffee. Similarly, this will represent the number of students who don't like both tea and coffee and who are in science stream. A total of 250 students like tea and 220 students like coffee. So the total number of tea drinkers across both the streams is 250 and coffee is 220. Science has 50 more tea lovers than medical. That is, the number of tea drinkers in medical and science, if you sum both of them, you are going to get 250. But we are told that science has 50 tea drinkers more than medical. So this would imply that the number of tea drinkers in science is 150 and the number of tea drinkers in medical is 100. Because the sum is 250 and the difference is 50, this you can easily equate and calculate that one of them has to be 150 and the other has to be 100. The number of students who like both tea and coffee in medical is 30 less than in the science stream. So let us assume that the number of people who like both tea and coffee in medical is B. Then the overlap of tea and coffee in science is B plus 30. In science stream, the number of students who like coffee is equal to the number of students who like tea. In science stream, the number of people who like tea is 150. This we have calculated. Therefore, the number of students who like coffee is also equal to 150. Now, because the total number of medical students, we have assumed this to be equal to 4A, we can easily calculate what is the number of students who like only tea. This will be 100 minus B. That is the total number of tea drinkers minus the overlap between tea and coffee. And because in medical we have 4A students overall, the number of students who don't like both tea and coffee in medical will be 4A, which is the total, minus 100 minus B plus B plus A. This will represent the number which is outside both the circles but inside the medical stream. This, if you equate, this will be 100 plus A. So this will be 3A minus 100. So the number of students who are in medical but don't like both tea and coffee is 3A minus 100. But we know that that is the same in both medical and science. That is, the number of students who don't like both tea and coffee is the same. So even this has to be 3A minus 100. Now, what is the number of only tea drinkers? That will be equal to 150 minus B plus 30 in the science stream. So this will be 120 minus B. It will be the same even in only coffee drinkers. Again, it is 150 minus B plus 30. So this is also 120 minus B. Now we have two equations. One equation that we have is that the total number of coffee drinkers is 220. The second thing we have is that the total number of students in medical and science is 500. So we'll get two equations in A and B. Once we solve them, we are going to get the values of A and B, which we can use to answer the questions that follow. What is the number of coffee drinkers overall? The coffee drinkers in science is 50. So the coffee drinkers in medical will be 70, which is 220 minus 150. That would imply that A plus B is equal to 70, because that is the number of coffee drinkers in medical. We also know that the total number of students across both the streams, medical and science, is 500. So that would imply that the total number of students in medical is 4A, and the total number of students in science will be 120 minus B plus 30. So that is equal to 150 plus 120 minus B plus 3A minus 100. This will equal 500. Now we can simplify this as 4A plus A is 7A. 7A plus 170 minus B is equal to 500. Or you can again simplify this as 7A minus B is equal to 330. This is the first equation and this is the second equation. Now using both these equations, we can sum them up to get 8A is equal to 400 or A is equal to 50. Similarly, then we can find out that B is equal to 20. So now for each one of them, we can calculate the individual values. That is, we know that, for example, the number of only tea drinkers in medical is 100 minus B, that is 80. The common number, that is the number of students in medical who like both tea and coffee in medical is B, so this is equal to 20. The number of students who like only tea in medical is A, so that is equal to 50. The number of students who don't like either of them is 3A minus 100. This is equal to 150 minus 100. So again 50. This is also equal to 3A minus 100. So this is equal to 50. 120 minus B will equal 100. B plus 30 will equal 50. And 120 minus B will again equal 100. So now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. What is the number of students in science stream? The number of students in science stream is 500 minus 4A. This is the number of students in medical. So this will equal 500 minus 200. So that is equal to 300. What is the number of students who neither like tea nor coffee? That is 50 in medical stream and 50 in science stream. So the total will be 100. What is the number of students who like both tea and coffee? That is 20 plus 50. So that is equal to 70. And finally, how many students in science stream like only tea? In the science stream, the number of people who like only tea and not coffee will be equal to the number which is part of this area, that is equal to 100. So the correct answer is 100. One of the things that I want to tell you is in these last few days in the run up to CAT, solving a lot of questions will be very useful to you. So we have created a lot of PDFs which include useful questions. You can download those PDF. You have to just Google search Cracku Quant topic wise questions and you will get the PDFs and try to solve them on your own. Once you solve the question or once you struggle to solve the question, the link for the video solution is given in the PDF itself. These PDFs have been downloaded thousands of times in the last few weeks. I'm sure they'll be very useful to you. Download these PDFs and try to solve them. Again, just you have to Google search Cracku Quant topic wise questions to get the PDFs.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. I'm Saili Kale. I'm one of the co-founders of Cracku and an alumna of IIM Ahmedabad. In this video, we are going to see a very simple DILR set which came in CAT 2020 and it was a 6-question set. You got this right, you had a massive advantage. This alone could be the difference between you cracking CAT and not. So given the importance of it, when we while we solve it, you will realize how simple this set actually is. The key to answering this set well is knowing how to represent information for scheduling questions. So if you know how to represent information for scheduling questions, you will find this set extremely doable. So let's take a look at the set and let's see how to solve it. So the set is 4 institutes A, B, C and D had contracts with 4 vendors W, X, Y and Z during the 10 calendar years from 2010 to 2019. The contracts were either multi-year contracts running for several consecutive years or single-year contracts. No institute had more than one contract with the same vendor. However, in a calendar year, an institute may have had contracts with multiple vendors and a vendor may have had contracts with multiple institutes. It is known that over the decade, the institutes each got into 2 contracts with 2 of these vendors and each vendor got into 2 contracts with 2 of these institutes. So you have that each institute has 2 contracts, each vendor has 2 contracts. Each institute might have multiple contracts going on, each vendor might have multiple contracts in the same single year. And we have 10 years, 2010 to 2019. Now let us consider the remaining information that is given. The following facts are also known about these contracts. Vendor Z had at least 1 contract in every year. Vendor X had 1 or more contracts in every year up to 2015 but no contract in any year after that. Vendor Y had contracts in 2010 and 2019. Vendor W had contracts only in 2012. There were 5 contracts in 2012. There were exactly 4 multi-year contracts. Institute B had 7-year contract, D had a 4-year contract and A and C had 1 3-year contract each. The other 4 contracts were single-year contracts. Institute C had 1 or more contracts in 2012 but did not have any contract in 2011. Institutes B and D each had exactly one contract in 2012. Institute D did not have any contract in 2010. Now, if you read all the instructions, it looks like an arrangement question, which it also is. So, this is kind of marrying of arrangement with scheduling, and we see this increasingly where arrangement is, there is a quant aspect added to arrangement, there is other aspects that are added to arrangement. In this case, a scheduling aspect is added to arrangement, and the key to answering this set is basically to treat it not as an arrangement question but rather as a scheduling question. The way you represent scheduling information, if you represent this information in that format, it is a pretty easy set. So first thing that we'll do is we'll basically do our scheduling drawing. So if you remember, we take time on the positive x-axis. So this is the years. So this is 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19. And in this case, because all the information is given about vendors, I'll take vendors on the negative y-axis. So this is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19. In this case, I'll basically say that there are 4 vendors. So this is W, this is X, this is Y and this is Z. Okay. And in this case, on this I will show which work is being done as such. So if W has a, say if it has a contract in 2011, I'll just show it like this, and in this I'll indicate whether it is with A, B, C or D. So this basically indicates that W has a single year contract with Institute A in 2011. So that is not the case, but that is basically how we'll represent information. Okay, so now that you know the table that we are drawing and how we are representing information, let us read the rules again. See, remember, W has to have 2 contracts each over the period. So there has to be basically 2 bars as such. There can be, there are 4 multi-year contracts and 4 single-year contracts. So the multi-year contracts are basically 1 7-year contract, 1 4-year contract, 1 3-year contract and another 3-year contract. This is with B, this is with D, this is with A and C as such. Okay, the other remaining, which are again A, B, C, D, will be 1-year contract. Why is this A, B, C, D? See, A, B, C, D each have 2 contracts. Here we are representing each of the multi-year contracts is with each of the institute. So the remaining contract for each institute is going to be a single year contract. So other contracts for A, B, C, D are going to be single year contracts. So let us take a look at each rule individually, and we'll try to place as much information as possible. So vendor Z had 1 contract in every year. So basically this entire thing, there should be some block as such. So since there have to be 2 contracts, there will basically be 2 contracts such that they take up 10 spaces. So you can either have, if I consider, see if you have 7 and 1, if you have 2 contracts 1, 7, 1, 1, then you can max take up 8 spaces. Similarly 4 and 1, you can max take up 5 spaces. So at the very least, if I consider, if I say that the B contract is not there with Z, the 2 contract at max can be 4 plus 3, which is 7 years. But I want it for all 10 years, which means that Z cannot have contracts running for 10 years without having this 7-year contract. So Z will do the B 7-year contract. So that basically means that Z can do the 7-year contract. So it can be either 7 plus 3 equaling the 10 years, or it can be 7 plus 4 such that the 7 and 4 overlap in the middle, and there will be 1 year common, and total there will be 10 years as such. So basically it will be like 7 and 4 which is overlapping for 1 year. Okay, so that can be the 2 possibilities. We'll have to figure out which it is. Now, but the 7-year contract will be for Z. Vendor X had 1 or more contracts in every year up to 2015, but no contract in any year after that. So essentially X has 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6-year contract, and there is nothing after that. Okay, so for the remaining years there is nothing, but for 6 years they had contracts as such. Now how can we actually have 6 years running contract? One way we can have it, see basically it can be 3 plus 1, 4 plus 1, because if you have 1, okay, anyway 7 is already gone. If X does any single year contract, the max that it can do is 4 plus 1, which is 5 years. It can't do 6 years, which means that it should also have some combination of multi-year contracts. So 7 is already gone to Z. So X can either do 4 plus 3 or 3 plus 3. So this is for Z. Z can either do 7 plus 3 and X can either do 4 plus 3 or 3 plus 3. These are the two options. See, if 7 plus 3 is over here, then X does 4 plus 3. If 7 plus 4 is over here, then X does 3 plus 3. Okay, so that is the option. If 4 is taken by Z, then X has to be 3 plus 3. If 3 is taken by Z, then X will be 4 plus 3. So we have to figure out which it is. Okay, essentially it will be basically, they have to be lined over here. Vendor Y has had contracts in 2010 and 2019. W had contracts only in 2012. See, remember that each vendor does two contracts. If vendor W had contracts only in 2012, it means both of its contracts were single year contracts for 2012. So these are W's contracts, okay, and it had no contracts apart from that. Okay, I can directly put like dash as such. Y had contracts in 2010 and 2019. So again, single year contracts. See, remember, all the multi-year contracts anyway are going to Z and X. The single year contracts have to go to W and Y. So Y is also a single year contract, that is in 2010 and in 2019. Okay, so these are the contracts. This is all dash, nothing as such. So it has a single year contract in 2010 and in 2019. The multi-year contracts are with X and Z, and the two combinations are as follows. Z has either 7 plus 3 or 7 plus 4, and correspondingly X will have 4 plus 3 or 3 plus 3 in any order. So it can be 3 first, 7 later, or 4 first, 7 later, in any order as such. Okay. There were 5 contracts in 2012, so there are 2 already. We need 3 more. Since Y didn't have any contract, that means that there should be 3 contracts between X and Z, which means that there should be overlap. So the overlap should come over here, which means that if you think that the overlap has to come, if you consider if it is say 4 plus 7, okay, then the overlap will actually, if it is 7 plus 4, for example, 7, this is 6, 7 plus 4, this overlap will come in 2016. If it is 4 plus 7, if the overlap is over here, then the overlap will come in 2013. But in this case, the overlap has to come in 2012 because there are 5 contracts in 2012 and we have 2 slots only, X slot and Z slot, which means that it can't be 7 plus 4, it has to be 7 plus 3, because if you have 7 plus 4 or 4 plus 7, the overlaps will occur in 2013 and 2017. In this case, you have 2 contracts over here, and 3 plus 3 would mean that you have, this would be 3 plus 3, which would mean you would have 4 contracts as such. If this happened, overlap happened in 2016, again you would have 4 contracts. If you have to have 5 contracts in 2012, that would mean that you can't have 7 plus 4. This possibility is negated. You will have to have 7 plus 3 and 4 plus 3, which would mean that there is overlap in 2012. So I'll remove that possibility as such. So this is gone. So 7 plus 4 and 3 plus 3 is gone. It is actually 4 plus 3 and 7 plus 3. Now which one is which we don't know, but we know that there is overlap in 2012. Now to have overlap in 2012, you will have to have the 3-year first. If you have the 4-year first, the overlap will come in 2013. So for there to be overlap in 2012, for that so that we have 5 contracts, we have to have the 3-year contract first and the 4-year contract. That is the only way you can have overlap in 2012. So this is basically the 3-year contract and this is the 4-year contract. This 4-year contract is from D. So this 4-year contract is D, and that is from 2012 to 2015. Now that would mean you have 7 plus 3 in Z. Okay. So this is the basic this as such. So I have used vendor Y when there were 5 contracts in 2012. So there will be 1 contract for Z. There are exactly 4 multi-year contracts that I have already taken this. Institute C had 1 or more contracts in 2012 but did not have any contract in 2011. So the last, this is Institutes B and D had exactly 1 contract in 2012 and Institute D did not have any contract in 2010. So basically, as you can see, D is not there in 2010, so this is not D. Okay, and Institutes B and D had exactly 1 contract in 2012, so basically you will have some contract. D is already there. So this is not D, this is not D, this is not D. This also means that the 3-year contracts are A and C. and had one or more contracts in 2012 but did not have any contract in 2011. So if it did not have any contract in 2011, means that this is not C, so this has to be the A's 3-year contract. So basically this is basically D and A, and this has to be B and C. Now if that is the case, then institute C did not have any contract in 2011. So if it did not have any contract in 2011, it has to be 7 plus 3, because it can't have 8, the 3 can't be from 10 to 11, so it has to be 7 plus 3. So this is 7, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this 3 over here, which means that institute C had its 3-year contract over here and B had its 7-year contract like this. Okay, so this is, I have put A and D multi-year contracts, this is B and C multi-year contracts, so both have been put. So now we have to just figure out the single year contracts. Okay, so let us figure out who which single year contract belonged to whom. So vendor Z had at least one contract every year, so I have used that. Vendor X had one or more contracts in every year up to 2015, I have used that also. So the third point is vendor Y had contracts in 2010 and 2019. So use that. Vendor, okay, this is also done. There were 5 contracts in 2012, done. There are exactly 4 also done. Institute C had one or more contracts in 2012. So now this is what we have to do, because here we have put A, B, C, D but not C, which means this one of these 1-year contracts is C. But did not have any contract in 2011, also used up. So this could also be C, but let us see. Institutes A, B, B and D had exactly one contract in 2012. So B is done, D is done, A is done. So basically it had B and D cannot have any more, because we have already seen that they have exactly one contract. So this can be either A and C. So basically it can be that W has this can be either A or C, but in this case we can't have 2 contracts with the same vendor from C. So basically this means that this has to be A, and therefore this would have to be so you have C2 contracts, you have A2 contracts, so then you will have to have D contracts and B contracts are remaining. We know this is not D, which means that this is B and this is D. So we have the full idea of who did which contract. So we have 2 contracts for B, we have 2 contracts for A, 2 contracts for D and 2 contracts for C. So we have established the entire order of the contracts as such. So now that we understand which contracts were done in which year, now let us take a look at the questions. So the first question is, in which of the following years were there 2 or more contracts? So which of the following years? So you have 15, 16, 17 and 18. So you can see in 16 there is 1, 17 there is 1, 18 there is 1, but in 15 there are 2, B and D's contract. So the right answer is option C. Now consider the second question. Which of the following is true? B had a contract with Z in 2017. B had a contract with Y in 2019. So let us see with B, Z in 2017 and Y in 2019. So B is 2017, B did not have a contract with Z, and by 2019 D had a contract. So both of these are not true. D had a contract with X in 2011. So D had a contract with X in 2011. No, that is also not true. And D had a contract with Y in 2019. Yes, D had a contract with Y in 2019. So the fourth option is true. So the right answer is option D. Now let us take a look at the third question. In how many years during this period was there only one contract? So how many years was there only one contract? 3 contracts, 2 contracts, 5 contracts, 2 contracts, 2 contracts, 2 contracts, 1 contract, 1 contract, 1 contract, 2 contracts. So 16, 17 and 18 are the only years in which you have one contract. So the right answer is 3. There were 3 years in which you had one contract. Fourth question is, what best can be concluded about the number of contracts in 2010? So in 2010, how many contracts were there? 1, 2, 3. So there were exactly 3 contracts. So the right answer is option B. Okay. Then you have fifth question is, which institutes had multiple contracts during the same year? So multiple contracts during the same year. A had 2 contracts. So B had 2 contracts in 2010, and A had 2 contracts in 2012, C had 1 contract in 2012 and 1 contract in 2017 to 19, so they didn't overlap. D had 1 contract from 12 to 15 and 1 in 19, so they didn't overlap. Only A and B's contracts overlap. So the right answer is which institutes had multiple contracts during the same year? A and B only. So the right answer is option C. Now, which institutes and vendors had more than 1 contract in any year? So we already know that A and B had 2 contracts in the same year. So I can from this I can just remove anywhere where there is anything other than A and B. So D did not have 2 contracts in a year, so I can eliminate that. So either I have BWXZ or ABWX. So let us see which one it is. So WX has 2 contracts clearly. First is W has 2 contracts in 12 and X has 2 contracts in 12. The question is does Z also have 2 contracts in the same year? No, Z has no overlapping contracts. It has essentially one is from 10 to 16 and the other is 17 to 18, so it doesn't have 2 contracts in a year. But A, B and WX have 2 contracts in a year, so the right answer is option B. So as you can see, this was pretty simple to answer as such. Once you knew how to represent information, the trick was not to treat this as an arrangement question but rather as a scheduling question. Use the format of scheduling, and once you did that, it became fairly easy to solve. So this is basically how you should think of solving DILR sets. Always think, how should I represent this information? If you get that right, it becomes very easy to solve. If you get that wrong, you will struggle to solve these kind of sets. So now that you know how to solve questions where you have arrangement plus scheduling, please try to solve more questions of arrangement so that you get into the practice of solving these kind of questions. Thank you for tuning in.
In this question, we are told that there are 5 students A, B, C, D, E, and they are standing in a queue in that order. That is, A is standing at the front and B is standing next, and C, D and E, they follow that way. We are also given their ranks. Their ranks in the 3 subjects, maths, physics and chemistry, have to be found out. We are told that no 2 persons got the same rank. That is, exactly 1 person got the first rank, exactly 1 person got the second rank, and so on. And similarly, no person got the same rank in 2 subjects. That is, the rank of A in maths, physics and chemistry is different. We are also told that for any person, the ranks and his position is not the same. That is, for example, the position of A is 1, the position of B is 2, position of C is 3, position of D is 4, and position of E is 5. So the rank of A in any of the 3 subjects is not equal to 1. Similarly, the rank of B in any of the 3 subjects is not equal to 2. Now, we have added a new variable called the dummy variable, because if you look at any one person, they were getting ranks from 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. One of these 5 numbers is their position. 3 of these numbers is their ranks in the 3 subjects, and then there is one number which is missing. That is, for example, if one of the persons got the 3 ranks as 3, 4 and 5, and suppose his position is 2, then the dummy variable in this particular case will be equal to 1. The whole point of adding this dummy variable is because then it becomes a simple Sudoku by 5 cross 5 Sudoku, which we should be able to solve. But for the sake of solving these questions, if you are finding out the total number of ranks or the individual rank of any person, we are only concerned with the first 3 columns. The whole point of this dummy column is to just make it solvable much faster. Now we are also given some information. We are told that A got the second rank in mathematics. So the rank of A in maths is 2. We are told that B got the third rank in physics. So in physics, B got 3. E got first rank in chemistry. E got first rank in chemistry. So this is 1. Sum of the ranks obtained by D is 9. What this means is that the sum of the 3 ranks by D in maths, physics and chemistry is equal to 9. Now, if you look at any of the row, that is, if you are adding all the 5 numbers in any row, all the 5 numbers will be numbers from 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in some order. So the sum of all the 5 numbers will be equal to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, which is equal to 15. If you are looking at D specifically, the sum of his first 3 columns is given as 9. His position is 4, so 9 plus 4 is 13. So the last number, the dummy variable in case of D, has to be equal to 15 minus 13, which is equal to 2. This would imply that the 3 ranks that D got will be 1, 3 and 5 in some order. Now we are also told that the sum of the ranks obtained by B is not more than that of C. That is, the sum of the 3 ranks obtained by B is less than or equal to the total by C. If you are counting again all the 5 columns for B, it will be equal to 15. If you are counting all the 5 columns for C, that will also be equal to 15. But when we are talking about the sum of the ranks, we are only looking at the ranks in maths, physics and chemistry. We are ignoring the column of position and we are ignoring the column of dummy. Now, what are the 3 numbers which are remaining for B? We know that his position is 2 and his score in physics is 3. So, the 3 remaining ranks have to be 1, 4 and 5. Similarly, if you are looking at C, his position is 3. So, the ranks remaining for C will be 1, 2, 4 and 5. Now, if you are looking at the number 2 in the 5th column, we know that 2 is in the first column in A. We know that 2 is in the position column for B. We know that 2 is in the dummy column for D. If you are looking at the position of 2 for E, it can't be his rank in maths. It can't be the dummy variable because dummy variable is already 2 for one of the persons. This would imply that E's rank in physics has to be equal to 2. That is the only case remaining. Now we have the position of 2 in 4 columns. So the 5th column, for example, we have the position of 2 in maths, we have the position of 2 in physics, we have the position of 2 in position, and we have the position of 2 in dummy. So if you are looking for the remaining position of 2, that would be in chemistry and that has to be the rank of C in chemistry. Now let us look at the ranks for B. We are told that the sum of the ranks of B is less than or equal to the sum of the ranks of C. For B, we have already identified the position of 2 and 3. So the only 3 remaining numbers are, for B, we have to identify where 1 goes, where 4 goes and where 5 goes. If you are looking at 1, it can't be his rank in chemistry because we know that E got the rank of 1 in chemistry. So B's 1 has to be either his rank in maths or his dummy variable. Now say the dummy variable for B is 1. That is, say if the position of 1 in the second row is the last one which is in the dummy variable, then the first and the third columns will be 4 and 5 in some order. Therefore, the total ranks of B will be equal to 3 plus 4 plus 5, which is equal to 12. This we are told is definitely less than or equal to the total ranks of C. But C already has 2 as his rank in chemistry. So even if he gets 4 and 5 in the other 2 subjects, his total will be only 2 plus 4 plus 5, which is equal to 11. What this would imply is that B's ranks in 4 and 5 cannot be, B's rank in maths and chemistry cannot be 4 and 5. Then his total will be definitely greater than the score of C. Therefore, his position, his dummy variable cannot be equal to 1. That would imply that the position of B in maths has to equal 1. Once you know that B's position has to equal 1, there are 2 cases possible. We know that B can either get 4 in chemistry or B can get 5 in chemistry. We have identified his position for 1. The only thing that is remaining is 4 and 5. Let us consider both the cases. We will see if we run into a contradiction in one of the case. Then we will stop and follow the other case. Let us write down whatever we have over here. So this is A, B, C, D and E, maths, physics and chemistry and position and dummy. The numbers we have is 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 2, 1, 2 and 2. Now we have 2 cases. The first case is that with respect to the rank of B in chemistry, it can be either 4 or 5. Let us put the rank as 5 over here and let us try to continue. If we run into a contradiction, then we will go with 4 and then again continue and try to find the answer. Now if this is 5, this would imply that his dummy variable will equal 4. The ranks of D is 1 or 3 or 5 because he already has 2 or 4. So if you are trying to figure out the rank of D over here, this can't be 1, this can't be 2, this can't be 4, this can't be 5. So this has to equal 3. So this would become, it can't be 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. So this has to equal 4. Now similarly, this has to be either 3 or 5 because 3 is already there. This will equal 5 and this will equal 3. Similarly, if you are adding the remaining, this can't be, for example, this can't be this number, that is the dummy variable for E, cannot be 2, cannot be 3, cannot be 4, cannot be 5 and cannot be 1. So it can't be any number over here. So this is a contradiction. If you are assuming that the rank of B in chemistry is 5, then we are running into a contradiction, so his rank cannot be equal to 5. This would imply that his rank in chemistry has to equal 4. Therefore, his dummy variable has to equal 1, 2, 3, 4. So this has to equal 5. Now again, let us remember what are the possibilities for D. The 3 ranks for D are 1, 3 and 5 in some order. Again, let us assume 2 cases. We will assume that his D's rank in chemistry can be either 3 or 5. It can't be equal to 1. So we will consider both the cases. If we run into a contradiction, again we will stop there. So let us write both the cases. So this is A, B, C, D and E. Maths, physics, chemistry, position and dummy. Similarly over here also A, B, C, D and E. Maths, physics, chemistry, position and dummy. We will first fill in whatever we have in both the tables, 3, 4, 2 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So 2, 1, 3, 4, 2 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. This is 2, this is 2, this is 2 and this is 1. Now we are trying to figure out what is the rank of D in chemistry. It can be 2, 2, 1 and this is 2. It can be either 3 or 5. Let us consider 3 to be the case in the first one and let us consider 5 to be the case in the second one. Then we will first fill out all the numbers in the first table, then we will try to see if we get a contradiction, then we will do the same for even the last one. So if this is 5, then this has to equal 5 because 1, 2, 3, 4 are done. Now if you are trying to figure out where 3 will come over here, it will be in the dummy variable. So this has to equal 4. Now 1, 2, 3, this can't be equal to 1 because 1 is already there as the rank in chemistry. So this has to equal 1. So 1, 2, 3, 5. So this will equal 4. So the first, because we have 4 numbers filled in the row for E, this can't be equal to 1, 2, 4 or 5. So this has to equal 3. Now 1, 2, 3. So this also has to equal 1 because we need 1 in the column for P, and it can't be the math column because B is already 1 over here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will equal 5 and this is 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. So this has to equal 5. So basically we have filled in a Sudoku. We haven't found any contradiction. So this is a valid solution. We will do the same for even the second case. Here we have assumed that the rank of D in chemistry is 5. So let us again try to fill the rest of the table. So if you are looking for the rank of A in chemistry first, it is 1. It can't be 1, 2, 4 or 5. So this has to equal 3. Now if you are looking for the place of 5 in A, it can't be the dummy variable. So this has to equal 5. This would imply that this is equal to 4. If you are looking for the dummy variable for C, it can't be 2, 4 or 5 and it can't be 3. So this has to equal 1. Now if you are looking for the dummy variable for E, because 4 of the dummy variables are known, it is 1. It can't be 1, 2, 4 or 5. So this has to equal 3. This would imply that the rank of E in mathematics has to be, it can't be 1, 2, 3 or 5. So this will be 4. Now if you are finding out, if you are trying to figure out who got the third rank in maths, it has to be either C or D. But C's position is 3. So D's rank has to be 3. So this will equal 5. Now this will be 1 because the remaining 4 are 3, 4, 5 and 2. So this will also equal 4. Again there is no contradiction. So even this is a valid case. So we have 2 cases possible for the given set of rules. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. This is case 1 and this is case 2. What is the sum of the ranks of C? So there are 2 cases. Let us look at both the case. What is the sum of the ranks of C in case 1? The ranks for C are 4 plus 5 plus 2 in case 1. This is equal to 11. In case 2, his ranks are 5, 4 and 2. So the sum will be 5 plus 4 plus 2, which is also equal to 11. The second question says, which rank did A get in physics? Let us look at again both the cases. What is the rank of A in case 1? It is 4 in physics. And what is A's rank in physics in case 2? It is 5. So A's rank can be either 4 or 5. So without any additional information, the correct answer will be cannot be determined. Now let us look at the third question. In chemistry, how many students are there between the ranks of B and D? So let us look at both the cases, case 1 and case 2. In case 1 and case 2, the ranks of B in case 1 are 4 and 3, B and D. And the ranks of B and D in case 2 are 4 and 5. So in the first case, there is no student between both of them. Even in the second case, there is no student between both of them because they got consecutive ranks. So the number of students between them is 0. What is the sum of, whose sum of the ranks in all the 3 subjects is the least? So we'll consider the sum of all the 5 people in the first and the second case, and we will see who got the least. This is case 1 and this is case 2. In case 1, the sum for A is 2 plus 4 plus 5, which is equal to 11. Sum for B is 1 plus 3 plus 4, which is equal to 8. Sum for C is 4 plus 5 plus 2, which is 11, as we have just done. His sum in both the cases is 11. For D, it is 5 plus 1 plus 3, which is 9. And for E, it is 3 plus 2 plus 1, which is 6. Similarly, in case 2, the sum for A is 2 plus 5 plus 3, which is equal to 10. The sum for B is 1 plus 3 plus 4, which is equal to 8. The sum for C is 5 plus 4 plus 2, which is 11. Sum for D is 3 plus 1 plus 5, which is 9. And sum for E is 4 plus 2 plus 1, which is 7. So in both the cases, the person who has the least sum is E. So the correct answer will be equal to E. In this question, we are given a square. It is a crossword, and we are told that every arm in this crossword puzzle adds up to 14. That is, A plus B plus C is equal to 14. Similarly, C plus D plus E is equal to 14. We also have E plus F plus G to equal 14. And we have G plus H plus I to also equal 14. We are also told that D plus G plus B is also equal to 14. And finally, we are told that B plus H plus E is also equal to 14. So we have 6 equations and we have 9 unknowns. So how are you going to find out the values of A, B, C, D and all till I? That is because we have some more information. We have information that all of these 9 variables are distinct natural numbers from 1 to 9. So that is a very important clue and a very big clue, which is what we have to use. We are also told that the product of C and G is an odd number. So if the product of 2 numbers is odd, it would imply that both of them, that is C and G, both are odd. If even one of them is even, then the product of C into G will be even. Now using this information, how will we find out any more information about these 9 alphabets? One of the first things that you should do is try to see if there is any sort of continuity in the equations. The continuity that I am talking about is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So let us first look at these 4 equations, because if we sum them up, we are going to get A, B, C, D and all till I exactly once, and we will get 3 variables twice. That is, if you are adding the 4 equations over here, this is the first, this is the second, this is the third and this is the fourth, you are going to get A plus B plus C plus dot 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 till I exactly once, and 3 variables, that is C, E and G twice. So plus you are going to get C plus E plus G. This is equal to 14 plus 14 plus 14 plus 14, which is equal to 56. Why is it that we should look at continuity or some sort of a symmetry? The reason is because we know that A, B, C, D and all till I are numbers from 1 to 9 in some order. So the sum of A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G plus H plus I will equal the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till 9. And what is the sum of 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till 9? That is the sum of the first 9 natural numbers. This is equal to 9 into 10 by 2, which is equal to 45. So you know that A plus B plus C, all of them till I, this will equal 45, or C plus E plus G is equal to 56. 56 minus 45. This is the importance of selecting the first 4 equations which have some sort of a continuity in them. That is, all the alphabets repeating once except 3. So 56 minus 45 is equal to 11. You also know that C and G are odd. So the sum of C plus G will be even, and therefore if C plus E plus G is equal to odd, that would imply that E is also odd. Because if E is even, the sum of C plus G, which is the sum of 2 odd numbers, will be even, and the sum of an even number plus another even number will be even, which is not possible. Here we are told that the sum of C plus E plus G is odd, so even E is odd. Now what are the odd numbers from 1 to 9? We know that C, E and G, they have to belong to 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. Now we don't know which is which, whether C is 1 or C is 5 or whether E is 5, but we know that all three of them are 3 of 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9, and we also know that their sum is equal to 11. One of the first things that you should notice is that if any one of them is equal to 9, the sum of the remaining two numbers has to be equal to 11 minus 9, which is equal to 2, and that is not possible. The smallest possible sum over here is 1 plus 3, which is 4. So if you are adding two of these numbers, you are not going to get the sum to be equal to 2. So none of them can be actually equal to 9. So C plus E plus G are three numbers out of 1, 3, 5 and 7 such that their sum is equaling 11. The only possibility for that is if the numbers are 1, 3 and 7. There are many ways to find it out. You can actually total up 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7. You are going to get 12 and this will be equal to 16. So if you have to select three numbers which will total up 11, the only number that you should not select will be 16 minus 11, which is equal to 5, or the three numbers which you should select should be equal to 1, 3 and 7. So C, E and G are one of 1, 3 and 7 in some order. Again, we don't know which order they are in. Now let us look at some of the equations that we have. If you are looking at the equations that we have, we know that C plus E plus G is equal to 11, and we know that C plus D plus E is equal to 14. The left hand side of both these equations have C and E. This also has C and E. And if you are adding D to C and D, you are getting 14. If you are adding G to C and D, you are getting 11. Or basically, if you are subtracting the last equation from the second equation, you will be getting the fact that D is equal to G plus 3. Similarly, if you are looking at the third equation, you have E plus F plus G is equal to 14 and you have E plus G plus C is equal to 11. If you are subtracting one equation from the other equation, you will get the equation that F is equal to C plus 3. Now this would imply that G cannot be equal to 7, C cannot be equal to 7 because both of them have to be less than or equal to 6 because the maximum possible number of all of these alphabets is 9. If say G is 7, then D will equal 10, which is not possible. If C is equal to 7, F will equal 10, which is also not possible. So C and G cannot be equal to 7. This would imply that E is equal to 7. Now we have two cases. Let us look at both the cases. The first case is that C is equal to 1 and G is equal to 3. The second case is that C is equal to 3 and G is equal to 1. Now we can try to fill up all the alphabets using the equations we have. A is equal to, B is equal to, C is equal to, D is equal to, E is equal to. This is the first case. This is the second case. A is equal to, B is equal to, C. We have multiple cases. We already know the values of some of the alphabets. For example, E we know in both the cases is equal to 7. C in this case is 1 and G is equal to 3. In the second case, C is equal to 3 and G is equal to 1. Now we know that D is equal to G plus 3. So if D is equal to G plus 3, D will equal 4 and F is equal to C plus 3. So F will equal 6. Now you know that E plus F plus G has to equal 14, so that is fine. Let us look at trying to find out the value of B. We know that B plus H plus E, we don't know H. We know this. Actually, we know D plus G plus B is equal to 14. G is equal to 1 and D is equal to 4. So the value of B will be equal to 14 minus 5, which is equal to 9. Now we have A plus B plus C will equal 14. B is equal to 9 and C is equal to 3. So A has to equal 2. Then we need to find out the values of H and I. We can use this equation. B plus E, B is 9 and E is 7. So B plus E itself is equal to 16. So the value of H will equal minus 2, which is not possible. So this case is not correct. There is a contradiction that we have found out. So it has to be only the earlier case. Here we know the value of C is equal to 1, G is equal to 3. The value of D has to be G plus 3. So D will equal 6. The value of F is C plus 3. So F will equal 4. Now we know E, F and G. We know C, D and E. This also is known. we need to know D, G and B. We can use this to find out the value of B. D plus G is 9, so the value of B has to be equal to 5. B plus C is 6, so the value of A has to be equal to 8. We need to find out the value of H and I. We can use this equation. We know B is equal to 5 and E is equal to 7, so 5 plus 7 is 12, so H will equal 2, and the value of I is equal to G plus H. G is 3 and H is 2, so 3 plus 2 is 5, so the value of I will equal 9. So as you can see, we have figured out the values of all these variables and there is no contradiction over here. So let us write them out so that there is no confusion when we are trying to answer the questions. A, B, C, F, G, H and I. A is equal to 8, B is equal to 5, C is equal to 1, D is 6, E is 7, F is equal to 4, G is equal to 3, H is equal to 2 and I is equal to 9. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Which digit does H represent? H represents 2. The digit 5 is represented by which letter? The digit 5 is represented by B. What best can be said about the sum of the numbers GHI? What is GHI? GHI will be 3, 2, 9 and ABC. What is ABC? 8, 5, 1. If you are adding them up, you will get 0, 8, 1, 1. So the sum has to equal 1, 1, 8, 0. Which of the following represents the remainder when the number GABD is divided by CF? CF is 14. And what is GABD? G is 3, A is 8, B is 5 and D is 6. So when 3856 is divided by 14, what is the remainder? You know that 3500 is a multiple of 14. So we need to find out the remainder when 3856 minus 3500, that is 356 is divided by 14. We also know that 350 is a multiple of 14. So we need to find out the remainder when 6 is divided by 14, or basically the answer is 6. Which letter is represented by 6? It is represented by D. So the correct answer will be option A. In this question, we are told that there is a person called Ajay and he bought 6 dolls for his daughter. The dolls' names are A, B, C, D, E and F. His daughter's name is Sarah and he gave her different dolls on different birthdays. Now some clues are given and we have to identify which doll was given on which birthday, and some of the dolls were lost. So we also have to identify which dolls were lost, and then we can go ahead and answer the questions. So if you look at the clues that are given, we need to figure out which doll was given on which birthday and whether it was lost or not. There are 6 dolls, so there are 6 birthdays. So let us get started. So here we'll draw 3 lines. This will be the serial number, that is which was the earliest birthday. This is the year, that is whether it was the first year or second year or third year, and this is whether it was lost or not, and this is the name of the doll. If we can fill this up properly, then we are done. So this is for the first doll, this is for the second doll, this is for the third doll, this is for the fourth doll, this is for the fifth doll, and say this is for the sixth doll. So we need to fill this out. So the serial number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now let us go ahead and look at the clues that are given. Initially we are told that the very first gift was given to her or when she was 2 years old. So the first birthday, this is the serial number. So the earliest was when she was 2 years old. And the last one was given on her 10th birthday. So the last one was given on her 10th birthday. By the time she received her last gift, she lost 3 of them. So the number of gifts which are lost, the number is 3. So out of the 6 gifts, 3 were lost and 3 were not lost. The following information was also given. C was gifted 2 years after F was gifted. So this is the name of the doll. So in whichever year the gift C was given, that is equal to F plus 2, because it was given 2 years after F. Both the dolls given on her 3rd and 6th birthday were lost. So amongst the lost birthday gifts, the one which is given on her 3rd birthday and 6th birthday, both of them were lost. This will also let us know that the second serial number is 3, because the first one is 2 and 3 is greater than 2. There cannot be any birthdays between the second and the 3rd birthday. We also have 6, which will fill up one of the 3rd, 4th or 5th birthdays, but we are still not sure which one it is. But we do know that one of them is 6. Sarah did not lose F, and if you are looking at the dolls which were not lost, F was one of the dolls which was not lost, but she lost another one in the same year in which she received F. So it means that in the year in which Sarah was given F, she lost one of the dolls which she had received earlier. This would imply that F is not the first doll that was given to her. A doll was given to her before F and she lost one of them. She might have been given 3 dolls before F, she might have been given 4 dolls before F, or she might have been given 1 doll before F. But she lost one of the dolls which was given to her before F. So we know that F is not equal to 2. That is the only information that we can conclude by the second part. The next clue says that D was gifted 3 years after B. So D is equal to B plus 3. And exactly one of them was lost. So amongst the lost dolls, one of D or B exists. And amongst the dolls which are not lost, also one of D or B exists. Because we know that exactly one of them was lost and one of them was not lost. Finally, we are told that at least one gift was given in every 2 years and she did not lose her first gift. So the first gift was given to her in the second year and this was not lost. We are also told that every 2 years at least one gift was given. So because one of the gifts is 6 was given to her on her 6th birthday, that cannot be the 5th gift that she received, because then the difference between the 5th and the 6th gift would be 4 years. That also cannot be the 3rd gift that she received, because between 3 and 6 there are 3 birthdays. So it is imperative that the 4th serial number, that is the 4th gift that was given to her, was given on her 6th birthday. This will also imply that the 5th gift that she received would be 8. Because if it is 9, then the difference between 6 and 9 is 3, and if it is 7, the difference between 7 and 10 will be 3. So both these cannot happen, because the maximum difference between any 2 consecutive years is only 2. So the 5th birthday that she received it on her 8th birthday, the 5th gift. Now the only number that is remaining about the year of birthday is the 3rd one. Now there is another information that we have to fill out. We know that the gifts which were received to her on her 3rd birthday and her 6th birthday, both of them were lost. So the gift that she received on her 3rd birthday was lost. The gift that she received on her 6th birthday was lost. Now we need to identify which was the year in which she received her 3rd birthday. This can be the 3rd serial number. This can be either 4 or 5, because it has to lie between 3 and 6. So there are only 2 numbers. It is either 4 or 5. Now because 3 and 6, both of them were lost, 3 and 6 cannot be D and B. We do know that the difference between D and B is 3 years, but we also know that only one of them is lost. So 3 and 6, both of them are lost, so both of them are not D and B. Now if you are looking at any other pair which has a difference of 3, the only possibility is that the 3rd birthday has to be 5. Because if the 3rd birthday is 4, then you will not find any other pair of numbers which have a difference of 3, which will actually be D and B. Now because it is 5, there are 2 possibilities. The 2 possibilities are that D and B are either 5 and 2, or D and B are 8 and 5. If the number over there is 4, that is if the 3rd serial number is 4, other than 3 and 6, you will not find any other pair of numbers which have a difference of 3. So now that you know all the years in which the gifts were given, let us go ahead and try to identify the names of each of the gifts. Now if you look at C is equal to F plus 2, we do know that F was not lost. And we also know that F is 2 less than C. If you try to identify any of the possible numbers, F cannot be 2, because first of all we are already told that F is not 2, and we don't have 4 in the table because C is F plus 2. F cannot be 3, because even though we have 5 which is F plus 2, which is 3 plus 2, we do know that F is not lost. Therefore, but we know that the gift that was given on a 3rd birthday was lost. So F cannot even equal 3. F cannot equal 5 because 7 is not present in the years. C is F plus 2, so both the numbers have to be present. Again, F cannot be 6 because even though 8 is present in the table, 6 is lost, and we know that F is not lost. So the only possibility for F is that F is given on the 8th birthday, and because it is F, this is not lost. Now if we have concluded that F is given on the 8th birthday, because C is F plus 2, C has to be given on the 10th birthday. Again, because F is 8, the only pair which now remains, which has a difference of 3, is 2 and 5. Now out of 2 and 5, the smaller number is B, so this has to be B, and the larger number is D, so this has to be D. We also know that one of D and B is lost and one of D and B is not lost. We already know that 2 is not lost, so 5 has to be lost. This would also imply, because we have identified all the 3 gifts which are lost, we know that the 10th gift was not lost. Now can we identify which of them is A and which of them is E? We can't identify because no clue has been given about A and E. We just know that one of the gift that was given on the 3rd birthday and one of the gift that was given on the 6th birthday, one of them is A and the other one is E. But we don't know which one is which. So this is the table that we have filled out. Now let us try to go ahead and solve the questions that are given. Which of the following were lost? The gifts that were lost are A or E, D and A or E. These are the 3 gifts that are lost. So if you look at them cumulatively, we know that A is definitely lost, because whether A is present in the 3rd birthday, whether A was gifted on the 3rd birthday or whether A was gifted on the 6th birthday, it doesn't matter. We know that both of them were lost. So both A and D were lost, and even D is lost. So these are the 3 gifts that were lost, and the gifts that were not lost are B, F and C. These are not lost and these are lost. Now if you look at the options that are given, B is not lost. C also is not lost. E on the other hand is present in lost. And the option D is more than one of the above, which is also not true. So the correct answer is C, which is gift E. This is option C. Now let us go to the next question. F was gifted on which birthday? F was gifted on the 8th birthday. So the correct answer is option D. Now let us solve the next question. If Sarah receives A after she received D, so she first receives D and then she receives A, then which birthday did she receive E? D was received on the 5th birthday, and we know that, or at least we are told that she received A after the 5th birthday. This would imply that A was received on the 6th birthday, because the only 2 possibilities for A to be received are on the 3rd or the 6th birthday. Now if you know that A was received on the 6th birthday, it would imply that E was received on the remaining birthday, which is the 3rd birthday. So the correct answer is 3rd, which is option A. Now let us solve the last question. Which among the following was lost by Sarah in the year she received F? We were told that she received one gift in the same year that she received F. So this would imply that she lost a gift that she had received before she received F. And the gifts that were lost before she received F are, because F was received on the 8th year, gifts A, E and D. These are the 3 gifts that she received. She received them in either the 3rd or the 6th year, 3rd or the 6th year and the 5th year. But we know that all 3 of them were received before her 8th birthday when she received F. So it can be either A or E. We cannot determine which of them she exactly lost on the year she received F. So the correct answer is cannot be determined, option D.
To crack CAT with confidence, you need a lot of practice and a lot of testing. And the questions that matter the most are the questions that have come in CAT previous year's paper. Each of these CAT previous year's paper you can attempt on Cracku. You can download it as a PDF or you can actually take it in the mock format. Not only that, but each of these questions has a detailed written solution as well as a video solution. You can take these in the mock format and later you can analyze your strengths and weaknesses. You can pinpoint the areas you need to improve in. So see how real CAT questions are asked learn from the detailed solutions, so build speed, accuracy and confidence. So visit Cracku today and start solving our previous year's CAT papers.
In this question, we are told that there is a journal which is publishing 18 research papers, and these 18 research papers, each one of them is written by one of the 8 authors: A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H. We are also told that there are 4 issues of this journal. One is in January, April, July and October. That is in each of these 4 months. We are also told that the number of journals that were published in the first 2 issues, that is in January and April, is 5. April is 5. And the remaining 2 issues, that is July and October, is 4 each. We are also told that every author wrote at least 1 paper and at most 3 papers. And the total number of papers written by A, D, G and H, that is 4 of them, is double the number of papers written by the remaining 4 authors. So if you think about it, the total number of papers written by A, D, G and H is 2 times the number of papers written by B plus C plus E plus F. If you assume that the number of papers written by B, C, E and F is X, the number of papers written by A, D, G and H is 2x. And the sum of X plus 2x is equal to 18, which is the total number of papers, or the value of X is equal to 6. So B, C, E and F wrote 6 papers, while A, D, G and H wrote 12 papers. We are also told that the number of papers written by each one of them lies between 1 and 3. So if each author is writing a maximum of 3 papers and the sum of the number of papers written by these 4 guys, A, D, G and H is 12, it would imply that A wrote 3 papers, D wrote 3 papers, G wrote 3 papers and H wrote 3 papers. And the sum of B plus C plus E plus F, this is equal to 6. We are also told that there are 4 people who are from India. There are 2 people from Japan and 2 people from China. We are also told that the number of each of these authors and each of these papers has to belong to one of the 3 areas. One of the areas is manufacturing, one of the areas is automation, and one of the areas is logistics. We are told that there are 4 people in logistics, 2 in automation, so this would imply that the remaining 2 are in manufacturing. In addition to that, we have been given some clues. So let us try to fill these clues. Let us try to actually make a table and fill these clues, and let us try to answer the questions based on it. The table will have 8 rows for each one of the 8 authors, and it is going to have some columns. One will contain their name, the department, country and the months in which they were published. So we will have 4 columns. This is the name of the first author A, this is the name of the second author B, C, D, E, F, G and H. This is the country, this is the area and this is the issue. Let us go through all the clues. F is an Indian author. So the country of F is India. And he works from logistics. This is logistics. And he has only 1 paper and this is in October. So here we know that F is equal to 1. So this would imply that B plus C plus E has to equal 5. And this we have completely taken care of. So let us put a tick over here. So when we come back to reiterate, we won't spend any time on the first point. The second point is that A was from automation. So this guy is from automation and did not have a paper scheduled in October. So he did not have a paper scheduled in October. The number of papers that A has is 3. This would imply that the months in which A was published is the remaining 3, which is January, April and July. This also will put a tick because whatever information is there over here, we have taken care of it. None of the Indian authors are from manufacturing. So anybody who is in manufacturing is either from China or Japan. and none of the Japanese or Chinese other are from automation. So it would imply that everybody who is in automation has to be from India. So even A, this guy has to be from India because he is in automation. A and H were from different countries. So this would imply that H is not from India, but had their papers scheduled in the exact same issues. This would imply that H also had his papers in Jan, April and July. C and E, both of them are Chinese authors. So C is China and E is China. And both of them are from different areas. So let us assume that this guy is from P and E is from Q. So basically P and Q have to be one of manufacturing or logistics because Chinese and Japanese authors are not from automation. So let us keep that in mind. P, Q has to be one of manufacturing or logistics. Had the same number of paper schedule. So C is equal to E. Further, E was scheduled in consecutive months. So this is in consecutive months. And C did not. This is not consecutive. As C is equal to E, if we go up over here, there are some possibilities over here. The possibilities are that either C is equal to E is equal to 1 and B will be equal to 3, or C is equal to E is equal to 2 and B is equal to 1. These are the only two possibilities. But because we know that E has his paper scheduled in consecutive months, the number of papers that E has published definitely can't be equal to 1. So this would imply that C is equal to E is equal to 2 and B is equal to 1. So now we have figured out the number of papers published by each one of them. A is 3, B is 1, C is equal to 2, D is equal to 3, E is 2, F is 1, G is 3 and H is 3. Let us go through all the clues again. B is from logistics area. B is from logistics. And had a paper scheduled in the April issue. So this guy is scheduled from April. B and G belong to the same country. So the country that B belongs and the country that G belongs is the same. That cannot be China because we know both the people who are actually from China. That has to be either India or Japan. Now if you think about it, once you realize that both the people from China have been detected, H, who is not from India, has to definitely be from Japan. And if H is from Japan, there is only one other guy who is from Japan. So B and G cannot be from Japan. So B and G have to definitely be from India. So this is India and this is India. Now there is only one guy left, that guy is D. We have identified all the 4 people from India and 2 people from China. So this would imply that D is definitely from Japan. None of these papers were scheduled in the same issue of the journal. Now we know that B is from April and G has scheduled 3 issues. So this would imply that G was from the remaining 3 months. That is, one is January, April is not there, then is July and finally October. D is a Japanese author which we know and he is from manufacturing. He did not have a paper scheduled in the July edition. D also has 3 papers and if he doesn't have a paper in July issue, it would imply that he has a paper in January, April and October. C and H belong to different areas. So H is not from P. This is what we know. If you look at it, we have identified the country for each one of them. Let us now try to focus on the areas. We know that there are 4 people in logistics. There are 2 people in manufacturing and 2 people in automation. This is the case at the start. How many have we definitely identified? We have identified 1 auto. So we need to identify one more guy who is from auto. And this guy has to be an Indian. All the people who are in automation have to be Indians. Who is that guy? That guy cannot be A or B or F. So that guy definitely has to be G. So this guy has to be auto. So this would imply that we have identified all the people who are in auto. We have identified 2 people in logistics. So we need to identify 2 more people in logistics. And we have identified 1 guy in manufacturing. So we need to identify 1 more guy in manufacturing. So we need to identify the area for 3 people. And who are these 3 people? One of them has to be C, one of them has to be E, and one of them has to be H. We know that C and D belong to different areas. We are also told that C and H belong to different areas. So C is from one area, E and H will be from the other area. This would imply that E and H are from logistics and C is from manufacturing. Let us try to put this over here. So C is from manufacturing and E and H are from logistics. Now if you come to think about it, we just need to identify the issue for each one of them. We know that there are 5 in January, there are 5 in April, there are 4 in July, and there are 4 in October. Now if you remove A has 1 in January, so we have to identify 4 more, 1 in April, so this also, and 1 in July. So we need to allocate 4, 4, 3, 4. The reason I do this is because just to avoid any confusion and any silly mistake. Then if we are accounting for the 1 publication that B has in April, we have 3 left in April. We don't know C, we just know that it is 2. If you account for D's 3 publications, there is 1 in January, so this is 3 remaining, 1 in April, so this is 2 remaining, and 1 in October, so this is 3 remaining. We are done with D. And E also has 2 which we don't know, but these 2 have to be consecutive ones. So we'll come back to C and E later on. If you account for F, you have to remove 1 from October. So we need to account for 3 publications in January, 2 in April, 3 in July, and 2 in October as of now. We have January, July, and October. So January, if you decrease 1, this is 2. July, if you decrease 1, this is 2. And October, if you decrease 1, this is 1. Then if you account for this, it is January, April, and July. So this is 1, 1, and 1. So basically, if you are looking for the issues in which C and E have their publication has occurred, the total number of publications is 4. This is already known to us because C has 2 publications and E has 2 publications. If you remove the remaining 6 people, the number of publications remaining in each of the 4 issues, January, April, July, and October, is 1 each. Now, which month did C and E get their issues publicized? We know that E had got it publicized in consecutive months and C did not get it publicized in consecutive months. The only way this is happening is if E gets his publication in the middle 2 months and C gets it at the extremes. In any other case, either both of them will have consecutive months or both of them will not have consecutive months. For example, if E, the consecutive months you are choosing for E is say the first 2, then the remaining 2 will also be consecutive months. If the 2 months that we are selecting for E are the last 2 consecutive months, then the 2 consecutive months for C also will be the first 2 which are consecutive months. We don't want this to happen. So this would imply that E, who got his additions in consecutive months, has to be the middle 2. This has to be April and July. This would imply that the remaining 2 which are non-consecutive months, one is at the start and one is at the end. This is January and October is C. Now let us look at the questions that follow. Which of the following is the correct sequence of the number of papers written by B, C, E and G? B has written 1, C has written 2, E has written 2 and G has written 3. So it has to be 1, 2, 2, 3, which is option A. How many papers were written by Indian authors? A, B, F, G are the Indian authors. A wrote 3 papers, B wrote 1 paper, F wrote 1 paper and G wrote 3 papers. So the correct answer is 8. Which of the following statements must be true? Every issue had at least one paper authored by each country. Let us try to find out if any author from India was present in at least one of the 4 issues each. If you are looking at A, we can already account for January, April and July. We have to just check if there is any Indian author who got his publication in October. That you can identify F. So the first statement is true for India. Let us try to identify for China. We have January, October and April, July. C was in January, October and E is April, July. So again, each one of the 4 issues had exactly one publication from the Chinese guy. So it is true for even China. Then if you are looking at Japan, we have January, April and October. We need to figure out somebody from July. And July, this person is there. H has a paper from July. So statement A is true. For each one of the 3 countries, India, China and Japan, we have identified at least one paper published by one author from the country in each of the 4 issues. Let us look at the second statement. Every issue had at most 2 papers by authors from each area. So we have the January issue, we have the April issue, we have the July issue and we have the October issue. Let us first start with logistics because it has the most number of people. There are 4 people. So how many people from logistics have published in January? Logistics guy, one guy has published in April. The next logistics guy has published in April and July. Then we have one guy in October. Then finally we have January, April and July. So we have January, April and July. This clearly breaks in April for logistics. So statement B is not true. We can do the same for even the remaining automation and manufacturing. But we start with logistics because it has the most number of people and we are finding a contradiction here. So only statement A is true. Let us look at the next question. Which of the following statements is false? Every issue had at least one paper by authors from automation. So let us look at the 4 issues again. January, April, July and October. Let us look at automation. The first guy is from India. Both the automation guys are actually from India. January, April and July. January, April and July. The next automation guy is G. He has January, July and October. So the first statement is true. At least one paper in automation was published in each one of the 4 editions. Every issue had exactly one paper by a Chinese author. Let us look at the 2 Chinese authors. The first Chinese author is C. He has one in January and October. The second Chinese author is E. He has in April and July. So this also is true. Let us look at the third statement. Every issue had exactly 2 papers by authors from logistics area. There are 4 authors in logistics area. First one is A. He has a paper in January, April and July. The second guy is B. He has a paper in April. The third guy is E. He has a paper in April and July. So this is clearly failing. So this has to be false. So the correct answer is C, because we have 3 papers in logistics from April issue. But just for the sake of completion, let us look at even option D. This has to be true according to the plan. Every issue had exactly 2 papers by Indian authors. There are 4 Indian authors. The first guy is A. He has a paper in January, April and July. Second guy is B. He has a paper in April. Third guy is F. He has a paper in October. Fourth guy, we have A, then B, F and finally it is G, who has a paper in January, July and October. So this also is true. So the correct answer is C, which is the only statement which is false. Let us look at the next question. Which of the following statements is false? There were exactly 2 papers by authors from manufacturing area in January issue. Manufacturing guys are C and D. C has one paper in January and D has one paper in January. So this is true. Let us look at the second option. There were exactly 1 paper by an author from manufacturing in April issue. In April again C and D in manufacturing, there is only 1 issue and that is by D. So this also is true. Let us look at the third option. There was exactly 1 paper by an author from logistics in October issue. Logistics, one guy has it in April and July, the second logistics guy. Third logistics guy, who is F, has an issue in October, and the last logistics guy is January, April and July. So there is actually only one paper from logistics in the October issue. So this is true. This means that the last option has to be false, but just let us confirm it once. There were exactly 2 papers from manufacturing area in July issue. Manufacturing again is C and D, and in July issue actually there are no papers from manufacturing. We have 2 from January, we have 2 from October and 1 from April. So this is false. So the correct answer is D. Let us look at the last question. Which of the following is the correct sequence of the number of papers by authors from automation, manufacturing and logistics? Automation is A and G. A and G, so this has to be a total of 6. Manufacturing is C and D. So this has to be a total of 5. 6 plus 5 is 11. This would imply that the remaining 7 papers are from logistics. Let us just confirm that once. It is B, E, F and H. B is 1, E is 2, F is 1 and H is 3. So this is 7. So the correct answer has to be 6, 5, 7, which is option A. In this question we are told that there is a humanities department in a college and it has 8 students A, B, C, D, E, F and G and H. 4 of them are from economics, 3 of them are from sociology and 1 is from anthropology. Each of the student is guided by one of the 5 professors P, Q, R, S and T, of which we are told that P, R and T teach 2 students and Q and S teach 1 student each. All of them give seminars. These seminars are held over 4 slots. One of them is at 9, the other is at 9:30, 10 and 10:30. What we are supposed to figure out is which student is guided by which professor and which department are both of them from and when is the seminar held. So let us first write down the list of all the students. So this is A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H. Similarly, we have the professors P, Q, R, S and T. We know that P is teaching 2 students, R is teaching 2 students and T is teaching 2 students. S and Q are teaching 1 student each. The professor and the student have to belong to the same department. That is also given to us. Now let us also write down a table to understand the number of the timings for each of the seminars. So there will be some seminars at 9, there will be some seminars at 9:30, there will be some seminars at 10 and there will be some seminars at 10:30. We are also told that at any slot there can be a maximum of 3 seminars. That is also given to us. Now we have been given some information. So in these kind of questions, the first thing we do is go through all the clues and then keep on reiterating till we are able to extract as much information as possible. Now we are told that the seminars by economic students was held in each of the 4 slots. We have 4 students who are in economics, we have 3 students who are in sociology and 1 student who is in anthropology. This is also given to us. Now each of the 4 economic students was held in each of the slots. That is, in each slot there was exactly 1 economics seminar that was being held. ACE is the only seminar that was scheduled at 10 AM and A is guided by R. So at 10 AM there was A seminar and it was the only seminar at 10 AM. So this would imply that A is from economics. And one of the students of R is A. This would imply that R is also from economics because the student and the professor belong to the same department. F is an anthropology student whose seminar was held at 10:30 AM. So at 10:30 we had F. So we have figured out who the anthropology student is, that is F. So all the remaining students have to be either from economics or sociology. We have figured out one of the economic students, that is equal to A, and F is from anthropology. The seminar of a sociology student was scheduled at 9 AM. So at 9 AM we have one sociology student seminar. B and G are both sociology students. So B is from sociology, G is also from sociology, and both of their seminars were held at the same slot. So at some slot we had B and G, and at the same time we had an economic student who was guided by T. So we had another student who was from economics and the professor is T. So these were the 3 seminars that were held at that particular slot, because we can have only 3 seminars at any given point. Immediately you should know that that cannot be either 10 o'clock or it cannot be 10:30. because at 10 o'clock we have A alone, that was already given to us, and at 10:30 we have F, who is an anthropology student. So this slot cannot be either 10 or 10:30. This has to be either 9 or 9:30, one of the two. P, who is guiding both B and C. So the professor of P and C is P. This would imply that P was also a sociology professor. This would also tell us that C is also from sociology, because C's professor is P, who is teaching B, who is a sociology student. C himself has to be from sociology, and D, E and H, who are the remaining three students, all of them have to be from economics. This is the information that we are able to understand, and P, who is guiding both B and C, have students scheduled in the first two slots. So in the first and the second slot, we have B and C in some order. It can be either BC or CB. So basically it will be B, G and that economic student in 9 o'clock and C at 9:30, or the other way around, where you have C at 9 o'clock and B, G and that economic student at 9:30. The last clue says that A and G are scheduled in consecutive slots. We know that A is at 10 o'clock, so this would imply that B, G and that economic student were scheduled at 9:30. So this has to be B, G and an economic student for whom the guide is T. A's guide is R, and at 9 o'clock we have C. C's guide we already know is equal to P. This is the information that we are able to extract. Can we infer anything more? Let us go through the clues again to see if we are able to extract anything more. Otherwise, we will go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Seminars by economic students were scheduled in each of the 4 slots. Who are the remaining economic students? The remaining economic students are, other than A, we have D, E and H. Now D, E and H have to have professors. One of the professors of economics is R. Who can be the other economics professor? Because Q and S, one of them has to be from anthropology. So let us try to figure out some more information. Q and S are the two professors. One of them has to definitely teach a student from anthropology, who is F, because F is the only student in that department. Similarly, the other person has to teach the single sociology student who is left, who is equal to G. We don't know who is teaching whom, but sociology student is alone, who is G, because the remaining two students B and C are taught by P. So Q and S in some order will be from anthropology and sociology, and they will be teaching either F or G respectively. This would imply that T is an economics professor who is teaching 2 economic students. So T is teaching 2 economic students and R is teaching the remaining economic student out of the 3 students who are D, E and H. These are the 3 economic students for whom we don't know who the guide is. The single economic student for whom we know who the guide is A, and it is told that he is taught by R. One other information that we have is that a faculty who is teaching 2 students, his seminar should be held in consecutive times. We have seen earlier that P, who is a professor who is teaching B and C, has 2 seminars. One is at 9 for C and one is at 9:30 for B. Similarly, there will be one seminar at 9 o'clock for T based on his student, and there will be one seminar at 10:30 for R. Whoever is his economic student will have a seminar at 10 and 10:30. Similarly, for T, we will have the 2 slots to be at 9 and 9:30. Now, let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Which one of the following statements is true? 2 seminars are scheduled for the first slot. This is definitely true because we know that one of the seminar is by C and the other is by the economic student who is guided by T. So this is definitely true. Second option says that only one seminar is scheduled for the second slot. This is definitely false because we know that 3 seminars are scheduled at 9:30. One is by B, one is by G and one is by another student of T. The third option says that 3 seminars were scheduled for the first slot. This is also false because only 2 seminars were scheduled for the first slot. Finally, the last option says that 3 seminars are scheduled for the last slot. This is also false. One of the seminar is by F, who is an anthropology student, and the other seminar is by an economic student of R. So the correct answer is option A. Let us look at the next question. Who all are not guiding economic students? Who are the 2 professors who are guiding economic students? It is R and T, and both of them are guiding 2 economic students each. So the professors who are not guiding any economic students are P, who is a sociology professor, and Q and S. One of them is the second sociology professor and one of them is an anthropology professor. So the correct answer is option D. Now let us look at the next question. Which of the following statements is necessarily true? Q is guiding G is not necessarily true, because as we have discussed earlier, one of Q and S is teaching F and one of them is teaching G. We don't know who is teaching whom for sure. For the same reason, even option C is not necessarily true. It can be true, it can be false. If you are looking at option B, H is an economic student, is definitely true. The 4 economic students are A, D, E and H. So this is definitely true. The last option is that B is scheduled in the first slot. This is necessarily false. We know that B's seminar is at 9:30. So the only statement which is necessarily true is option B. Let us look at the next question. If D is scheduled at a slot later than Q's, then which of the following 2 statements is true? So we are told that first Q's slot happens, Q is a professor, and after Q at some point D slot happens. If you are looking at the information that we know about Q, we know that Q is teaching either F or G. If Q is teaching F, then Q seminar will be at 10:30 and there can be no seminar after that, which is not the case. So Q is teaching G and his seminar will be at 9:30. This would imply that S is teaching F and his seminar will be at 10:30. Now if you are looking at D, D should have a seminar after 9:30. So it can be either at 10 or 10:30. But we know that at 10 only A has a seminar. So this would imply that D has a seminar at 10:30. This would imply that D is being taught by R. D is the second economic student who is having his seminar at 10:30. This would imply that the remaining 2, E and H, are being taught by T, and both of them will have their slots at 9 and 9:30. One of them will be having at 9 and one of them will be having at 9:30. This is what we can infer. Let us look at what the statements are. The first statement says that E and H are being guided by T. This is necessarily true. If you are looking at the second statement, G is being guided by Q. This is also necessarily true. So both the first statement as well as the second statement are true. So option D is the correct answer. Let us look at the next question. If E and Q are both scheduled in the same slot, then which of the following statements best describes the relationship between D, H and T? Now here we are told that E and Q are both scheduled at the same slot. We know that Q slot can be either at 9:30 or Q slot can be at 10:30. Let us look at both the cases. If Q slot is at 9:30, then E slot also has to be at 9:30. If Q slot is at 10:30, then it would imply that E slot is also at 10:30. What does this imply? This implies that in the first section, if Q has a slot at 10:30, Q is not the professor of B, B's professor is P, Q is not an economics professor, so the only thing will be that Q has to be the professor of G. This would imply that F is taught by S. And if E has a slot at 9:30, E is an economics student, so E's professor has to be T. This would imply that the remaining 2 students of economics, which is D and H, we need 1 student for R and we need 1 student for T. So D and H in some order will be students of T and R. Let us look at the second case. If Q is has a seminar at 10:30, this would imply that Q student is F. This would also imply that S student is G. If E slot is at 10:30, then E has to be a student of R because R has a seminar at 10:30. This would imply that the remaining 2 economic students, that is D and H, both of them should have their seminars in the first 2 slots, that is at 9 and 9:30. So both of them should be taught by T. Now if you are looking at the information or the relationship between D, H and T, exactly one of D and H is guided by T. That is the first statement. This is not necessarily true because in the second case, both of them are taught by T. So this is not true. If you are looking at the second case, which is saying that both D and H should be guided by T, this is also not necessarily true because in the other case, which is in the first case, exactly one of them is being taught by T and one of them is being taught by R. So this also is not necessarily true. So this is also false. In the third scenario, we are saying at least one of D and H is guided by T. This is definitely true because in the first case, we have exactly 1 student who is taught by T. In the second student, we have exactly 2 students who are taught by T. So in either of the 2 cases, we will have at least 1 student who is taught by T. So this is true. Let us look at the last option, which is saying neither D nor H is guided by T. This is definitely false because in both the cases, we have at least 1 student who is taught by T. Now let us look at the last question. If D is scheduled in the slot immediately before Q's, then which of the following statements is not necessarily true? Let us look back to what are the possibilities for Q slot. Q slot can be either at 10:30 or Q slot can be either at 9:30. In this situation, if you are told that D slot is scheduled immediately before Q's, it would imply that D slot is at 10 o'clock. And in the second case, D slot will be at 9 o'clock. D slot cannot be at 10 because at 10 we have only one slot, and that is by A. This would imply that Q has a slot at 9:30 and D will have a slot at 9 o'clock. This would imply that Q is teaching G and he has a slot at 9:30. This would also imply that S is teaching F and he has a slot at 10:30. D has a slot at 9, so D's professor has to be T and he has a slot at 9 o'clock. These are the things that we can infer. With regard to the remaining two economic students, that is E and H, we know that one of them will be under T and one of them will be under R, but we don't know who is who for sure. Now let us look at the following cases. We have to figure out which of the following options is not necessarily true. That is, there is a possibility that it can be false. The first statement is that G is guided by Q. This is definitely true. So this is not the correct answer. The second statement is that E is guided by R. This is not necessarily true because as we have discussed earlier, E can be either guided by R or he can be guided by T. So this is the correct answer, but just for completion's sake, let us look at the remaining two options also. F is guided by S is also necessarily true. So this is also not the correct answer. The last one is that D is guided by T. This is also necessarily true. So this is also not the correct answer. The only statement which can possibly be false is option B.
Every serious cat aspirant needs a secret weapon for the revision. This is yours, the Cracku Cat Formula PDF. It is not just a list, it's comprehensive and topic-wise guide for every formula you'll ever need to know. We've built it to be only formula sheet you'll ever need for your preparation, and we're giving it away for free. Find it easily. Just go to Google and search Cracku Cat Formula PDF. Download it, master it, and walk into the exam with confidence.
In this question, it is given that there is a jailer and there are 8 inmates in 8 cells, that is cell 1 to 8, and all of them were standing in a row. Now what is not known is which direction were they facing. Some of them were facing north and some of them were facing south. Every inmate of the cell was asked to answer how many people were ahead of him, and so each one of them has given a particular set of numbers. For example, cell 1 guy has said that he sees 6 people ahead of him. So this would imply that there was one guy behind him in the direction that he is facing. Similarly, cell 2 guy says that there are 2 people ahead of him and 5 people behind him, because the total number of people in the row, in the line, is 8, including the person who is actually saying it out. So without him, there will be 7 people. Some of them will be ahead of him and some of them will be behind him. So we have the numbers that each of the 8 inmates have actually called out. Now we don't know the directions in which each one of them was facing, and we don't know their respective order. The question involves, what we are supposed to find out in this question is, what is the arrangement, that is who is standing where and in what direction are they facing. One additional information that has been given is that the number of inmates facing south was not more than 4. So what we'll do is simple. We'll first write down 8 blanks. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now in these 8 blanks, we'll try to arrange the inmates according to where they are standing in the row. We are not particularly concerned about which is the north direction and which is the south direction at the start. We'll try to identify where each one of them is standing and what is the relative direction in which they are facing. Are they facing to the left or to the right? That is, over here we'll put the number and over here we'll give a direction. So a direction arrow this would point that he is facing on the right side, and a direction this side would mean that he is facing on the left side. What is not clear as of now is whether right is north or left is north. That we will come to later on. So for example, if you look at it, there are 2 inmates that you should immediately identify. The inmate in cell number 5 says that he sees nobody ahead of him, which would imply that all the 7 people are behind him. Again, why are we saying there are only 7 inmates? Because including the cellmate 5, there will be 7 other people, so the total will be 8 people. So he has to find 7 people. Some of them will be ahead of him and some of them will be behind him. If he says that there is nobody ahead of him, it would imply that all the 7 people are behind him. So we can assume that the person to the leftmost is the person who is in cell number 5. Why is it left side and not right side? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the relative direction in which he is facing will be to the left side. Because we are not yet saying that which direction is north or which direction is south. We are just saying that cell number 5 is at one end of a line. Which end of the line we will come to later on. So cell number 5 is standing at one end of a line. We are assuming that this is the left end of the line. And because he sees nobody ahead of him, he is pointing to the left. He is facing the left side. And the person who is in cell number 6 sees 7 people ahead of him. So he is also at another end. So this will be the second end. And this guy is also facing to the left because he sees all the people ahead of him. You might argue that why is this not the case where you have another 8 guys, 8 cells, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, in which there is cell number 5 to the rightmost and cell number 6 to the leftmost, and both of them are facing to the right. What we are essentially saying is both of them are the same case. As long as you don't fix which is north and which is south, it doesn't really matter whether you are going with the top case or the bottom case. So for now we are going to ignore this, and whenever we are deciding on what is north and what is south, we will figure out the relative direction. So anyway, we know that 5 and 6 are at two ends of the row. We also know that both of them are facing the same side, such that there is nobody ahead of 5 and there are 7 people ahead of 6. What is the next thing that you should see? The next thing you should see is the person who is in cell number 1 and cell number 8. Both of them are saying that they see 6 people ahead of them. This would imply only one thing. This would imply that there are two cases. Either cell number 1 is over here and he is turning to the right, in which case he sees 6 people ahead of him, or cell number 1 is at the penultimate from the right and he is seeing to the left, where again he sees 6 people ahead of him. The same is the case with even cell number 8. It can be that the person who is in cell number 8 also is standing at the second place from the left. He is also facing to the right because he sees 6 people ahead of him, or he is somewhere over here, where again he is seeing people to the left, 6 people ahead of him. So we don't know who is standing where relatively, but we know that both of them are standing in these two places. We'll try to identify which who is standing where, but for now we know that both of them are standing in the penultimate places from the left and the right. We also know the direction which they're facing. We know that the guy who is standing to the left is facing the right direction, and we also know that the guy who is standing to the right is facing the left direction. Now there is one more clue that has been given. It is said that there is no 3 people, no 3 consecutive inmates are facing the same direction. What does this mean? This means that the guy who is standing third from the right is definitely facing the right direction. This person, for example, can't face the left direction, because that would imply that there are 3 consecutive guys, all of them from the right, who are all facing the same direction, which is facing towards the left. That is not true. So we know that this guy is standing, he is facing the right direction. And how many people are ahead of him? You can say that there are 2 people ahead of him. The guy who is either 1 or 8 and the guy who is from cell number 6. So let us see who is having 2 people ahead of him. There is only one person who says that there are 2 people ahead of me, and that is cell number 2. So this is filled by cell number 2. Now we have 3 places left. Let us try to identify even the others. Now if you're trying to find out who else we can identify, because we have found out the person who has said there are 2 people ahead of me, let us try to identify who is the guy who is saying there are 5 people ahead of me, because again 2 plus 5 is equal to 7 and 7 is a key number. Why is 7 a key number? Because every inmate sees 7 people other than him. So when you have identified the person who has seen 2 people ahead of him, we can even identify that there is a person in cell number 7 who says that he sees 5 people ahead of him. So of the 3 places remaining, which is the only place where you can see 5 people ahead of that person, it will be this place where there are 5 people ahead of him, and those 5 will be to the right. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If he is standing in any other place and whichever direction he is facing, he will not be getting 5 people ahead of him. So this would imply that even the guy who is from cell number 7 is facing to the right, and he is also seeing 5 people ahead of him. We'll again use the same trick that we have used earlier, which is that because this place and this place, the guys who are to the second and third from the left, both of them are facing to the right, it would imply that the guy who is standing next to this person, the person who is from cell number 7, would be facing left, because you can't have 3 arrows in the same direction in a consecutive place. Now this guy who is 4th from the left, how many people does he see ahead of him? He'll see these 3 guys ahead of him, that is 1, 2, 3. And let us look at who is the person who has said that I can see 3 people ahead of me. That is the person from cell number 3. So this is going to be cell number 3. Now there is only one cell remaining, and who is the occupant who we haven't filled in? It is the occupant from cell number 4. This is cell number 4. Which direction is he seeing in? If you look at what the cell number 4 guy has said, he has said that he sees 4 people ahead of him. Now to the right of cell number 4 there are 3 people, and to the left of cell number 4 there are 4 people. This would imply that even he is seeing to the left. Now we have filled in all the details, all the places. There is only confusion about where the guy from cell number 1 is standing and where the guy from cell number 8 is standing. And we also have to figure out which direction is left and which direction is right. If you look at the total number of people who are facing left, that is this direction, it is being faced by cell number 5, it is being faced by cell number 3, it is being faced by cell number 4, it is being faced by 1 or 8, the guy who is second from the right, and it is also being faced by cell number 6. What does this imply? It has been given that the number of inmates who are facing south was not more than 4. So facing left is definitely not south, because you know that there are 5 people who are facing left. So this is north, and the opposite direction, this is south, which will have actually 3 members. So now we have filled in all the details that we can fill in. Let us go ahead and try to answer the questions that follow. How many different arrangements are possible? If you look at the arrangement that we have formed, we have identified the places of 6 of the 8 people uniquely. We have identified where 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 actually stand. We have also identified the direction in which all of them are facing. The only confusion we have is whether it is 1 or 8 who is standing to the second from left and second from right. So in each of the cases there will be 2 cases. In one case, this guy from cell number 1 will be standing beside 5, and in one case the guy from cell number 8 will be standing beside the guy from cell number 5. So in all there are 2 cases possible. Other than that, there is no other case possible. Who among the following is definitely facing south? The guy who is facing south has to turn right, because we have identified that turning right is south. If you look at the numbers that are given, the people who are turning south are the guy from cell number 7, the guy from cell number 2, and one of the 2 guys from cell 1 or 8. This we are not sure. We are not sure whether it is cell number 1 or cell number 8. But we know that the guy from cell number 2 is definitely facing south. We also know that the guy from cell number 7 is definitely facing south. If you look at the options, inmate from cell number 1, we can't say for sure that he is facing south. There is a possibility that he is facing south, but it can't be determined uniquely. The inmate from cell number 3 is definitely not facing south. The inmate from cell number 4 is also definitely not facing south. The inmate from cell number 7 is definitely facing south. So the correct answer is 7. If 2 is also given in the option, even that would be correct. But because it is not given and only 7 is given, 7 is the correct answer. If inmate from cell number 1 faces north, so again to recollect, looking to the left is north. So if you look at the options that are given, it would imply that because this is to the left, this is where the inmate from cell number 1 is actually there. So let us write that particular case. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. This is 5, this is 7, this is 3, this is 4, this is 2 and this is 6. And the directions, if you are looking, this. The only confusion that we have is where is the guy from cell number 1 standing and where is the guy from cell number 8 standing. We know that both of them are there in either of these 2 cells. If it is given that the guy from cell number 1 is facing north, and we have also found out that to the left is north and to the right is south, it would imply that the guy from cell number 1 is standing beside cell number 6 and the guy from cell number 8 is standing beside cell number 5. From which cell, the inmate from which cell stands 2 ahead of the inmate from cell number 3. So this is cell number 3. So the person who is standing 2 steps ahead of the person from cell number 3 will be the guy from cell number 8. Let us look at the last question. Between inmate from cell number 5, that is this guy, and inmate from cell number 2, that is this guy, both of them excluded. So you have to look at only these 4 guys. That is 1 or 8, 7, 3 and 4. How many inmates are facing north? Again, to recollect, turning left is north and turning right is south according to the arrangement that we had. Now we know that the guy from cell number 1 or 8 is turning right, so he's not counted. The guy from 7 is also turning right, so he's also facing south. The guys from 3 and 4 are looking to the left, so they're facing north. And then you have 2. So the number of people between the inmate from cell number 5 and the inmate from cell number 2 who are facing north is 2, and they are the inmates from cell number 3 and 4.
Hi friends, welcome to Cracku's video series. In this particular LR set, we are going to have arrangement, and this is going to be a arrangement across time and across different levels. So this is a slightly more complicated form of arrangement. So let's take a look at the set first and let's see how to arrange people. All Saints High School is organizing a parent-teacher meet for students of class 5. For this purpose, every parent has been given a fixed 10-minute slot to meet 5 different teachers, each of which teaches a different subject among math, science, social studies, English and Hindi. Mr. Balu, Mr. Lal, Mr. Johari, Mr. Patnaik and Mr. Ahmed are the fathers of 5 children who study in class 5 of All Saints High School. Each of these fathers meet all the teachers between 2 p.m. and 2:50 p.m. Each parent can meet only one teacher in a slot, and each teacher can meet only one parent in a slot. Each parent can meet the teachers only in the assigned slot. Further, the following information is also known. So essentially, what is the setup? So you have different times and you have 5 different slots, and in 5 different slots you have to pair one teacher with one of the parents as such, and each parent has to meet 5 teachers, each teacher has to meet all the 5 parents. So essentially, if you can think of it, if like these are the slots, say 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. to 20 p.m. to 30 p.m. to 40 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. So this is starting at 2, this is starting at 2:10, this is starting at 2:20, this is starting at 2:30, 2:40, and this is 2:40 to 2:50. So that's the last slot. So essentially, each of the parents has to go to, say suppose each of the teachers is in one of the 5 rooms, each of the parents has to go and meet the teachers as such. So the teachers are, so this is maths, science, social studies, English and Hindi. Okay, so these are the teachers, and I will have to place the parents as they meet these particular teachers. So some rules have been given, so let us take a look at those rules. Further, the following information is also known. Except for one teacher, Mr. Johari met all the 5 teachers immediately after Mr. Ahmed met them. See, essentially if I see it, each person can meet only one teacher in one go. So basically in each slot is basically one column. So essentially each person has to feature only once in a column. So in each column you will have to have all 5 appear exactly once. Similarly, since each teacher has to meet all of the 5 people, this is the teacher, he has to meet all the 5 people. So basically he has to meet each person once. So each row will also have the person coming only once in the row. So if you can think of it, this is like a Sudoku. So if you have Sudoku, in each of the 9 columns and 9 rows, the number appears only once. And each number has to appear exactly once in each column and each row. So similar to that, each person has to appear exactly once in each column and in each row. So I can think of it as Sudoku, where I say that each person, that is out of Balu, Lal, Patnaik, Ahmed and Johari, have to appear exactly once in this column, and similarly Balu, Lal, Patnaik, Ahmed and Johari have to appear exactly once in the given row. So if I think of it that way, I will have to figure out in what order they meet such that they appear exactly once. Now see, it's given that Johari met all 5 of them immediately after Ahmed met them except one time. So Ahmed and Johari is like a order, okay, it's always there except one time. And when would that time be? See, essentially at some point of time, Ahmed has to go to the last slot. So in one of the rows, Ahmed has to take in the last column also, he has to feature. He has to meet somebody at 2:40. So when he is actually taking the last slot, Johari cannot follow him. So when that happens, what is going to happen is that basically when Ahmed is last, that is when this rule is not being followed. Similarly, Johri has to meet somebody at 2 o'clock. So basically he has to meet somebody first before Ahmed as such. So basically what is going to happen is you are going to have AJ pair everywhere except one where you have Johri at the start of the session and Ahmed at the end of the session. Basically, why is that the case? For one teacher this is going to be the case, because for everybody else the pairing is Ahmed Johri. But in one particular case where Ahmed is seeing that person last, that is the row in which Johri will be seeing that person first, or that meeting that teacher first. Because essentially if Johri has to meet somebody at 2 o'clock, so whenever he meets that teacher at 2 o'clock, he will be violating this condition. Similarly, Ahmed has to meet somebody last at 2:40 slot. So whenever Ahmed meets somebody last, he again is violating that condition. But because that condition is violated exactly once, we know that it is going to be for the same teacher. The same teacher is going to meet Johri first and Ahmed last. So that is basically what the first rule says. Mr. Lal was the second parent to meet social studies teacher. So this is Mr. Lal, and second parent to meet social studies teacher, and Johri was the first parent to meet the Hindi teacher. So this is basically Johri here, and because this is going to happen in exactly one set, since Johri is over here, Ahmed is over here. Okay. So if that is the case, I have used up this rule. Lal was the second parent to meet social studies and Johri was the first parent to meet Hindi teacher. So this is fit. So everywhere else you will have Ahmed Johri as a pair as such. Mr. Balu met the English teacher immediately before he met the social studies teacher, and Mr. Ahmed was the third parent to meet the social studies teacher. So you have Ahmed over here, which means that this is Johri. So in this case you have, if you consider BLPAJ, you have Ahmed Johri is placed, Lal is also placed. So only Balu and Patnaik are remaining. And it's told that Balu met the English teacher immediately before he met the social studies teacher, which means that Balu could not have met the social studies teacher at 2 o'clock, because then he would have met her before he met the English teacher, which means that Balu is going to come in at 2:40 and this is going to be Patnaik. So the entire row is filled over here. So this is the row as such. Patnaik met first, Lal, then Ahmed, Johri, and then Balu, which means that Balu met the English teacher at 2:30. So this is Balu over here. I've used up this rule completely. And Mr. Johri was not the last parent to meet the science teacher, and Mr. Lal met the English teacher before he met the social studies teacher. So Mr. Lal met the English teacher, so he met the social studies teacher at 2:10, so he must have met the English teacher at 2. So this is Lal over here. So Lal, Patnaik, Johri is done. So you have Ahmed and Balu left as such. Okay, so can Balu, where would Balu and Ahmed be over here? That is what we have to decide. Another thing that if you notice, Ahmed and Johri have to be together. So we need two contiguous slots. In case of English, the only contiguous slots are over here. So this has to be Ahmed and this has to be Johri, which means that this is going to be Patnaik. Okay, so this row is also filled. If I consider the B, L and A are done. So this is basically B, L, P, A, J. Of this, L and A are done, B, P, J is remaining. Okay, and over here AJ is done, so basically BLP is remaining. B and J are done, so this is LP and A are remaining over here. This is BPA is done, so essentially who is remaining? L, J and L and J are remaining. So essentially Lal and Johri are remaining over here. Johri was not the last person to meet the science teacher, so this is not Johri. So this means that this is Lal and this is Johri. Okay, so if this is Johri, this is Ahmed. Okay, so I have fixed Ahmed also. This is Lal and Johri are also done. So this column is also done as such. Now we have Lal and Patnaik remaining over here. Now Lal is there already in this particular row, so Lal cannot come over here. So this means that this is Patnaik and this is Lal. Okay, so I can cancel this also off. This column is also done. Now I have Balu and over here you have I have who do I have to put here? LAJ is done, so I have BP left. Okay, in this we have to fill BP. Over here I have to fill this is Balu, Ahmed and Johri are left. Okay, now see, Ahmed is over in the second column, Ahmed is done in the third column, Ahmed is done in the fourth column and fifth column. So only Ahmed is remaining in the first column as such. Ahmed is done in the first row, so if I remove this row, he cannot be in the first row, so he has to be over here in the second row, first column. So this is Ahmed, so this means that this is Johri, so this must be Balu. Okay, so Balu is done. This entire thing is done. This is Johari is also placed. Ahmed is also done. So this has to be Balu. Okay, so if this is Balu, Balu cannot be over here. So Balu has to be over here, and that means this is Patnaik over here. Which means that who is over here? This is Balu Patnaik and this is Lal then. Okay, and Lal is done. So this is Patnaik. So I get a final arrangement of parents and different timings and teachers as follows. So based on this final table, I can then start answering the questions that are there. So let us take a look at the questions. So we'll start with the first question. Who met the maths teacher just before Mr. Lal? So who met the maths teacher just before Mr. Lal? Patnaik met it. Mr. Patnaik met the maths teacher just before Mr. Lal. So the right answer is option C. Second is the Hindi teacher was meeting which parent at 2:37. So at 2:37, so this is Hindi. So he was meeting Mr. Lal. So the right answer is option A, Mr. Lal. Third question is Mr. Johari met the maths teacher in the same time slot as the time slot in which. So Johari met maths teacher last. So the 2:40 time slot. Lal met science teacher, Balu met social studies teacher, Patnaik met English teacher, and Ahmed met the Hindi teacher. So Lal met, so not Balu maths because Johari is meeting maths. Patnaik met, so Lal English or Lal social studies? No, Lal is science. So that means that it should be Patnaik met the English teacher. Yeah, Patnaik met the English teacher, which is the third, option D. So the right answer is option D. So let's take a look at the last question. Which of the following is definitely true? Johari met the social studies teacher before Balu met the Hindi teacher. So Johari met the social studies teacher in the 2:30 slot. Balu met the Hindi teacher in the 2:10 slot. So this is not true. Johari met social studies teacher after Balu met Hindi teacher. Johari met the maths teacher in the same slot in which Patnaik met the English teacher. So Johari met the maths teacher in 2:40 slot and Patnaik met the English teacher also in the 2:40 slot. So this is true. This is true as such. Ahmed met social studies teacher before he met the English teacher. Ahmed met English teacher in 2:10 slot and he met the social studies teacher in 2:20 slot. So this is not true. And Mr. Lal met the maths teacher after Mr. Balu met the science teacher. So Lal maths is 2:20. Balu science is also 2:20. So they met at the same slot as such. So this was not after as such. So even this is wrong. So the right answer is option B. So this is basically how you should solve the question. Just make the table. As you could see, once you made the table, solving the question became very easy. All the questions you could easily solve and there was not a whole lot of time that was required to fill the table. In a lot of arrangements like this, if you just think that you are solving a Sudoku like this and you try to cross off what are the things that have already been filled, it becomes easy for you to solve as such. It's pretty trivial if you start using that framework as such. So now that you know how to solve these kind of questions, please take more study room tests and keep practicing. And thank you for tuning in.
Want to know how 100% Tyler approaches the CAT exam? Now you can. Cracku is giving away 3 full-length mocks designed by 5x 100% Tyler, Maruti Sir himself, to mirror the actual test. After you're finished, just don't look at your scores. Dive into our detailed video solution for every question to learn the expert strategy. Plus, get a deep performance analysis to pinpoint your exact weaknesses. Get your free mock right now. Go to Google and search Cracku CAT free mock.
In this question, we are told that there are 5 friends who have participated in a quiz competition. The quiz competition has 4 rounds. In each of the rounds, they were given scores from 1 to 5. We don't know who has scored how much in each of the rounds, but we know that in each of the rounds, the scores are unique. So in every round, there is only one person who scored 1, one person who scored 2, one person who scored 3, and one person who scored 4, and one person who scored 5. There is no duplication of scores in any single round. Similarly, no person has scored the same points in 2 different rounds. So if somebody has scored 5 in the first round, in no other round has he scored 5. Similarly, if somebody has scored 4 in the third round, he has not scored 4 in any other rounds. So immediately this should tell you that this is some sort of a Sudoku that we should solve, where instead of having 5 cross 5 square, because the number of rounds are only 4 and the number of students is 5, so this is some sort of a 4 cross 5 Sudoku. But to make it easier to solve, because we are much more comfortable with solving 5 cross 5 Sudokus, what we have done is we have put in a dummy round, which is basically like the 5th round, which will put in whatever number somebody hasn't scored. For example, if there is a student who has scored in the 4 rounds 1, 3, 4 and 5, then we are assuming that in the dummy round he has scored 2. The dummy round has no other significance other than that it will help us in solving this Sudoku faster. So whatever score somebody hasn't scored in the first 4 rounds will be his score in the dummy round. But the total will not include the dummy round. The total will be only the sum of the first 4 rounds. Now let us look at the other clues that are given and let us try to fill in the details of who has scored how much in each of the rounds. Then we can go ahead and solve the questions that follow. We are told that the scores of more than one of the 5 friends show a decreasing trend. This is a very important clue because if you think about it, the scores in the first round will be 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. We don't know who has scored how much, but we know that the scores will always be 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now if somebody has been showing a decreasing trend over the 4 rounds, that can happen only with the students who have scored 4 and 5 in the first round. Because for each of them, you need to fill in 3 other numbers. All 3 of them will be different from whatever is the score in the first round. So if you're looking at somebody who has scored say 1 in the first round, his scores in the other rounds will definitely be greater. Similarly, somebody who has scored 2 in the first round can have at max 1 in the next round, but in the other 2 rounds, he will get a score which is higher than 2. Similarly, somebody who has scored 3 in the first round, he can probably get 2 and 1 in 2 other rounds, but in the last round, he will get either a 4 or a 5. So to have a strictly decreasing trend, somebody has to score 4 and 5 in the first round. Now somebody who has scored 4 in the first round, in the second round they have to score 3, in the third round they have to score 2 and in the final round they have to score 1. Similarly, somebody who has scored 5 in the first round, because 3 is already taken, in the second round his score has to be 4 and then 3 and then 2. So when you are told that there are 2 people who have a decreasing trend, their scores in the 4 rounds have to be 4, 3, 2 and 1 and 5, 4, 3 and 2. This is an important clue that will help us in solving this faster. Next we are told that Banu has scored the highest in round 2. So Banu has scored 5 in round 2 and this is the only round in which Banu has scored more than Dinesh. So Dinesh has scored more than Banu in all the remaining 3 rounds. We'll look at it once we filled in the table a little more. The total points scored by Banu is more than the total points scored by Anil. This is again an important clue because again if you think about it, the total of all the 5 people, if you are including the dummy round, will be the same. Because if you are including the dummy round, each one of them will get 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in some order. So the total will always be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, which is 15 if you are including the dummy round. But only because you are removing the dummy round, there will be a difference in the total scores. So, and in the dummy round again you know that the scores are 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So what this essentially means is that the scores of the 5 students, the totals will be 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. Depending on how much they have scored in the dummy round, their scores will be different. So if somebody has scored X in the dummy round, his total in the first 4 rounds will be 15 minus X. So this is important and we are told that the total scored by Banu is more than the total scored by Anil. We'll again come back to this once you have filled in the table a little more. Ishwar did not score less than Chirag in any of the 4 rounds. This is again a very important clue because this tells us who has scored how much. We know that Chirag has scored less than Ishwar in all the 4 rounds. Now if you look at the table that we have discussed earlier, we know that one person has scored 4, 3, 2 and 1 in the first 4 rounds. This would imply that in the dummy round he has scored 5. And similarly the guy who has scored 5, 4, 3 and 2 has scored 1 in the dummy round. What this would imply is when you are filling the Sudoku, this 5 exists in each of the 4 rounds. So somebody else has scored 5 in one of the rounds. So basically if you are looking for, what we are essentially trying to say is that Chirag is the guy who has scored 4, 3, 2 and 1. Because all the other 4 people have scored 5 in one of the rounds. Now if they have scored 5 in one of the rounds, in that particular round they will be the highest. So there can't be any other person who has scored more than them, at least in that particular round. So basically, for example, if you're looking at Banu has scored 5 in round 2. So there can't be any other person who has scored more than her in that round. So if somebody has scored 4, 3, 2, 1, that is the only person who can be Chirag. Because that is the only person who has not scored 5 in any of the rounds. Everybody else has scored a 5 in at least one of the rounds. So there can't be some other person who has scored more than them in all the rounds. So once we know this, we know that Chirag is 4, 3, 2 and 1. Therefore, the only number which he didn't score will be his score in the dummy round, which is 5. And his total will be 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, which is 10. This will also help us in identifying Ishwar. Ishwar has to be the guy who has scored 5, 4, 3 and 2, because in round 1 Chirag scored 4. So the only person who can be Ishwar is the person who has scored more than him in all the rounds, which includes round 1. So Ishwar is the only guy who has gotten more than Chirag in the first round because he has scored 5. So Ishwar's score are 5, 4, 3 and 2. This would again imply that his score in the dummy round is 1, which is the only score that he didn't score. So again his total will be 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2, so that is 14. So in the totals we have gotten 10 and 14 out. Now let us look at the next clue. The number of persons scoring less than Dinesh is more than the number of people who scored more than him. So if you are looking for the total score of Dinesh, the only 3 candidates available are 11, 12 and 13. Now Dinesh's score cannot be 11 because in that case only the guy who has scored 10 has scored less than him. So there will be 1 person who has scored less than him and 3 persons who have scored more than him. That is not true. His score cannot even be 12 because in that case 2 people have scored less than him, that is the guys who have scored 10 and 11, and 2 people who have scored more than him, that is 13 and 14. So Dinesh's score has to be 13, in which case there are 3 people who have scored less than him, that is 10, 11 and 12, and only 1 person, that is the guy who has scored 14, who has scored more than him. So Dinesh's total is 13. This would imply that his dummy score is 15 minus 13, that is 2. Also, if you remember, we were told that the total points scored by Banu is more than the total points scored by Anil. So the only 2 remaining are 11 and 12. So Banu has scored 12 and Anil has scored 11. This would imply that Anil's score in the dummy round is 15 minus 11, that is 4, and Banu's score is 15 minus 12, that is 3. Now you just basically have to fill in the Sudoku. There are many ways to do it, of which there are many entries already there in the table, but we can go ahead and solve it. If you are looking at it, for example, in round 2, we have 3 numbers already filled in, and we know that Dinesh cannot get 2 in round 2 because he already scored 2 in the dummy round. So he would score only 1, which would imply that Anil scored 2 in round 2. There are other things also that you can do. For example, if you look at the number of 2s, there is 1 2, there is 2 2s, 3 and 4. So there is only 1 2 left which can be filled in. That has to be in the round 1, and that has to be scored by Banu. Now if Banu has scored 2 in round 1, we know that Banu scored more than Dinesh only in the round 2. She didn't score more than him in any other round. So Dinesh has to score 3 in round 1. He can't score 1. This would imply that Anil has gotten 1. So now you have to just fill in the numbers. For example, if you look at ones, there are 1, 2, 3 and 4. So there is only 1 remaining. That has to be from Banu because we don't see 1 in her row, and that has to be from round 3 because round 1, round 2, round 4 and dummy round already have 1. So this will be 1. If you are looking at 4 for round 3, the 4 has to come from here because there is already a 4 in the first row. So this will be 5, which is the only number remaining. So this will be 1, 2, 3 and 4. This will be 5. This is 1, 2, 3. So this will be 4. This is 1, 2. This will be 3. This is basically like filling a Sudoku towards the end. There are many ways to do it. You can figure it out by looking at it. So now we have filled in all the details. Let us go ahead and solve the questions that follow. In which round did Anil score the least? Anil scored 1 in round 1. So it is the first round. What is the sum of the points scored by Banu in the 4 rounds? Banu's total is 12. This is 2 plus 5 plus 1 plus 4. That is equal to 12. The difference between the number of points scored in any 2 consecutive rounds is greatest for. So for Anil, the highest difference is between 2 and 5. So that is 3. For Banu, the highest difference is 5 and 1. So that is 4. For Chirag, it is 4, 3, 2, 1. So it is only 1. Remember that when you are calculating it, you have to ignore the dummy round. As far as the question is concerned, there is no dummy round. There are only 4 rounds. So whenever you are looking at the highest difference, you only look for the difference in the first 4 rounds. For Dinesh, the highest is between 1 and 4. So that is 3. And for Ishwar, again he has scored 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So his consecutive difference will be only 1. So the person who has the highest difference in consecutive rounds is Banu. Let us look at the last question. The total score of which of the following persons was least at the end of the second round? So again we will do the scores of all the 5 persons at the end of the second round. So we only have to look at the first 2 rounds. Anil has scored 1 plus 2, so that is 3. Banu has scored 2 plus 5, that is 7. Chirag has scored 4 plus 3, again 7. Dinesh has scored 3 plus 1, that is 4. And Ishwar has scored 5 plus 4, that is 9. So the person who has scored the least is Anil. who has scored only 3 points. In this question, we are told that 4 chess tournaments were held all across the world, in which 128 players participated. That is, all the 128 players are the same across the 4 tournaments. All these 4 tournaments are knockout tournaments. So each of the player plays a certain number of rounds. If he wins a particular round, he will advance to the next round. If he doesn't win, he is knocked out of the tournament. Now, the total number of wins that all the 128 players have been tabulated, the cumulative number of wins across the 4 tournaments, and the top 32 players, based on the number of wins that they got, were selected for the World Championship match. The World Championship match was also a knockout tournament, and whoever has won that tournament becomes the world champion. If you are looking at a chess tournament which has 128 players, let us first try to analyze how many wins or how many matches are actually held in this 128 player knockout tournament. One of the things that you should know is that in any knockout tournament, if n players participate, then n is most likely a power of 2. If n is not a power of 2, then there will be some bias and some more complications involved. But in most of the knockout tournament questions, the total number of players will be a power of 2. And the total number of matches that are held will be 1 less than the number of players that participate. This is because one way to look at it is that in every knockout match, there is one player who will lose and he is out of the tournament. And there will be initially n players, and after n minus 1 matches, n minus 1 players are eliminated and there is only one person remaining who will be the winner. That is one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is to look at the rounds. So for example, these 128 players play the first round as 64 and 64. There will be 64 losers, they will be eliminated. And there are 64 people who will advance to the second round. And out of these 64 players, all of the 64 players have as of now won one match. In the next round, 32 of these players are eliminated, but these guys have won the earlier round. So they are eliminated after winning exactly one match. What will happen now? There are 32 players who are eliminated and 32 players who will advance to the next round. All of these 32 players have as of now won 2 matches. And in the next round, 16 of them are eliminated. So these 16 players win exactly 2 matches. Now there are 16 people who advance to the next round who have won 3 matches as of now. And in the next round, out of these 16 players, 8 players are eliminated. So these 8 players have won exactly 3 matches. And 8 players proceed to the quarterfinals. And out of the quarterfinals, out of these 8 players, 4 players will be eliminated. And as of now, they have won exactly 4 matches. Now there are 4 people who enter the semifinals, out of which 2 people will be eliminated. And they have won a total of 5 matches. Now 2 people advance to the final, out of which there is 1 loser who has won 6 matches, and there is 1 winner who has won 7 matches, and the 7th match is basically the final. Now if you are looking at the total number of wins that happened, which will equal the total number of matches, that will be equal to 64 into 0, which is 0, 32 into 1, which is 32, 16 into 2, which is again equal to 32, 8 into 3, which is equal to 24, 4 into 4, which is equal to 16, 2 into 5, which is equal to 10, 1 into 6, which is 6, and 1 into 7, which is 7. This is the total number of wins that happened in the tournament. This is equal to the number of matches, because every match has exactly 1 win. This is equal to 32 plus 32 is 64, 64 plus 24 is 88, 88 plus 16 is 104, 104 plus 10 is 114, 114 plus this is 13 is 127. As expected, the total number of wins from one tournament is 127. This is equal to the total number of matches. Now we have 4 tournaments before we proceed to the World Championship match. So the total number of matches that were held before the World Championship match is 127 into 4, which is equal to 508. And in the World Championship match, 32 players participate. There will be 5 rounds. There will be 1 person in the World Championship match who will win exactly 5 matches, or if you are proceeding in the same way as earlier, there will be 16 players who are eliminated in the first round. They have won no matches. There will be 8 people who will be eliminated in the second round. They have won the first round, so they have won exactly 1 match. There will be 4 people who will be eliminated in the next round who have won 2 matches. There are 2 people who will be eliminated in the next round who have won 3 matches. There will be 1 finalist who is a losing finalist who has won 4 matches. And there is 1 person who is the winner who has won 5 matches. So in the World Championship match, what is the total number of wins? We expect that to be equal to 31, because the total number of matches that are held is 32 minus 1, which is equal to 31. If you total it up, it is 8 into 1, which is equal to 8, plus 2 into 4, which is equal to 8, plus 2 into 3, which is equal to 6, plus 1 into 4, which is equal to 4, and 1 into 5, which is equal to 5. 8 plus 8 is 16, 16 plus 10 is 26, plus 5 is 31. In order to solve this question, the understanding should be quite good. The conceptual understanding that the number of matches that are there, or the number of wins that we have to allocate, is 508 before the World Championship match and 31 wins during the World Championship match. Now, this is a maximum and minimum question. So, in each question, we will have to distribute these 508 wins such that a certain condition is either maximized or minimized. Now, let us proceed and go ahead and solve the first question. Which of the following is the least number of wins that the winner of the World Championship can have? This can be divided into two parts. One is the number of wins that he needs in the 4 chess tournaments. And the second part is the number of wins that he needs in the World Championship match. If you're looking at the World Championship match, it is a knockout tournament. So for somebody to actually win it, he has to necessarily win all the 5 games that are held in the World Championship match. So there is nothing in our hands to either maximize or minimize. If somebody has to win the World Championship match, he has to win all the 5 games there. The only thing that is in our hands is to minimize the number of matches that this guy actually wins in the 4 chess tournaments. But we have to ensure that he is actually qualifying to the World Chess Championship. That is, he has to come 32nd in the number of wins out of the first 4 chess tournaments. How are we going to minimize the number of wins that this guy is going to have? We will maximize the number of wins that the first 31 players have. Remember that we have a total of 508 wins. We'll try to maximize the number of wins that the first 31 players can have. Then we'll be left with a certain number of wins. These certain number of wins, if you assume that after you distribute the first 31 players, you are having, say, some n wins which are already distributed. This is the best case scenario where you have 31 very good players. They have won a lot of matches. And out of 508 wins, you are able to distribute n wins. You are left with 508 minus n wins. Now, these 508 minus n wins, we have to distribute amongst the remaining players. What is the remaining players? We have 128 minus 31, so we have 97 players left. Now, we want to minimize the number of matches that this 32nd guy has won. So, we'll try to distribute the remaining matches as close to each other as possible. That is, all the 97 players have won as close to each other as possible. There is just one guy who is lucky, who I think won a coin toss or some criteria to actually qualify to the World Championship match, and there he won all the 5 matches. This is how we are going to proceed to solve this question. But first, we have to identify what is the maximum number of wins that the 31 players can actually have. How are you going to maximize it? We'll assume that the player who won the first tournament has won all the 4 tournaments. So the total number of wins that he has accumulated is 28. The player who is the finalist in the first tournament is the finalist in all the 4 tournaments. So the total number of wins that he has accumulated is 24. The 2 semi-finalists, the 2 losing semi-finalists in the first tournament are the losing semi-finalists in all the 4 tournaments. So the total number of wins that they will accumulate individually is 20, but there are 2 of them. So the total will be equal to 40. How many players do we have right now for the World Chess Championship? We have 4 people. Next, you want to maximize the number of wins by the 4 losing quarterfinalists. Each of them has won 4 matches in each of the tournament. So the total number of wins that they will accumulate is 16. There are 4 of them. So the total number of wins that we can give them is 64. And the total number of people that we have selected to the World Chess Championship is 8. 4 plus 4. Next, we have 8 people who have lost in the previous round. And each of them has won 3 matches in each chess tournament. There are 4 such chess tournaments. So there are 12 games that are won by 8 people. So the total number of wins that we can give is 96. And how many people have we selected to the World Chess Championship? It will be 8 plus 8, that is 16. We want the first 31 players to win as many matches as they can. So out of the remaining 16 who have won 2 matches in each of the chess tournament, we will give 15 guys who are very good guys and they have won 2 matches in all the 4 tournaments. So we will have 8 games which are won by 15 players, and the total number of wins that we can give is 120. So now we have 31 players who are selected for the World Chess Championship, and the maximum number of wins that they can accumulate is 28 plus 24, which is equal to 52, plus 40 plus 64, which is equal to 104, plus 96 plus 120. 96 plus 120, this is equal to 200. 200, this is 252 plus 120 is 372. So the maximum number of wins that the top 31 players can accumulate is 372. So how many wins are we still left with? We are still left with 508 minus 372, which is equal to 136 wins. These 136 wins have to be distributed amongst the remaining 97 players. And we want all these players to win as close to each other, the number of matches, as possible. Because we want the 32nd guy to be a very lucky person who has to win very few matches and still qualify for the World Chess Championship. So we'll first give each of these 97 players one win each. So if you are giving one win to each of the 97 players, how many wins have you given already? We have given 97 wins, and how many wins are left? There will be 39 wins left. So these 39 wins have to be distributed again amongst the 97 people. So we'll give 39 people one win each, and the remaining people will not get any win in the second time. In the first time, all of them are going to get one win each, and there are 39 wins left, which will be given to 39 players. Out of these 39 players, by some coin toss or by some opaque criteria, there is one person who will be selected to the final. So this guy has won just 2 matches in the first 4 chess tournaments and qualified to the World Chess Championship, but he has to win the World Chess Championship, so there he'll win all the 5 matches. So the minimum number of matches that a person has to win and ensure that and also be able to win the World Chess Championship is 2 plus 5, which is equal to 7. Let us look at the next question. In this question, we are asked to find out which of the following is the maximum number of wins that a player could have had and still not be selected for the World Chess Championship. In the earlier case, in the first 4 chess tournaments, that is out of this 508 wins, we have distributed such that we have one lucky guy who ended up coming 32nd by winning very few matches. Now it is the exact opposite. We are looking for a very unfortunate 33rd guy who has won a lot of games but still doesn't qualify to the World Chess Championship, or essentially he'll be ranked 33. Now how are we going to distribute the 508 wins such that this happens? First, we want the 33rd guy to win as many wins as possible. But all the 32 guys ahead of him also have to win at least as many games as the 33rd guy. So we want 33 guys, the first 33, to win as many games as possible. Therefore, the remaining people, and how many people are remaining? There are 128 minus 33, which is equal to 95. We want these 95 guys to win as few games as possible. Can we make all these 95 guys win exactly 0 games? And all the 508 games will be won by these 33 guys? That is not possible. Because if you're looking at a chess tournament, we know that 64 people have won 0 games. And all the remaining 64 people have won at least 1 game. There are 32 people who have won exactly 1 game. There are 16 people who have won exactly 2 games, and so on. So we can't ensure that all the games are won only by 33 guys. Because in every match, in every tournament, there are at least 64 guys who have won a match, who have won at least one single match in every tournament. There are 64 guys. So you can't give all the wins to only 33 people. What we can essentially do is, we can make the top 64 to be the same, and from 64 to 33, that is, there are 31 guys. All of these 31 guys will win exactly 1 match in the chess tournaments, in each chess tournament, and then they are knocked out. So essentially, to minimize, we are making 31 guys win exactly 1 match in each of the 4 chess tournaments. And the total number of wins that they will remove is 31 into 4, which is equal to 124. And what are the number of wins that are remaining? The total number of wins that are remaining is 508 minus 124, which is equal to 384. Now we have 384 wins and we have 33 guys. And we have to distribute these 384 wins such that again the number of wins by the first guy and the 33rd guy, all of them are as close to each other as possible. Because our motive is to make the 33rd guy win as many games as possible. And we know that he has won less than or equal to the number of games as the 32nd guy, who in turn has won lesser or less than or equal to number of games as the earlier guy. So we don't want somebody to get a lot of wins because the number of wins is limited. It is only 384. What is the value of 384 divided by 33? This is approximately equal to 11 point something, 11.6 or something. So the way to proceed is we'll give all these 33 guys 11 wins each. So the first guy will win 11 games, the second guy will win 11 games, the third guy will win 11 games and so on. And the 33rd guy also wins 11 games. Now the total number of wins that we have been able to distribute is 363. How many wins are remaining? The number of wins which are remaining is 384 minus 363, which is equal to 21. These 21 wins will distribute to the first 21 guys. The first guy will get one more win, the second guy will get one more win and so on, and the 21st guy also gets one more win. So essentially we have 21 guys who have won 12 games and we have 12 guys who have won 11 games. If you total it up, 21 into 12 will be equal to 21 into 12 will be 42, 252. And what is 12 into 11? 12 into 11 is 132. So this is equal to 4, 8 and 3. As expected, this is equal to 384. Now the 33rd guy who has won 11 games is still knocked out by some criteria because we need only the first 32 guys. So the first 21 guys will anyways qualify for the World Chess Championship because they have won more wins than anyone else. And amongst the remaining 12 guys, 11 guys who have won 11 games each qualify to the next round. And there is one unfortunate guy who ends up 33rd. So the maximum number of wins that somebody can win and still be knocked out is equal to 11. Let us look at the next question. Which of the following is the least number of wins one needs to enter the World Chess Championship? This is similar to the first question. If you remember in the first question, we have calculated that somebody can enter the World Chess Championship by winning just 2 matches. So the number of matches that somebody has to win, the least number of matches, and still be able to qualify to the World Chess Championship is equal to 2. Note that it doesn't mean that anybody who has won 2 matches will qualify to the World Chess Championship. We are just saying that there can be conditions, there can be situations which might arise such that somebody who has won only 2 matches will still be able to qualify to the World Chess Championship. Let us look at the next question. After all the 5 tournaments, a table is made of the players in descending order of the number of wins in all the 5 tournaments combined. What is the maximum number of wins the top 4 players could have got if no player amongst the 128 participants won more than 1 tournament? So amongst the first 4 tournaments, we can assume that there is one guy who won 7 games in the first tournament. There is one guy who won 6 games in the second tournament. 2 guys who won 5 games. They were the losing semi-finalists. This is in the first chess tournament. We can assume that in the second chess tournament, the guy who won 6 games won the tournament, so he got 7. The guy who won 7 games won say 6, and these 2 guys were still the losing semi-finalists, so they won 5 games each. In the third tournament, we can make one of the losing semi-finalists to win the tournament. One of the remaining will distribute amongst themselves as 6, 5 and 5. And in the fourth chess tournament, we can again make the second losing semi-finalist to be the winner. And again, they will get 6, 5 and 5. Essentially, what we are saying is that the 4 semi-finalists can distribute the 4 wins of the tournaments amongst themselves, such that none of these 4 guys has won 2 tournaments. So what is the total number of wins that they will get before they proceed to the World Chess Championship? In each tournament, the number of wins that these guys are getting is 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 5, which is equal to 23. So before they proceed to the World Chess Championship, the total number of wins that they are going to get is 92. Now they participate in the 5th tournament, which is the World Chess Championship. There are a total of 32 players here, and we don't want any of these 4 players to win even this tournament. So we'll make one of the guy to be the losing finalist. And how many matches does the losing finalist win? The number of matches that the losing finalist wins is 4. Because the winner wins 5, but because all of these 4 guys have already won a tournament, we don't want them to win the World Chess Championship. So one of them is a losing finalist. He has won 4 games. 2 of them are losing semi-finalists. They have won exactly 3 matches each. And we have one guy who is a quarter-finalist. So that guy has won 2 games. So what is the total number of games that these 4 guys have won in the World Chess Championship maximum? If you're maximizing it, it will be 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2, which is equal to 12. So the total number of wins that these guys can get is 92 plus 12, which is equal to 104.
DILR feels unpredictable. It's not luck, it's a smart set selection. Many fear DILR, but how does CAT actually frames the paper? There are definitely solvable sets when you learn to navigate and pick sets from your comfort zone. And for set selection strategy, PYQs are your best resource. We Team Cracku have compiled CAT DILR questions all at one place. Just Google CAT DILR questions to practice, analyze, watch video solution and download PDFs.
In this question, we are told that there is a football tournament in which 4 teams A, B, C and D have played, and a table has been given which shows us the total points scored by the 4 teams, the total goals scored by the 4 teams and the goals conceded by the 4 teams. Now we are supposed to find out the score lines of all the matches that are played in the tournament. As each of these 4 teams plays against each of the other team exactly once, the total number of matches is 4C2, which is 6 matches. Now we can enumerate all the 6 matches. They are A versus B, A versus C, A versus D, B versus C, B versus D and C versus D. So these are the 6 matches that we have to find out. We have been given some clues. We are told the points that each one of them has scored. We are given some clues about how many goals each one of them has scored and how many goals were conceded. But notice that there are some tables there are some numbers which are missing in the table. But one more thing that has been given is that if a team wins a match, it gets 3 points. If a team loses a match, it gets 0 points. And if it is a draw, then both the teams who have participated in the match get 1 point each. One of the scoreline has been given. We are told that B has won its match against C by a scoreline of 3:2. So in this match, the scoreline is 3-2. Note that whichever team name we have put first, we are going to follow the same order when we are giving the scoreline. So as we have written BC over here, it implies that the scoreline is 3-2, that is B has scored 3 goals and C has scored 2 goals. We'll also try to figure out who has won a match and we'll try to put that information at the end. In this case, B has won the match. This is just to ensure that we are not making any mistake. Now if you notice the table that is given and you look at the total points that are given, for all the 4 teams we have points given. We are told that A won 4 points. This would imply that it has won 1 match and it has drawn 1 match and it has lost 1 match. So it is 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss. B has won 3 points. So it has won 1 match and it has lost the other 2 matches. What does this imply? Because we already know that it has won its match against C. It would imply that the other 2 matches it has lost, but we'll come to it later. Let us first fill up the details for C and D also. C has won 4 points. This is same as A. So this also has won 1 match, drawn 1 match and lost 1 match. D has won 6 points. So this would imply that it has won 2 matches and lost 1 match. So here there are a few things that become quite clear. One of the things that we have said earlier is that because B has won only 1 match and we know that it has won its match against C, the other 2 matches it has lost. So that is, in the match against A and B, the winner is A. Similarly, in the match between B and D, the winner is D. So now we have identified out of A, we have identified the match that it has won. We just need to identify the match it has drawn and the match it has lost. Similarly for D, we have identified one of the win. So we have to identify the match it has won and the match it has lost. If you notice amongst the 4 teams, drawn matches happened only between A and C. That is, A has 1 draw and C has 1 draw. So A cannot draw its match against D because D has no drawn matches. And we know that it has beaten B and B also doesn't have any drawn matches. There are drawn matches only between A and C. This would imply that the match in which A played against C, the match was drawn. So this is a draw. So for A, we have identified the match it has won, that is against B, and we have identified the match it has drawn, that is against C, and for C also we have identified 1 draw. The only thing that is yet to be identified is the match. There is only 1 match remaining, that is against D, and we know that that match A has lost, so D has won. So for A, we have identified everything. Similarly, when we are saying that D has won its match against A, let us look at D. We have identified 1 win for D against B, and we have identified another win for D, which is against A. So there is only 1 match for D remaining, and in that match D has lost, and that match will be against C. You would also notice that for C, we have identified 1 win and the one loss was against B, which also happened initially. So for all the 6 matches, we at least know who has won and who has lost. We have to figure out the score line. Once we figure out the score line, we can go ahead and answer the questions that follow. To identify the score line, we'll have to take use of the last line which is given. In this, it is mentioned that in every match, all the teams have scored at least once, and the maximum number of goals that was scored in a match is 3. So the minimum number of goals scored by a team in a match is 1, and the maximum number of goals scored is 3. So all the teams have scored between 3 and 1, both of them inclusive. There is no match in which a team kept a clean sheet, that is, a team hasn't scored. So the other team would have kept a clean sheet. Anyway, now once we know that, if you are looking at the score line of D, it has won 2 games and the total number of goals that it has scored is 5. This should immediately tell you something, because D has won the most number of games. D has won 2 games. So you would expect that D would have scored a lot of goals, but the number of goals scored by D is one of the lowest, which is 5. Now for a team to win a match, it should win either 1-0 or 2-1 or so on. In this case, 1-0 is not possible because every team has scored once. So the lowest number of goals that a team has to score to win a game is 2, and in that case it would win the match by 2-1. And if you look at the total number of goals scored by D, it is 5, of which 2 of them are wins and 1 of them is a loss. So the 2 wins, the scoreline has to be 2-1 and 2-1, where D has scored 4 goals, and even in the match that it has lost, it has to score once. So in that match, it has scored 1 goal. We don't know how many it has conceded, but we know that the scoreline of the wins of D have to be 2-1 and 2-1. D cannot score more than 2 goals in any match, because the total number of goals scored by D is only 5. This is an important clue. So if you look at the matches that D has won, that is against A, the scoreline will be 1-2. Similarly, against B, the scoreline will be 1-2. And in the match that D has lost against C, also D has scored 1 goal, because every match both the teams have scored at least 1 goal. In this case, we know that D has scored 1. We don't know how many C has scored. It can be either 2 or it can be 3. So now you have a lot of information. Let us try to clear out the information for D, A and B from the score lines that we actually know. Just looking at the score lines that are remaining. If you look at A, we know that it has conceded 2 goals here and it has scored 1 goal against D. So in the remaining 2 matches, A has scored 4 goals and A has conceded some goals which we don't know. If you are looking at B, it has conceded a total of 6 goals, of which we know that it has conceded 2 to C and it has conceded 2 to D. So it has conceded 2 to in the last game also, and that game will be against A. So in the last game, A has scored 2 and we know that A has won the game. So B has scored 1 goal. So that will be 2-1. Now if you look at A, we know the score lines for 2 of its games. So that will help us in getting the scoreline for the 3rd game. If you're looking only at A, we know the goals scored by A overall. The goals scored by A is 5, of which A has scored 2 goals against B and 1 goal against D. That is, we can account for 3 of the goals scored by A. There are 2 goals remaining, so that goals should have to come in the 3rd match against C, which is a draw. So if we know that A has scored 2 goals, it would imply that C also has scored 2 goals. Now there is only one scoreline remaining, that is how many goals C has scored against D. You know the total goals scored by C, which is 6. So let us try to identify how many goals C has scored in the other matches. In the match against A, it has scored 2 goals. In the match against B, it has scored 2 goals. So we can account for 4 of the goals out of 6. So in the last match against D, C has scored 2 goals. So now for all the 6 matches, we have been able to identify all the winners as well as all the score lines. So now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. What is the maximum number of matches in which the total goals scored is the same? If you look at the 6 matches and you count or you sum the total goals scored, in the first match against A and B, it is 3, that is 2 plus 1. In the second match, it is 2 plus 2, that is 4. In the third match, it is 1 plus 2, that is 3. In the fourth match, B plus C is 3 plus 2, that is 5. In the last 2 matches, it is again 3 and 3. So you have 4 matches in which the total goal scored is 3. What is the total number of goals conceded by A? In the 3 games that A has played, the scoreline is 2-1, 2-2 and 1-2. So the total number of goals conceded by A is 1 plus 2 plus 2, that is 5. Which of the following is true? The sum of the total goals scored against A and C is 10. We know that A has conceded 5 goals. Let us look at the number of goals that C has conceded. C has conceded 2 against A. It has conceded 3 against B. And it has conceded 1 against D. So C has conceded 6. So this will be 11. So the first option is false. The total goals scored against D is 5. Let us look at the total number of goals scored against D. It has conceded 1 goal against A. It has conceded 1 goal against B, and it has conceded 2 goals against C. So this is 4. So even option B is false. The total goals scored by B is 5. Let us look at the total goals scored by B. It has scored 1 goal against A. It has scored 3 goals against C, and it has scored 1 goal against D. So this is 5. So this is the correct answer. Just for completion, let us look at even the fourth option. C scored more goals in its winning match than its drawn match. In its drawn match, which is against A, C has scored 2 goals. The final scoreline was 2-2. And in the match in which C has won, which is against D, C won by 2-1. So the number of goals scored is the same. So this is also false. So the correct option is C. Let us look at the last option, last question. The total goals scored in the tournament is, we need to find out the total goals scored. You can easily find this out in the first match, or we have actually already done this. It is the sum of all of this. So this is 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, that is 12, plus 4 plus 5, so 9, so that is 21. In this question, we are told that a football tournament has 6 teams. The names of the teams are Arsenal, Man United, Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool and Newcastle. They played in 2 rounds. In round 1, all of these teams played against each other. So there are a total of 6 teams. In each game, there are 2 teams which play. So the total number of games is 6c2, which is equal to 15. Now after the first round is completed, the top 4 teams go to the next round. And how many teams are eliminated? The bottom 2 teams are eliminated. We have been given some information. We are first told that the tournament was won by Chelsea, and we are given some clues. Using these clues, we have to figure out who won against whom in the first round and in the semi-finals and in the finals. So let us first draw a table. The table is going to contain 6 rows and it will contain 6 columns. This is Arsenal, this is Man U, this is Man City, next is Chelsea, next Liverpool and Newcastle. Similarly, we'll write Arsenal, Man U, Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool and Newcastle. Because the teams played against each other only once, we will draw a line and all the cells which are below this line can be cancelled. Now let us go through all the clues. In the first round, Arsenal defeated Liverpool. So in the first round, in the game between Arsenal and Liverpool, the winner is Arsenal. In the whole tournament, Newcastle played more matches than played by Man U and Man City. This would tell us one thing. One thing that it will tell us is that if you are looking at the semi-finalists, the top 4 teams, then definitely Newcastle is one of them. We don't know whether Man U and Man City are part of the semi-finalists or not, but because Newcastle has played more matches than Man U and Man City, definitely Newcastle is one of the teams which played in the semi-finals. Because in the first round, all the teams play equal number of matches. If one team has played more matches than the other 2 teams, it is imperative that it went to the next round. It is also mentioned that Arsenal and Liverpool won fewer matches than Man City. So if you are looking at Arsenal and Liverpool, the number of matches that they have won is less than that of Man City. We know that only 2 teams have been eliminated in the first round. So what does it imply? Because we know that Man City has won more matches than Liverpool and Arsenal. It is not possible that one of the 2 teams, that is Arsenal or Liverpool, has progressed to the next round and Man City has not progressed to the next round. Or essentially what we are saying is that one of the teams that went to the semi-finals also has to be Man City. Now let us look at it in a simpler way. If you are looking at the number of games that each of these 3 teams have won only in the first round, we have Arsenal, Liverpool and Man City. Now if say Arsenal or Liverpool have won more matches than Man City in the first round. Another way to look at it is, if you are comparing the 3 teams, Arsenal, Liverpool and Man City, is it possible for Man City to be eliminated in the first round? If Man City is eliminated in the first round, it would imply that at least one of Arsenal or Liverpool has progressed to the next round, because only 2 teams are eliminated in the first round. Now let us assume that say Arsenal won lesser matches than Man City overall, but it has progressed to the next round. That is not possible, because if Arsenal has won lesser matches than Man City overall, then Man City has to progress in front of Arsenal. Man City has to be placed ahead of Arsenal. Similarly, if you are looking at the other case, which will be the same. If say Man City did not progress and Liverpool has progressed to the next round, then again there is a contradiction, because it would imply that Liverpool has won lesser matches than Man City but has progressed to the next round. So both of these are not possible. What we are saying is that the case where Man City does not progress but Arsenal progresses is not possible. Similarly, the case where Man City does not progress and Liverpool progresses is not possible. And this would imply that the team out of these 3 which has progressed to the next round has to definitely be Man City. And again, if you are coming back to the first part of this statement, because we are told that Newcastle has played more matches than Man U and Man City, it would imply that Newcastle has actually gone further than Man City. Newcastle has actually played in the finals. And Man City lost in the semi-finals. Let us look at the next clue. In the first round, the top 4 teams won an equal number of matches, and hence the positions were decided on the basis of the total number of goals scored. What is the total number of games that were played? As we discussed earlier, there were 15 games that were played in the first round. And 4 teams have won equal number of matches. Let us assume that the number of matches that they have won is equal to A. So the total number of matches that they have won is 4A. Now A can be either equal to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. It can't be equal to 4, because 4 into 4 is 16. So A has to be either equal to 1 or 2 or 3. If A is equal to 1, the total number of matches that were won by the top 4 teams is 4. And we have 11 matches remaining, which have to be won by the bottom 2 teams. Clearly there will be a contradiction, because if the top teams are winning 1 match each, the bottom 2 teams cannot win 11 matches in all. If the value of A is equal to 2, then the total number of matches that they have won will be 4 into 2, which is 8. And so there are 7 matches which are remaining, which have to be won by the bottom 2 teams. But again, you can't have 2 teams win a total of 7 matches, be the bottom 2 teams, if the top 2 teams have won only 2 matches each. This would imply that the only possibility for A is equal to 3. And the top 3 teams have won a total of 12 matches. And the bottom 2 teams have won a total of 3 matches. This is the only case that is possible. The team that was runners up in the tournament, which is Newcastle, lost to the teams that were ranked 5th and 6th in the first round. So Newcastle has lost to the teams which are ranked 5th and 6th. Which are the 2 teams which are ranked 5th and 6th? We know that Chelsea was one of the semi-finalists, because it won the tournament. So it has to actually reach the semi-finals and the finals. So it would imply that the teams which came 5th and 6th have to be 2 of Man U, Arsenal or Liverpool. These are the 3 teams. In 2 matches of round 2, the teams that were ranked 1 and 2 in the first round lost. So basically in the semi-finals, the teams which were 1 and 2 lost in the semi-finals. In 1 match of round 2, the team that had actually won the match, that had actually lost the match to the same team in round 1, while in the other match in round 2, the team that had actually won had also won against the same team in round 1. So in the semi-finals, there were two teams which won and reached the finals. The two teams which actually reached the finals is Chelsea and Newcastle. Now out of Chelsea and Newcastle, if you're looking at the semi-finals, one of them has beaten their opponent in round 1 and one of them has lost to their opponent in round 1. But both of them have beaten their opponent in round 2, that is the semi-finals, and reached the finals. In the final round, the team that had won the final match against the runner-up team lost its first round match against the runner-up team. In the final round, the team that had won the final match, which is Chelsea, against the runner-up team, had lost its first round match to the runner-up team. So basically, in the first round, Chelsea lost to Newcastle. So the winner between these two is Newcastle. Now let us first go back and try to figure out which are the two teams that came 5th and 6th. Can they be actually Liverpool and Arsenal? They have to be Liverpool and Arsenal. How can we say that? Because in the first round, the top 4 teams have won the same number of matches. We know that Man City is one of the semi-finalists. We also know that Arsenal and Liverpool have won fewer matches than Man City. And Man City has lost the semi-finals. So the total number of matches that Man City has won is equal to the number of matches that Man City has won in the first round. And therefore, it would imply that the teams which came 5th and 6th have to be Arsenal and Liverpool. Because Arsenal and Liverpool have won lesser matches than Man City. And the teams which reached the semi-finals have won equal number of matches as Man City in the first round. So the teams which came 5th and 6th are Arsenal and Liverpool in some order. So they have won a total of 3 matches. And the 4 semi-finalists are Man U, Man City, Newcastle and Chelsea. We are also told that the team which was runner-up, which is Newcastle, lost to the teams which came 5th and 6th in the first round. This would imply that in the first round, in the match between Arsenal and Newcastle, Arsenal has won. In the match between Liverpool and Newcastle, Liverpool has won. We also know that Arsenal and Liverpool have won a total of 3 matches and we already have counted the 3 matches. Arsenal versus Liverpool, Arsenal won. Arsenal versus Newcastle, Arsenal has won. Liverpool versus Newcastle, Liverpool has won. So we got the 3 matches. This would imply that Arsenal and Liverpool have lost all the remaining matches. So in the match between Man U and Liverpool, Man U won. Man City and Liverpool, Man City won. Chelsea and Liverpool, Chelsea won. For Arsenal also, Arsenal versus Man U, Man U won. Man City and Arsenal, Man City won. Chelsea and Arsenal, Chelsea won. Similarly, we know that Newcastle has won a total of 3 matches in the first round because the top 4 teams have won 3 matches each. So Newcastle versus Man U, Newcastle won. Newcastle versus Man City, Newcastle has won. When it comes to the 3 teams, Chelsea, Man U and Man City, for each of them we know the 2 matches that they won. Chelsea, for example, has won against Arsenal and it has won against Liverpool. Man U has won against Arsenal and Liverpool. Man City has won against Arsenal and Liverpool. But all 3 of them have won a total of 3 matches each in the first round. So it would imply that amongst the remaining 3 matches, each one of them, Man U, Man City and Chelsea have won 1 match each. What is the other thing that we know? We know that Newcastle has beaten both Man U and Man City in the first round. And Newcastle has reached the semi-finals. So this would imply that in the semi-finals, Newcastle has faced some opponent. Let us say this is opponent 1. This opponent 1 has to be either Man U or Man United. And in the first round, Newcastle has actually defeated opponent 1 in both the semi-finals as well as in the first round. How do we know that Newcastle has defeated opponent 1 in the first round? Because opponent 1 has to be either Man U or Man City, which are the remaining 2 semi-finalists. And Newcastle has defeated both of them. Similarly, if you are looking at Chelsea, Chelsea has played opponent 2. Opponent 2 also is one of Man U or Man City. And in the first round also, Chelsea has played opponent 2. And because in one of the clues it is given that amongst Chelsea and Newcastle, one of them has beaten the opponent in first round as well as semi-final, and one of them has lost in the first round but beaten in the semi-final. It would imply that opponent 2 has won against Chelsea in the first round. Now, who is opponent 1, who is opponent 2 out of Man City and Man United, we can't really say for sure. But in the questions that follow, we will be given some information, and using that, we will be able to answer the questions. If Man City defeated Chelsea in the first round, so what is basically being told is Man City has defeated Chelsea in the first round. So this would imply that amongst the other match, that is between Chelsea and Man United, Chelsea has won that match. Which team Chelsea defeated in the first round? In the first round, Chelsea has defeated Liverpool and Arsenal. And in addition to it, it has defeated one more team because it has won a total of 3 matches. If Man City has defeated Chelsea in the first round, it would imply that Chelsea has defeated Man U. Chelsea has not defeated Newcastle. That is actually given in one of the clues. In the final round, the team that had won the final match against the runner-up lost the first round match to the runners-up team. Let us look at the next question. Out of the teams which reached round 2, for how many teams can we determine the teams against whom they lost their first round matches? Amongst those teams, we can only determine it for Newcastle. For Man U, Man City and Chelsea, we know that there are 3 matches which are remaining, which they play amongst themselves, and each one of them has won exactly 1 match. Anyway, the correct answer is for only Newcastle, we can determine it amongst the teams which reached round 2. For Arsenal and Liverpool, we can figure it out, but Arsenal and Liverpool have not reached the second round. Which team was ranked 1 after the first round? That we can't say for sure. It can be either Man U or Man City. If Newcastle defeated Man City in round 2, what is now being told is that if Newcastle defeated Man City, then the other semi-final has to be Chelsea versus Man U. We know that Newcastle has defeated Man U and Man City in the first round as well as in the second round. Therefore, the first round tie-up between Chelsea and Man U has to be won by Man U. This would imply that in the first round, the matchup between Chelsea and Man City has to be won by Chelsea. Because we know for certain that Chelsea has won 1 match amongst the 2 matches against Man U and Man City. We also know that Newcastle has beaten Man U and Man City in the first round, and one of the clues says that out of Newcastle and Chelsea, one of them has won the first round against the semi-final opponent and one of them has lost the first round against the semi-final opponent. The team which has won the first round is Newcastle. That is known because it has beaten both Man U and Man City. So Chelsea has to lose its first round against its semi-final opponent. So if Newcastle has defeated Man City in round 2, Chelsea played Man U in round 2 and Chelsea has reached the finals. So against its semi-final opponent, that is Man U, it has to lose the first round. Then the team which won against Man U in the first round cannot be Chelsea. It has to therefore be Man City. Because if you can go back, here we know that Man U has beaten Chelsea. This is Man U. Chelsea needs one more win because it needs a total of 3 wins. So this has to be Chelsea. Now we have identified the 3 wins of Man U and Chelsea. So the last win has to be that of Man City because now Man City will also have 3 wins. Or anyway, the team which has defeated Man U has to be Man City.
Many times students ask me what is the best way in which they can connect with me if they have any doubts with respect to their CAT preparation. To answer students' queries and to connect with students better, we started a subreddit called CAT Study Room. In this, we are posting CAT level questions, strategies and examination tips, as well as motivational content. We are trying to create a community which will help students prepare for CAT examination better and also be motivated in this entire journey of CAT preparation. I also take regular Ask Me Anythings, the AMAs on this subreddit, where you can ask me any of the doubts that you have, whether it is related to CAT or after CAT with respect to the GDPA preparation. Definitely check out the subreddit CAT Study Room. I'm sure it will help you quite a lot.
In this question, we are told that there was one person who works in a food delivery company and customers rate him across 4 parameters. The 4 parameters are behavior, packaging, hygiene and timeliness. And then the ranking is is rated from 1 to 9. And there will be a total of the number of points that he has received across all the 4 parameters. If that is greater than 25, he gets a tip of 20. He gets a bonus of 20. Otherwise also a customer can pay him 30 rupees or 50 rupees as tip. He has served 4 customers. They are Atal, Bihari, Chirag and Deepak. So let us call them A, B, C, D. So let us actually draw a table. The table is going to have 4 rows and 4 columns. It will look something like this. This will be Atal. This is Bihari. This is Chirag. And finally we have Deepak. And the 4 parameters are also given. The 4 parameters are behavior, packaging, hygiene, timeliness and total. This is also the total across each of the parameters. Let us go through all the clues and then we will come back and try to fill up the table. The first clue is that the total he received is 120 rupees and no person who has given him a tip has nobody gave him a bonus and a tip from the same customer. So essentially the total is equal to 120 and the numbers which make up this 120 are either 50 or 30 or 20. And each of the customer can give him at most one of these 3 numbers. So if you are looking for the way to make the sum to be equal to 120, there are a few cases possible. In the first case, if there are say 2 50s, so 2 customers have given him a tip of 50 rupees and 1 customer has given him bonus. That is, he has given him marks such that he has gotten more than 25 and then he got 20 rupees. In the other scenario, say he has gotten only 150 rupee tip. Then the remaining 3 have to add up to 70. That would only happen if he has received 30 rupees as tip from someone and 2 20s, that is 2 bonuses of 20 each. In the last case, suppose he has not received any 50 and he needs to make up for 120 across 4 customers. That would imply that all of them have given him a tip of 30. So 30, 30, 30 and 30. These are the only cases possible such that you get a total of 120 across the 3 numbers 50, 30 and 20 in less than or equal to 4 customers. In timeliness, Ravi received a total of 21 points. So in timeliness, the total is 21. 3 of the customers gave him the same rating and Atal gave higher rating than Bihari and Chirag in this parameter. So this would imply that the 3 parameters which were same belong to Bihari, Chirag and Deepak. Atal was the only person who was different. So let us assume that Atal is B and Bihari, Chirag and Deepak are A. This would imply that a few things are implied. 3A plus B is equal to 21 and we also know that B is greater than A. Now what are the values that A and B can take? The first case is that A is equal to 5. If A is equal to 5, 3A is equal to 15, so the value of B has to equal 6. A cannot be equal to 6 because if A is equal to 6, 3A is equal to 18 and the value of B will be equal to 3, which is less than A. The next scenario is if A is equal to 4. If A is equal to 4, 3A is equal to 12 and the value of B is equal to 9. If A becomes equal to 3, then 3A will be equal to 9 and the value of B will be 12, which is greater than 9. So that is not allowed. So only these 2 cases are possible. Either the 3 parameters, the 3 ratings which are the same is equal to 5 and the only person who gave a different rating, that is Atal, got 6, or the 3 ratings which are the same is 4 and Atal gave 9. These are the 2 cases that are possible. We will come back to it. Ravi received distinct ratings in packaging from the 4 customers, adding up to 29 points. In packaging, all the marks were distinct and they total up to 29. Similarly, Ravi received distinct points in hygiene. This also is distinct and in this case, the total is equal to 26. If you think about it, you have 4 parameters which were all unique and they have to be less than or equal to 9. So what is the maximum possible total that somebody can get using distinct ratings? That would be if he got 9 in one, 8 in another, 7 in the third and 6 in the fourth. And what is 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6? This is equal to 30. Now he got a score of 29, which also is actually very high. The only way that is going to happen using 4 distinct numbers, all of them less than or equal to 9, will be if the 4 numbers are 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 5. So this has to be his ranking in some way in packaging. We don't know who gave him 9, who gave him 8, but we just know that the maximum possible is 30 and he scored just 1 less. That 1 less has to come from the least number possible, that is from 6 you have to decrease 1. Therefore, it will be 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 5. You can try out 4 other numbers and you will not be able to get the total to be equal to 29. This is the only way it is possible. Now, if you are looking at 26 in another parameter, that is in hygiene. Again, there were 4 unique numbers which are added, and he got 26. Here you are going to find a lot of possibilities. The lot of possibilities is that instead of 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6, he can have 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 2. Because we are decreasing 4 from 6. The total that has to be decreased is 4. You can decrease it from different numbers. You can also decrease, say, 2 each from 7 and 6. So it can be 9 plus 8 plus 5 plus 4. This also will total up to 26. You can also decrease 3 from one and 1 from another. It can be 9 plus 8 plus 6 plus 3. I think this also will total up to 26. There are many other cases in which this is possible. Because 26 is more lesser than 30, you are going to get a different number of ways in which the total will be equal to 26. So we'll come back to it later. But for packaging, we know that the only way in which you can add 4 numbers such that the total is up to 29 will be 9, 8, 7 and 5 in some order. And the reason we can actually pinpoint this intuitively is because 29 is a very large number. The highest possible is 30. You have to decrease 1 from some number. That 1 cannot be decreased from 9, because if you decrease that 1 from 9, it will become 8 and 8. There will be 2 8s. That 1 cannot be from 8, because then it will be 9, 7, 7, 6. There will be 2 7s. That can't be from 7, because then it will be 9, 8, 6 and 6, because there will be 2 6s. So that 1 has to necessarily be removed from 6. So the only way that is possible is if it is 9, 8, 7 and 5. Anyway, I hope it was understandable to you. Otherwise, we'll continue further and you can think about it. Now, Chirag gave the same rating points in packaging and hygiene. So, if Chirag's score in packaging is C, even in hygiene he gave A, the point is C. Among the 4 customers, Bihari gave the highest rating in packaging. So, in packaging, Bihari gave the highest. We know that in packaging, it has to be 9, 8, 7 and 5. So, Bihari gave 9 in packaging. And Chirag gave the highest in hygiene, and in hygiene Chirag gave the highest. So C is the highest. What does this imply? This implies that the value of C is definitely not equal to 9. So the highest that somebody got in hygiene is not equal to 9. Why is the value of C cannot be equal to 9? Because all the rankings or all the rating points that somebody received in packaging are unique. And we already know that Bihari gave 9 in packaging. This would imply that C has to be either equal to 8 or 7 or 5. So the highest rank that somebody received in hygiene has to be either 8 or 7 or 5. Now this gives us some more additional information. Earlier we were thinking that there was many ways in which you can add up to 26 when the highest possible is 9. But if the highest possible is 8, then what is the sum of the 4 distinct numbers that are possible? They will be 8 plus 7 plus 6 plus 5. And this adds up to 26. So this would imply that C has to necessarily be equal to 8. So this also has to equal 8. So the score of Deepak and Atal in packaging has to be 7 and 5 in some order. This is 29, this is 26. Everyone rated Ravi between 5 and 7 in behavior. Unique maximum and minimum ratings in this parameter were given by Atal and Deepak. This would tell us that Atal gave 7, Deepak gave 5 and the remaining 2 have to be 6 because the highest was unique and the lowest was also unique. If the customer ranked based on ratings was given by them in individual parameters, then Atal's rank in packaging, Atal in packaging is the same as Atal's rank in hygiene. Similarly, Deepak's rank in packaging is the same as Deepak's rank in hygiene. What does this tell us? This tells us a few things. The first thing it is going to tell us is that the rank of Atal in hygiene and packaging has to be either 3 or 4. Because in packaging the highest was given by Bihari, it was 9. The second highest was given by Chirag, that was 8. So Atal's rank in packaging has to be either 3 or 4. Therefore, his rank in hygiene also is 3 or 4. Same is the case for Deepak. Deepak's rank in packaging has to be 3 or 4. Therefore, Deepak's rank in hygiene also has to be 3 or 4. This would imply that the second rank in hygiene has to go to Bihari. So, he has to get 7. Now, this would tell us that the rank of Atal, if it is say 3 in packaging, it would imply that he got 7 in packaging and therefore his rank in hygiene also is 3. So, it has to be 6. This is one scenario. or his rank in hygiene and packaging is 4. This would imply that he got 5 in both of them. These are the two cases that are possible. In the first case, the score of Deepak in packaging will be equal to 5, and the score of Deepak in hygiene will also be equal to 5 because he got 4th rank in both of them. In the second case, Deepak got the 3rd rank and Atal got the 4th rank. So if Deepak got the 3rd rank, he would get 7 in packaging and 6 in hygiene. These are the two cases that are possible. Now based on this, we can actually calculate the total scores of each one of them. The total scores of Bihari, for example, is 6 plus 9 plus 7 plus A. That is 22 plus A. Similarly, the total score of Chirag is also calculated. That is 6 plus 8 plus 8 plus A. So again, this is 22 plus A. The total score of Deepak in the first case is 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus A. So this is 15 plus A. In the second case, it is 5 plus 7 plus 6 plus A. So this is 18 plus A. The total score of Atal in the first case is 7 plus 7 plus 6 plus B. So this is 20 plus B. In the second case, it is 7 plus 5 plus 5 plus B. So this is 17 plus B. What can we infer now? We know that the value of A is either 4 or 5. In both the cases, the scores of Bihari and Chirag will be greater than 25, greater than or equal to 25. So Bihari will give a bonus to that guy, to Ravi. Similarly, Chirag will give a bonus to that guy because in all the cases, this score is greater than 20. So the number of bonus is at least equal to 2. So it can't be this case. It can't be this case. This would imply that the distribution has to be 50, 30, 20 and 20. So Atal has to give a tip of 50 or 30. Similarly, Deepak has to give a tip of either 50 or 30. This would also tell us that the total scores of Atal and Deepak that were given by Atal and Deepak have to be necessarily less than 25. If you are looking at Deepak, in one case it is 15 plus A, in the second case it is 18 plus A. As the value of A is 5 or 4, in all the cases that is definitely less than 25. We are not getting any additional information. But if you are looking at the total by Atal, in one case it is 20 plus B, and in the second case it is 17 plus B. And the value of B is either 6 or 9. If the value of B is 9, then it would imply that 17 plus 9 is 26, 20 plus B is 29. In both the cases, he is getting a bonus. Ravi is going to get a bonus from Atal. That is not happening. So the value of A cannot be equal to 4 and the value of B cannot be equal to 9. This would imply that A has to equal 5 and B has to equal 6. So this is 5, 5, 5 and this is 6. Now even when the value of B is 6, in the first case, the total given by Atal will be 20 plus 6 which is 26. Again there will be bonus which will be given to Ravi. We don't want that. So it would imply that the only scenario in which Ravi is not going to get a bonus for his delivery by Atal is if the total is 17 plus B. So this would imply that Atal gave a rating of 5 and 5 in these two. This is 5, this is 5. Therefore his total is 17 plus B, which would be equal to 23. And this would also tell us that the ranking given by Deepak has to be 7 and 6. And the total will be equal to 23. This is 16 plus 7 is 27. If you are adding everything up, this is 17 plus 11 is 29. This is 15 plus 11 is 26. So everything is adding up. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. What is the minimum rating that Ravi received from any customer in any parameter? The minimum rating is 5. The complete list of customers who gave the maximum total rating to Ravi is Bihari and Chirag. What rating did Atal give in timeliness? Atal gave 6 in timeliness. What best can be concluded about the tip amount given by Deepak? It is either 50 or 30. One of Atal and Deepak gave 50, the other person gave 30. In which parameter did Atal give maximum rating to Ravi? The parameter in which Atal gave the maximum rating is behavior. What rating did Deepak give on packaging? Deepak gave 7 in packaging. In this question, we are told that there are 11 cities. All the cities are connected to each other by roads. There is also a graph which is given which shows us how the roads flow. There are also arrows given which are all representing that the roads are one-way roads. So somebody cannot go from, for example, A to B. He can go from A to B, but he can't come back from B to A using the same road because the arrow is pointed in one direction from A to B. We are also told that each of these roads is used by at least 100 people. And we are also told that all the roads are multiples of 100. What else has been told to us? We are given that the number of people who are traveling on the BE road is the same as the number of people who are traveling on the AC road. So let us assume that this is X, then this will also be X. We are also told that the number of people who are traveling on the CG road is the same as the number of people traveling on the FG road. So if this is Y, this is also equal to Y. What else has been given to us? It has been given the total number of people who are commuting from each of the cities is also given. So if you look at what is the total number of people who are entering A, this will be the total of all the people who are residing in all the 11 cities. So you can actually do a quick total. It will be 200 plus 300 is 500, plus 100 is 600, plus 500 is 1100, plus 400 is 1500. 1500 plus 600 is 2100, plus 100 is 2200. So 2200 people enter A, of which 200 people stay in A, so they will remain there, and 2000 people will exit to B and C. We have assumed that X people are going through the AC road, so the number of people who are going through the AB road is 2000 minus X. If you are looking at C, X people have come to C. How many people live in C? 100 people live in C. So the number of people who are exiting C will be X minus 100, of which Y are going through G. So the remaining X minus 100 minus Y would go through the CF road. If you are looking again at F, the number of people who entered F is X minus 100 minus Y. All of them have entered through the CF road, of which Y people are going through G. So you remove Y. How many people are living in F? The number of people who are living in F is another 100. So the number of people who are going through the FK road will be X minus 200 minus 2Y. This is the number of people who are using the FK road. If you are looking at G, for example, you have 2 Ys coming, 2 Y people are coming, and how many people are staying at G? The number of people who are staying at G is 300. So the number of people who are using the GH road is 2Y minus 300. We can even calculate the number of people who are using the BD road using X and Y. 2000 minus X have come to B. How many people are living in B? 300 people are living in B. So how many people exit B? It is 1700 minus X, of which X are exiting through the BE road. So the number of people who are taking the BD road is 1700 minus 2X. 1700 minus 2X have entered D. How many people are staying in D? It is 200. So 1500 minus 2X would use the DJ road. There is also one line connecting E and J, something over here. So this is basically the information that we can deduce in terms of X and Y with respect to each of the cities. We can even do, the problem with continuing further is that all the remaining cities, for example, if you are looking at E, you know that X people have entered E. You also know that 300 people stay in E. So there are X minus 300 which will exit E. But there are 3 routes exiting E, so it is difficult to come to any sort of conclusion without introducing new variables. We don't want to introduce new variables right away till we have completed all the routes mapping that as far as possible. Similarly, if you are looking at J, we know that 1500 minus 2X people have entered J, and some people have entered J using the EJ road. So again, we don't know how many people have entered J without knowing how many people have traversed through the EJ road. And to do that, we'll have to again introduce another variable, which we are refraining from doing as of now. The same is the case everywhere else. For example, you know that the number of people who use GH road is 2y minus 300, but you don't know how many have entered through EH. Similarly, you don't know how many people have exited H through HI or HK. All these things are not there, so we will not introduce any new variables before we come to any sort of conclusion. Now, if you are looking at any information that we can draw from the instructions that are given, we are told that a minimum of 100 people have commuted through each of the roads. Now, if you are looking at some of the roads, we will be able to get some sort of an interval as to where X and Y lie. For example, we are given that 2000 minus X use A and B. So, it would imply that 2000 minus X is greater than or equal to 100. Or X is less than or equal to 1900, and X is a multiple of 100. So X can be either 100 or 200 or 300 ... till 1900. Similarly, if you are looking at the BD road, 2x 1700 minus 2x is greater than or equal to 100. So 2x is less than or equal to 1600, or X is less than or equal to 800. So now the interval for X is lesser. X lies between 100 to 800. Similarly, if you are looking at D, 1500 minus 2x, DJ road is greater than or equal to 100, or 2x is less than or equal to 1400, or X is less than or equal to 700. So using these equations, we know that X will be definitely less than or equal to 700, and we also know that 2y minus 300 is greater than or equal to, this would imply that 2y is greater than or equal to 400, or y is greater than or equal to 200. And we know that X minus 200 minus 2y is the number of people who have used the FK road. So X minus 200 minus 2y is greater than or equal to 100, or X is greater than or equal to 300 plus 2y. Now if you're looking at these three particular equations, we are told that y is greater than or equal to 200. So 300 plus 2y will be greater than or equal to 700. But we are also told that X is less than or equal to 700. The only case in which this is possible is if X is exactly equal to 700 and Y is exactly equal to 200. Once you know this, we will be able to solve many of the routes. We know how many people have traveled through each of them. We'll use this graph to fill them out, and we'll try to calculate the number of people who have traveled through the other routes also. For example, we know that 2200 people have entered A. The number of people who have used AB is 2000 minus X, so that is 1300, and AC is 700, that is X. CG is Y, Y is 200, so this is 200, and FG is also Y, that is also 200. CF is X minus 100 minus Y, that is 400. And FK is X minus 200, that is 500, minus 2y is minus 400, so that is 100. Similarly, GH will be 2y minus 300, so this is also 100. And BE is X, so this is 700. And BD is 17 minus 2x, so 1700 minus 1400, so that is 300. DJ is 1500 minus 2x, so this is 100. So this is basically the information we have been able to identify. There is some more information which we can try to identify. We can look at the number of people who have entered E. How many people have entered E? 700 people have entered E. This is the value of X. And how many people are staying in E? The number of people who are staying in E is 300. So how many people have exited E? The number of people who have exited E is 400. So if you are putting the three numbers as A and B, the number of people who have exited E will be 400 minus A minus B. Now, as you have noticed, we have introduced new variables because we have been able to eliminate the earlier variables. We know that A and B are either 100 or 200. Similarly, 400 minus A or B will also be either 100 or 200. If any of them is greater than 200, for example, if it is say 300, we won't have all three of them to be greater than or equal to 100. So the three lines, these three lines sum up to 400. So they have to be 100, 100 and 200. Now if you're looking at J, how many people have entered J? It is 1500 minus 2x, so 100 people have entered here. from DJ. This is 100. And some people have entered through EJ, that is either 100 or 200. How many people are staying in J? The number of people who are staying in J is 200. So the number of people who have used JI will be this 100, that is the number of people who have used DJ plus the number of people who have come through EJ minus 200. This is the number of people who have used JI. And we know that this is definitely greater than or equal to 100 because all the roads are used by at least 100 people. This would imply that EJ is greater than or equal to 200. That is the number of people who are going from E to J. We know that it can't be greater than 200 because if it becomes 300, then A or B will become less than 100. In fact, A or B will become 0. So the only possibility is that the number of people who have gone from E to J is 200. So this is 200. And the remaining two roads which go through E would carry 100 each. And the number of people who are entering J now is 100 plus 200, so that is 300. Number of people who are staying in J is 200, so the remaining 100 will go through J to I. Now we are more or less close to answering everything. We only have 3 roads left. If you're looking at H, for example, 200 people are entering H. How many people are staying at H? Nobody is staying at H. So 200 people exit H, and there are 2 roads which are going through H. So both of these will be 100 each. So this is 100 and this is 100. Now if you're looking at K, 100 plus 100, that is 200 people are entering K. And how many people are staying at K? 100 are staying at K. So the remaining 100 would exit K and go through Ki. So for each of the roads, we have been able to identify how many people are using it. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. The total number of people who are entering A will be the sum of all the people who are staying in the 11 cities. That we have calculated is equal to 2200. The number of people who commute through the CF road is, the number of people who commute through the CF road is 400. The number of people who enter city E is, there is only one road which helps us enter E, that is through BE, and the number of people who use it is 700. What is the difference between the number of people commuting through the BE road and the BD road? BE road, as we have just discussed, is used by 700 people and BD road is used by 300 people. So the difference is 400.
Struggling to stay consistent with your CAT preparation? Daily practice is your secret weapon. For that, just Google CAT daily targets. Cracku bring you free CAT daily targets on the given day. Daily targets deliver fresh challenges straight to your email box, consisting of 5-point question, 1 LRDI site, 1 RC or 5 VA questions. They are timed for speed and accuracy with expert analysis and video solution. They also provide you all India rank. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today and build your momentum for CAT preparation.
In this question, we are told that there are 6 raw agents. Their names are given as Atul, Dina, Glenn, Chris, Ravi and Fiaz. Now, there was an encryption system in which each of the alphabets of the names was modified into another alphabet, and the words that were so found were scrambled. And we were given 6 new names. Now, the job is to identify which of these names was the original name and which of the alphabets was encrypted into what alphabet. So this is the question. So this is a simple encryption kind of a question. So let us try to solve it. If you look at the original 6 names, now there are some alphabets which have been repeated multiple times. Those are our most important clues because we can identify the frequency of repetition of the alphabets. We can identify the frequency of repetition of the alphabets after encryption and try to see if we can find out which alphabet is what. So if you look at the original 6 names, the alphabets A and I were repeated 4 times each. If you look at it, A is there in Atul, Dina, Ravi and Fiaz. Similarly, I is there in Fiaz, Ravi, Dina and Chris. The alphabets R is repeated twice in Ravi and Chris. The alphabet L is repeated twice. It is there in Glenn and Atul. Similarly, the alphabet N is repeated twice. It is there in Glenn and Dina. All the other alphabets have been repeated exactly once. Now let us look at the same thing after the encryption. After encryption, you can find that N has been repeated 4 times. Similarly, V has been repeated 4 times. There is V, V, V and V. Now let us try to identify the alphabets which are repeated exactly twice. If you look at it, you can find that A has been repeated twice. It is there in Tyra and Quinn. If you identify the remaining, you can find out that Y also is repeated twice. It is there in YHGN and it is there in Tyra. Now if you look at it, the other repeating alphabet is E. So E also has been repeated 2 times. All the other alphabets after encryption have been repeated exactly once. So what we know for sure is that A and I have been encrypted to N and V. We don't know whether A is N or A is I, but we do know that both of them are N and V. Similarly, R, L and N are A, Y and E. Again, we don't know which is what, but we know that the triplet R, L and N is encrypted as a triplet A, Y and E. Now let us look at the names that we already have. We have Atul, we have Dina, we have Glenn, we have Chris, we have Ravi and we have Fiaz. Now if you look at the names, you will identify that Glenn is the only name which doesn't have either A or I. All the other names have either A or I. So we'll have to identify in the encrypted names which of the names which don't have either N or V. If you look at it, YHGN has N, MVNS has N, TYRA doesn't have N, it doesn't have V. You can identify that all the others have either V or N or both. So the encryption for Glenn is TYRA. Similarly, if you look at Fiaz, FIAZ, it doesn't have either R or L or N. So we have to identify in the encrypted names which of the names doesn't have A or Y or E. YHGN has A or Y or it has Y. MVNS doesn't have A or Y or E. So Fiaz is MVNS. Now, so we have been able to identify 2 of the names. If we can identify the remaining 4, we'll be very close to answering the question. So let us try to identify what is the pattern of Atul. Atul has only A. It doesn't have I. Similarly, Dina has A and I. Chris has only I. And Ravi has both A and I. So we'll identify the names which are both N and V. So the names which are both N and V have to be Dina and Ravi. Similarly, the names who have only N or only V have to be Atul or Chris. So Atul, if we are looking for the encrypted names which have exactly one of N or V. So YHGN has only one N. So it can be YHGN. MVNS we already found out. TYRA we already found out. FVEP also has only V. It doesn't have N. So Atul is either YHGN or FVEP. Similarly, Chris is also either YHGN or FVEP. The remaining 2 will have both A and I. That is, after encryption we'll have both N and V. You can find out that QVAN has both N and V, and VEIN also has both N and V. So Dina is either QVAN or VEIN. Similarly, Ravi, which has both A and I, is either QVAN or VEIN. Now we have been able to identify much closer. We have been able to identify 2 names exactly what they represent, and for the other 4 we were able to identify them to one of the 2. Now let us try to cut them down even more. So if you look at Dina and Glenn, for example, before encryption they have one common alphabet. That common alphabet is N. We know for sure that Glenn is Tyra. So within these 2 options we have to look for which of the words has exactly one alphabet common with the encrypted version of Glenn, that is Tyra. If you look at it, QVAN and TYRA have A common, but VEIN and TYRA have no alphabet common. So Dina has to be Quinn. So just for ease, let us write down the ones that we know for sure on the left hand side. We know that Glenn is TYRA. We know that Fiaz is MVNS. Now after looking at Dina and Glenn, we know that both of them, even before encryption, they had one alphabet common, that is N. So after encryption also they should have only one alphabet common, and that alphabet is common only in QVAN and TYRA. There is no alphabet common between VAN and TYRA. Therefore Dina has to be QVAN. Now we can also identify that the common alphabet A is the encrypted version of N. So N has been encrypted to A. We also know that the remaining VAN will be Ravi. RAVI has to be VEIN. Now 4 names we were able to identify exactly what they are. There are only 2 remaining, that is Atul and Chris. Again we'll do the same thing. We'll look for between Atul and Glenn there is one alphabet which is common, which is L. Only one alphabet. So even in their encrypted form there should be only one alphabet which is common. Again, if you see between Tyra and YHGN there is Y common, but between FVEP and Tyra there is no alphabet that is common. So Atul has to be YHGN. This will also imply that L is the alphabet which is common, which is Y. And the remaining one, which is Chris, has to be the last one, which is FVEP. So now we are able to identify the encrypted version of all the 6 names. Now let us try to identify which of the alphabets have been encrypted to what. We'll go from the start and then we can identify which of the alphabets have been encrypted to what. First, obviously we can identify which is A and which is I. If you are looking at A, it has to be either N or V, we know that Atul is changed to YHGN, so A has to be N, which is the only alphabet which has been repeated 4 times. This would imply that I is V. Now let us try to identify what are R, L and N. If you are looking at Ravi for example, R has to be one of A, Y and E, which is present in VAN. The only thing that is present in VAN is E amongst the alphabets which are repeated 2 times. L we have already identified as Y, and then we have already identified as A. So we have been able to identify all the alphabets which are repeated 4 times and all the alphabets which have been repeated 2 times. Now for the alphabets which have been repeated only once, let us try to go ahead and minimize what the alphabets can be. It is possible that most of the alphabets we will not be able to identify what exactly they are, but we can try to identify that okay, an alphabet for example Q has to be either A or B or C. That kind of thing we can do. So let us look at each of the words again. In Glenn, GLEN, L and N we have already identified. Therefore, G, E, which are the alphabets which were repeated only once, have to belong to L is Y, so you can ignore this, and N is A, so you can ignore this. So G and D have to belong to T, R. If you are looking at the next one, that is Fiaj, A and I we have already identified. So F, Z should belong to, if you remove V and N, M, S. Similarly, in Dina, we were able to identify A, we were able to identify A, we were able to identify N. So the only one which is remaining is D. We know that D has to be the only one which is remaining. We know that A and I are N and V. We also know that N is A, so D has to equal Q. So this is also done. So now let us look at Ravi. In Ravi, we were able to identify R, we were able to identify A, we were able to identify I. The only thing that is remaining is V. So V has to equal the only remaining one. It is not N, it is not V, and R is E, so it is not E. So V has to equal I. So Ravi is also done. Let us look at Atul. In Atul, we were able to identify A. We are not able to identify T or U. We were able to identify L. L is Y. So we can ignore these two, and T and U have to equal H, G. So even Atul is done. If you are looking at Chris, which is the last one, we know that I is V. We know that R is E. So C and S, which are the alphabets which were repeated only once, have to equal F, P. So now we have extracted the maximum possible information from the sets. Now let us try to go and answer the questions that follow. Which of the following is the encrypted name for Dina? Encrypted name for Dina is QEAN, so the correct answer is QEAN. Which of the following is CRIS's encrypted name? Chris's encrypted name is FVEP. Which of the following can be the corresponding name for money? MANI. We know that N is A. We know that A is N. And we know that I is V. We don't have any name for any encryption for M, so we know that the option should have NAV. Option A has NAV, option B has NAV, option C has NAV, and option D also has NAV. So here we were not able to make any headway. Now let us try to see if we know the remaining alphabets encryption. For example, we know that when Y has been used in encryption, it would mean L. So it can't be Navy, because then it would not be money, it would be LANI, which is not the case. If you're looking for encryption of I encryption is also known, it is V. So it is not M. So it can't even be Vani. If you're looking at RAVN, we'll have to look at the pre-encrypted alphabet for R. Pre-encrypted value for R is either G or E. It is not M. So this is also not the answer. If you're looking at the pre-encrypted value for O, it is not present in any of our list. So the only possible value for money is ONAV. That is if the encryption for M is O. So the correct answer is ONAV. Let us look at the last option. We are looking for the code for the new recruit NEGI. NEGI. We know that N is encrypted as A. We know that I is encrypted as V. G and D, both of them are T or R. We don't know whether G is T or G is R, but we know that both G and D are T, R. So if you are using both G and D, the encryption will be TR. So the correct answer has to be A, T, R, V, or some anagram of this where it has been scrambled. So the only option is VART, which is an anagram of ATRV. So the correct answer is VART. In this question, there was an election that was held in 4 constituencies, A, B, C and D. Some of the information about this election has been given in the table and some information is missing. For example, we know what are the number of candidates who are contesting in each of these constituencies. We know what is the number of valid votes in A, B and C, but we don't know it in B. We know the number of votes won by the winning candidate, first runner-up, second runner-up and third runner-up. We know this information in some of the constituencies, we don't know in some of the constituencies. We have been given some clues regarding the votes that have been gotten by each of these candidates to help us in figuring out and filling the table. In addition to it, we are also told that a person forfeits the security deposit if the number of votes that are received by this person V is less than 1/6, is less than or equal to 1/6 of the total votes. That is, suppose there are 600 votes in a constituency. Anybody who is receiving 100 or less than 100 is going to lose his security deposit. To regain his security deposit, he needs to get at least 101 votes. This is true for all the losing candidates. The winning candidate will not forfeit the security deposit even if he gets less than 1/6 of the votes. So suppose there are a total of 600 votes and the winning candidate gets only 90 votes. And then there are, like, say, 5 candidates who got less than this. Then all the other 5 candidates will lose their security deposit. The winning candidate, even though he has gotten less than 1/6 of the total votes, will still not lose his security deposit. This is the information that is given in the instructions. We have been given 3 clues, so let us go through it. The first clue says that the first runner-up polled 10,000 votes more than the second runner-up in constituency A. In constituency A, we know that the first runner-up got 95,000 votes. This would imply that the second runner-up got 85,000 votes. So if you are looking at it, the total number of votes is 5 lakhs, that is 500,000, of which the winner got 275, the first runner-up got 95 and the second runner-up got 85. So if you are adding up these 3 totals, it is 275 plus 95 plus 85, that is equal to 455,000 votes. So the remaining number of votes, that is 500 minus 455,000, that is equal to 45,000, is the votes that is received by all the remaining candidates. Let us look at the second point. The second point says that none of the candidates who contested in constituency C lost their security deposit. There were 5 people who contested in constituency C and none of them have lost their security deposit. The difference in votes polled by any of these members was at least 10,000. What is the total number of votes that were polled? It was 6 lakhs and 30. So in order to not lose the security deposit, what is the minimum number of votes that a person should get? Let us first divide this by 6. That will equal 1 lakh and 5 votes. This is 1/6 of the total votes. But in order to not lose the security deposit, the person should get at least 1 vote more than this. That is, the least number of votes has to be at least 1 lakh and 6. This has to be the minimum number of votes that are received by the 5th highest person who got the least number of votes. So what is the minimum number of votes that are received by the 4th highest person? Because the difference between any 2 candidates is at least equal to 10,000. The minimum number of possible votes that are received by the 4th candidate will be 1,10,006. Similarly, the minimum number of votes that are received by the 3rd candidate will be 1,20,006, and the second candidate will be 1,30,006. And the winning candidate, the minimum number of votes that the winning candidate has got is 1,40,006. Now, if you total up all of these minimum possible number of votes that are received by the winner, first runner up, second runner up, and so on, the total will equal 6 lakhs and 30, which is the total number of votes that are there in the constituency. What this essentially implies is that the winner has to get 1,40,000, the second highest has to get 1,30,006. Similarly, the second runner-up has to get 1,20,006 and so on. So for constituency C, we know the exact number of votes received by all the 5 candidates who contested from there. Let us look at the last point. The last point says that the winning candidate in constituency D polled 5% of valid votes more than that of the first runner-up. So suppose there are a total of 100 votes in constituency D, and suppose the first runner-up got X votes. What this would imply is that the winner has got X plus 5. That is, the percentage of valid votes that the winner has got is exactly 5% more than the percentage of votes that the first runner-up has got. We are also told that all the candidates who lost their security deposit while contesting in this constituency, together they polled 35% of the valid votes. Now, we have some clue over here. Let us try to figure it out. Let us assume that the winner, we don't know the total number of votes that were there in constituency D. We don't know the number of votes that the winner has got, but we have been given some clue. So let us assume that the person who got 30,000 votes, who is the second runner-up, got X% of the votes. Therefore, the person who got 37,500 would have gotten 1.25 X% votes, because 37,500 is 25% more than 30,000. What this would imply is that the winner would have gotten 1.25x plus 5% more. This is the percentage of votes that are won by the winner. And the person who came 4th, that is the third runner-up, has got 10%, and everybody else would have gotten less than 10%. Now, what is told to us is that everybody who lost their security deposit would have the total of all of their votes is 35%. So let us consider 2 cases. The first case is that only the first and the second guy did not lose their security deposit, in which case these two, the percentages will sum up to 65%. And the second case is that the first, second and third did not lose their security deposit, in which the sum of all of these 3 guys would total up to 65%. So let us look at the first case. The reason this is important is because we know for sure that the 4th person who got 10% of the votes has definitely lost his security deposit. So what is not sure is whether the guy who got third position, that is X% of votes, whether he forfeited his security deposit or not is not known to us. So let us consider the first case where X is less than 1/6. That is, the third person has also lost his security deposit. The second case is if the X is greater than 1/6, wherein the third person did not lose his security deposit. So in the first case, only the first and the second guys have not lost their security deposit. So their percentage of votes would be equal to 65%. So that would imply that 1.25x plus 5% plus 1.25x, this will total up to 65. or this would imply that 2.5x is equal to 60, or the value of x is equal to 24. So what this essentially implies is that the third person has gotten 24% votes, the second person has gotten 30% votes, and the first highest guy got 35% of the votes. But this is clearly a contradiction, because we are assuming that the person who came third has gotten less than 1/6 of the total votes. Only then will he forfeit his security deposit. But if we are solving the equation, we are getting x to be equal to 24%, in which case he should not lose his security deposit. So this case is not true. The only case remaining is that x is greater than 1/6. So the top three guys did not forfeit their security deposit, and if you sum them up, we are going to get 1.25x plus 5 plus 1.25x plus x is equal to 65, or the value of 3.5x is equal to 60, or the value of x is equal to 120 by 7. 120 by 7 will be greater than 17%, because 119 is 17 into 7. So this is approximately 17.1%. So here in this case, the third person is not losing his security deposit. So this is a valid solution. What this would imply is that the percentage of votes won by the third guy, that is the person who got 30,000 votes, is 120 by 7%. So what is the total number of votes that are there in that constituency? That would be 100% of all of these votes. So that would equal 30,000 into 100 divided by 120 divided by 7. So this is 5 and this is 6. So this will equal 30,000 into 5 into 7 divided by 6. This is 5,000. So this will equal 25,000 into 7, which is equal to 1,75,000. That is the total number of votes that are there in the constituency, of which the second highest has gotten 37,500, the third highest has gotten 30,000, the fourth highest has gotten 10% of 17,500, that 10% of 1,75,000, which will equal 17,500. We can also calculate how many votes the winner has got. The winner, the difference between the winner and 37,500 is exactly 5% of 17500, or this is equal to 5 into 1750. This is equal to 8750. So he has gotten 8,750 votes more than the second highest, who got 37,500. So if you sum up 8750 plus 37,500, you are going to get the number of votes that are received by the winner of constituency D. So this is basically the total information that we have. Let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. What is the percentage of votes polled in total by all the candidates who lost their security deposit while contesting from constituency A? In constituency A, we have just discovered that the winner has got 2.75 lakhs, the second highest has gotten 95,000 votes, and the third highest has gotten 85,000 votes. Even the person who has received 85,000 votes, out of a total of 5 lakh votes, he has received 17% of the total valid votes, which is greater than 1/6. So even this person has not lost his security deposit. So the sum of all the votes of all the candidates who lost their security deposit will be, as we have calculated earlier, 45,000 out of a total of 5 lakhs. So the percentage is 45,000 divided by 5 lakhs into 100. This will equal 9%. Let us look at the next question. How many candidates contested in constituency B lost their security deposit? The total number of votes, valid votes that were polled in constituency B is 3.25 lakhs. So in order to clear the cutoff, that is in order to not lose their security deposit, what is the minimum number of votes that a person should get? You multiply it by 1/6 and that person should get more than this. This will come to approximately 54,000. But if you notice, the winner himself has gotten only 48,000. So everybody other than the winner has gotten less than 48,000. This would imply that everybody else has forfeited their security deposit. The winner doesn't forfeit their security deposit, only the defeated candidates forfeit their security deposit. There were a total of 12 candidates. So 11 of them other than the winner would forfeit their security deposit. Let us look at the next question. What best can be concluded about the number of votes polled by the winning candidate in constituency C? As we have discussed earlier, in constituency C, we know the exact number of votes received by all the 5 candidates. And the winner has received 1,40,006 votes. So the correct answer is option D. Let us look at the next question. What is the valid number of votes in constituency D? As we have calculated earlier, the number of valid votes in constituency D is 1.75 lakhs. This is option C. The winning margin of a constituency is defined by the number of votes that are polled by the winner and that of the first runner-up. So the total number of votes polled by the winner minus the number of votes polled by the first runner-up is the winning margin. We are required to find out which of them cannot be the increasing order of winning margin. What is the winning margin of A? That is 2.75 lakhs minus 95,000, which is equal to 1,80,000. The winning margin of B is not known because we only know that the winner has gotten 48,000 votes. For C, we know the winning margin because we know the number of votes that have been polled by each of the candidates, and the winning margin would be 1,40,006 minus 1,30,006. So it will be exactly equal to 10,000. And the winning margin of D, again also we have calculated earlier. This will be 5% of 1,75,000, which is equal to 8,750. So what we know for sure is that D is less than C is less than A. We don't know where B will fit in, but what we know is that because the winner has gotten 48,750, the winning margin also has to be less than 48,750. So it will be less than definitely A. But whether B is greater than C or B is greater than D, that is not known to us. But the relative order of D, C and A is definitely D is less than C is less than A. If you are looking at the options, the first option will satisfy it. In this case, if you are ignoring B, D is less than C is less than A. If you are looking at the fourth option, it is D, C, B, A. So again, if you are ignoring B, it is D is less than C is less than A. So this is also correct. Similarly, if you are looking at option B, it is B, D, C, A. So if you are ignoring B, it is D is less than C is less than A. So this is also correct. The only case in which this is not holding true is option C, which implies that C is less than D is less than A, which is not true. So this will be the correct answer, option C. That cannot be the list of constituencies. Let us look at the last question. For all the 4 constituencies taken together, what is the approximate number of votes polled by all the candidates who lost their security deposit when it is expressed as a percentage of the total number of valid votes from these 4 constituencies? So if you are looking for the percentage, let us first calculate the total number of valid votes. This will equal 5 lakhs in constituency A plus 3.25 lakhs in constituency B plus 6 lakhs, we can ignore the 30 votes for now, in constituency C, and 1.75 lakhs in constituency D. This is equal to a total of 16 lakhs. This is the total number of valid votes that were polled. And what is the number of votes that were received by the candidates who forfeited their security deposit? In constituency A, it is 45,000. In constituency B, everybody other than the winner has forfeited their security deposit. So that will equal 325 minus 48.75. This will be approximately 276.25. In constituency C, nobody forfeited their security deposit. So that will be plus 0. And in constituency D, the sum of all the people who forfeited their security deposit is 35% of the total votes polled. So that will be 35 into 1750. If you calculate this, this will come to approximately, this will be 875 into 70. This will be approximately equal to 60,000. So if you total them up and divide them by 16 lakhs, you will get the correct answer, and that will be approximately equal to 23.91%. So the correct answer is option C.
If you're preparing for CAT, you probably know how hard it is to find the proper syllabus. We've made it simple with the Cracku CAT syllabus PDF. It is a detailed and topic-wise breakdown based on the analysis of all previous CAT papers, so you exactly know what to focus on. And the best part, it's completely free. To download your copy, just go to Google and search Cracku CAT syllabus PDF. It is the best first step for a structured preparation. All the best.
In this question, we are told that there is a 4x4 chessboard. So the chessboard will look something like this. It will have 4 rows and 4 columns. Now the rows are numbered from A to D, A, B, C, D, and the columns are numbered from 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are told that the sum of all the rows, sum of all the columns, and the sum of both the diagonals is equal to 1 or 2. We are also told that sum of the numbers, that is A2 is 19, A3 is 20, C1 is 26, C4 is 29, and D3 is 32. Now we are asked to fill the rest of the numbers. We are told that we can use the numbers from 18 to 33 only once, and the sum of each row, each column is equal to 1 or 2. One of the first things you should observe, and if you understand that, you will be able to answer this question very easily, is understanding the center. If you are looking at the center for squares, what will the sum of these 4 squares be? Intuitively, you will feel that by symmetry, the sum of the 4 squares in the middle will also equal 1 or 2. This can actually be proved very easily. So let us first prove it, and after that we'll actually solve it. Because once we understand that the sum of the middle 4 also has to be 1 or 2, we can solve it very fast. Let us draw a table. Let us assume that the table is like this. Let us assume that the number in the first row, first column is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. This is say 5. This is 6. This is 7. This is 8. This is 9, this is 10, this is 11, this is 12, this is 13, this is 14, this is 15, and this is 16. Let us assume that the sum of all the rows is equal to n, which is equal to the sum of all the columns, and it is also equal to the sum of the diagonals. Now, what is the sum of all the 16 numbers? That is 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till 16 will be equal to 4n. In this particular question, the value of n is 1 or 2, but we are trying to prove this for a generic case. Now, we can also write the sum in a different way. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is equal to n. This is known to us. Similarly, 4 plus 8 plus 12 plus 16, that is the sum of the fourth column, is also equal to n. Similarly, the sum of the last row, 13 plus 14 plus 15 plus 16 is also equal to n. This is the sum of the last row. And what is the sum of the first column? 1 plus 5 plus 9 plus 13 is also equal to n. Basically, we are saying the sum of the first row plus the sum of the last column plus the sum of the last row plus the sum of the first column. This is equal to n. If you are adding all of this up, the only difference we are going to get from 1 to 16 is that 1 will be repeated 2 times, 4 will be repeated 2 times, 13 will be repeated 2 times, and 16 will be repeated 2 times. We don't want it to be repeated 2 times, so we'll subtract both the diagonals. We know that the sum of the diagonals is also equal to n. So minus, if you are subtracting one diagonal, 13 minus 10 minus 7 minus 4 is equal to n, and we will subtract the other diagonal also. The other diagonal will be minus 1, minus 6, minus 11, minus 16. This also is equal to n. Basically, this will be equal to minus n. If you are adding all of these up, or basically what we are doing is we are adding the first row, last column, last row, and first column, and we are subtracting both the diagonals from this sum. Then if you are adding all of this, the 2 times 1 comes, 1 of the time will be cancelled. The 2 times 4 comes, 1 of the time will be cancelled. This 4 over here and this one. The 2 times 13 comes, 1 of the times it will be cancelled, and the 2 times 16 will come, 1 of the times it will be cancelled. So essentially what we will be left with is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus we won't have 6, we won't have 7, we will have 8 plus we will have 9 plus we won't have 10, we won't have 11, these 4 will be missing, and we'll have 12 plus 13, we'll have 113, we'll have 14, we'll have a 15, and we'll have a 16. This is in the sum, minus we'll have the 4 numbers in the middle, this 7, 6, 11 and 10, minus 7, minus 6, minus 11, minus 7, this will be equal to 2n. This we are just getting from the equation that we have drawn. That is the sum of the first row, sum of the last row, sum of the first column, sum of the last column. You subtract both the diagonals from it, you are going to get this equation. This is equal to 2n. From this, how are you going to find out the sum of 7, 6, 11 and 10? For that, let us assume that the sum of the first numbers, that is all the numbers except the middle numbers, is equal to x, and sum of the middle 4 numbers is equal to y. Then essentially what we have over here is that x minus y is equal to 2n. This is given to us. And we also know that sum of all the 60 numbers is equal to 4n. That is x plus y is equal to 4n. You can solve this to calculate that x is equal to 3n and y is equal to n. That is the sum of all the numbers which are not in the middle is equal to 3 times n, and the sum of the middle 4 numbers will be equal to n. Now you don't need to prove this in the examination. If it is intuitively clear to you based on the symmetry, you can actually proceed and find a solution. And if there is no contradictions, then you can actually go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Anyway, what we have done right now is proving that the sum of the middle 4 numbers will be equal to n. In this particular case, the value of n is 1 or 2. Let us go ahead and solve the question now. Let us assume that the table is like this. It will have 4 rows and 4 columns. This is A, B, C and D. This is 1, 2, 3 and 4. And the reason we have spent so much time in actually proving it is because once you understand that the sum of the middle 4 is equal to 1 or 2, will also equal 1 or 2, answering this becomes very, very straightforward. Here we have A2 which is equal to 19. We have A3 which is equal to 20. We have C1 which is equal to 26. We have C4 which is equal to 29. And we have D3 which is equal to 32. Let us assume that the number C3 is equal to B. Then what is the value of B3? The sum of A3 and D3 is equal to 52. So the sum of B3 and C3 has to be equal to 50. One of them is B, so this will equal 50 minus B. Similarly, what is the value of C2? Because one number in the row is 26, another number is 29. The sum of those two is 55. And then you have a B. So this number has to be equal to 47 minus B. We know that the sum of the middle 4 numbers has to equal 1 or 2. The sum of the middle 4 numbers right now is 47 minus B plus 50 minus B plus B, which is 97 minus B. So this number has to be equal to B plus 5. This would tell us that if you are looking at the sum of all the numbers in column 2, it is 19 plus B plus 5 plus 47 minus B, which will be equal to 66 plus 5, which is 71. So this will equal 31. Now what else can we actually figure out? If you are looking at the numbers in the bottom row, we already have 31 and we have 32. The sum already present is 63. And we have 2 more numbers to fill. So the sum of those 2 numbers has to be 102 minus 63, which is equal to 39. The only way this is possible is if one of the number is 18 and the other number is 21. So 18 and 21 have to be one of these 2 numbers. We don't know which one it is. Similarly, if you are looking at the top row, that is the row A, the sum of the 2 numbers over here is 19 plus 20, which is 39. So the sum of the remaining 2 numbers has to be 102 minus 39, which is equal to 63. 31 and 32 are already used. So these 2 numbers have to be 30 and 33 in some order. So 30 and 33 will be present in the first row. One of the 2 has to be 30, the other has to be 33. Now if you are looking for the value of B, can the value of B be equal to 18? It can't equal 18 because we know that 18 is lying in the row D. It is either D1 or D4. Can it be 19? It can't be 19 because 19 is already present. It can't be 20 because 20 also is already present. Can this be equal to 21? If B is equal to 21, the 4 numbers will be 21, 29, 47 minus B is 26 and B plus 5 is again equal to 26. Clearly this is not possible. 26 is repeating twice, 26 is already present, 29 is already present, so B cannot equal 21. Can it equal 22? If it is equal to 22, then the 4 numbers will be equal to 22 What is 50 minus b? That is 28. What is 47 minus b? That is 25. What is b plus 5? That is 27. From the face of it, this seems to be possible. But if you dig slightly deeper, the sum of these two numbers is 28 plus 25, which is 53. So the sum of D1 and A4, that should be equal to 102 minus 53, which is equal to 49. The numbers that we have are 30 and 33 and 18 and 21. 30, 33, 18 and 21. You have to add two of these numbers to get a sum equal to 49. 30 plus 21 is 51. 30 plus 18 is 48. 33 plus 18 is 51. 33 plus 21 is 54. So none of the possibilities actually exist. So B cannot be equal to 22. Can B be equal to 23? If B is equal to 23, the numbers will be 23, 50 minus B is 27, 47 minus B is 24, B plus 5 is 28. Here the sum of these two numbers is 51. Now we have 30, 33, 18 and 21. Here we are getting 30 plus 21 is equal to 51. Similarly, 33 plus 18 is 51. So B can be equal to 23. As of now, let us note this down, and B cannot be equal to any of the remaining numbers as of now. Can B be equal to 24? If B is equal to 24, 50 minus B will be 26, but 26 is already present. So B cannot be equal to 24. Can B be equal to 25? If B is equal to 25, 50 minus B will also equal 25. So that is not allowed. If B is equal to 26, we already have 26, so it cannot be equal to 26. If B is equal to 27, B plus 5 will be 32, but 32 is already present, so B cannot be equal to 27. If B is equal to 28, B plus 5 will be 33, but 33 has to be present in the first row. 33 cannot be equal to B2. So B cannot be equal to 28. And clearly B cannot be equal to 29 or 30 or 31 or 32 or 33, because B plus 5 will be greater than 33. So the only possibility for B is that B is equal to 23. So let us actually write it down. Here, if you are drawing another table, for example, a 4 cross 4 table, we have 19 here, 20 here, 26 here, 31, 32, 29, B is equal to 23, so this is 23, this is 27, this is 24 and this is 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, this is A, B, C and D. Now what are the numbers which are remaining? We have 30 and 33 at the top. One of these two will be 30 and one of them will be 33. This is 18 and 21. This also is 18 and 21. The only two numbers missing over here, they have to be 22 and 25. They are the only two numbers which will be missing. So let us try out both the cases. Let us assume that in the first column, first row, that is equal to say 30. Let us put it outside. Let us say this is equal to 30. If that is equal to 30, this number over here has to be equal to 21, because the sum of these two numbers has to be 51. If this is 21, this will be equal to 18. And this number will be equal to 33. This is one case. And what will the value of the number B1 be equal to? Because we want the sum of all the numbers in the first column to be equal to 1 or 2. We have 30 plus 26 is 56. 56 plus 18 is 74. So 1 or 2 minus 74 is 28. This has to be equal to 28. But that is not possible. That is not possible because 28 is already there and the only two numbers which are missing are 22 and 25. So this would imply that the first number has to be 33. If this is 33, this has to equal 18. This is 18, this will be equal to 21. And this will be equal to 30. Now what is the sum of all the numbers in the first column like we have done earlier? That is 33 plus 26 is 59. 59 plus 21 is equal to 80. So this one will be equal to 22. And this will be equal to 25. Now we have solved the table. Let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Let us clear everything so that we won't get confused while answering the questions. Find the number on the square marked by D4. D4 is 18. Find the sum of the numbers on the squares marked A1 is 33 and D2. D2 is 31. 33 plus 31 is 64. If any 3 cross 3 square is cut out from the 4 cross 4 chessboard, find the maximum sum of the numbers present in the 9 squares of the 3 cross 3 board. If you are looking at a 3 cross 3 board, over here if you are cutting a 3 cross 3 board, you will be left with one column and one row. These are the two things which will be missing. If you are assuming that the sum of this row is R and if the sum of this column is C, we will notice that if you are adding all of these numbers, the number in this particular column will be counted twice. That is, the sum of this C plus sum of this R, and if the number over here is X, because X is counted twice, C plus R minus X plus the sum of this 3 cross 3 square, this would get us all the 16 numbers. We will have 3 numbers over here and C will also have one X. R will have 3 numbers over here and it will also have another X. We don't want X to be repeated twice, so we are subtracting one X. And then you are adding the 9 numbers over here as part of any of this 3 cross 3 table, 3 cross 3 square. The sum of all of this is 4 times 1 or 2. But we know that sum of C is 1 or 2. Sum of R is also equal to 1 or 2. Or the sum of this 3 cross 3, any of the 3 cross 3 square is equal to 2 into 1 or 2 plus X, which is equal to 204 plus X. What exactly is X? If you are looking at the square starting from B1 to B3 and bottom, if this is the 3 cross 3 square, X will be 30. If the 3 cross 3 square is from the second column to the fourth column of B, X will be equal to 33. If the 3 cross 3 square is from C to 3, X will be equal to 18. And if the 3 cross 3 square is B2 to D over here, or if it is equal to this square, the top right square, the value of X is 21. X is basically the corner number. We are easily calculating the sum of the 3 cross 3 square using this formula. If you are not sure, you can actually calculate the sum of the 3 cross 3 squares, all the 4 3 cross 3 squares, and you are going to end up with the answer. Here we are trying to maximize this. The maximum value of X, which is in a corner, is 33. So the maximum value will be 237, and that will belong to this square. The square starting from B2 and going till D4. This square will have the maximum sum that is equal to 237. Let us look at the next question. Find the maximum product of any two numbers on any diagonal of the 4 cross 4 chessboard such that the two numbers belong to the same diagonal. One diagonal is 33, 28, 23 and 18. So the maximum product of this diagonal will be 33 into 28. For the second diagonal, it is 30, 27, 24 and 21. So the maximum product will be 30 into 27. Clearly 33 into 28 will be more. What is the value of 33 into 28? 33 into 28, you can use your calculator or simply figure it out that it is 11 into 84. 11 into 84 will be 924. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are given a graph. This contains 8 circles. Each of the diameter of each of the circle is different. The center, that is the x coordinate and the y coordinate of each of the circles, is also very different. Now each of these points represents one attribute about the country. That is, the diameter of the circle is proportional to the population of the country. The y coordinate of the center of the circle, that is how high the circle is, represents the literacy rate in the country, that is how many people out of 100 are literate. And the x coordinate represents the poverty in the country, that is out of 100 people, how many of them are poor. Just as an example, if you are looking at the rightmost point, rightmost circle over here, you know that the center of the circle lies on the y is equal to 90 line. So the literacy rate of that country is 90. Similarly, the x coordinate of the center lies between 50 and 55. It is very close to 55. So you can assume that the x coordinate is around, say, 54. And the population, if you look at it, the diameter is greater than 2 grid. So it is greater than 20, just about greater than 20. So you can assume that it is maybe something like 21 or 22. So what we will do is we will construct a table. We have been given some clues at the bottom which will help us in identifying which country is what, that is what is the name of each of the country. We are given that the names are A, B, C, D, E, F and G, but we don't know which circle is represented by which country. So looking at the circles, we'll first make a table which will help us in identifying the x coordinate, the y coordinate of the center, and a rough size of the population. Then we'll use the clues to figure out what is the name of each of the circles. Then we'll go ahead and answer the questions that follow. And let us first make a table. This is the table. This is the y coordinate, this is the x coordinate, and this is the population. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. This is the y coordinate, this is basically the literacy. This is the x coordinate, this is the poverty, and this is the population size. What we are going to do over here is we are going to do the best fit analysis. This is the best guess analysis of what we think is the population size, what we think is the y coordinate, and what we think is the x coordinate. If we feel that in any of the questions we are getting some answers which are very close to each other, then we'll come back and ensure that our estimates are more accurate. Otherwise, like earlier we assumed that the population is 22, it can be 21, it can be 23, but in a first guess we are saying that it is going to be 22. What we are trying to do is essentially cut down on the time it takes to fill this table. So if you look at the circles, we'll go from the left to right. This is the first circle, let us name it circle 1. So circle 1, the center is on the y-axis is 70 for 1 and the x-axis is 10. We'll fill the population later. Let us first identify the circles, the centers first. In the second case, the center is somewhere over here. So you would think that the y coordinate is 65 and the x coordinate is between 10 and 15, but it is closer to 15 than to 10. So let us assume that this is 13. How do we know that it is closer to 15 than 10? Because it is overflowing, so to say, after 15 and it is not going outside 10. So you would think that roughly it is between 10 and 15, but it is closer to 15. Again, these are best guess analysis. If we need more accuracy, we'll come back and figure out the exact point. This is 2. This is circle number 3. The center is again on a point over here. So this is 90 and 20. Next, these are 4 and 5. There are 2 circles. The smaller circle is 5. This is at 80 and 25. The larger circle is x. This is 80. And the center lies between 20 and 25, but it is closer to 25 than it is to 23. So roughly we can assume that it is at around, say, somewhere over here. So again, it might be either 24 or 23. Let us assume that it is 24. If again we need some accuracy, we'll come back to it. That goes without saying. This is 4 and this is 5. This is circle 6. The center, the x coordinate is definitely on 30. The y coordinate is between 70 and 75. Looks to be symmetrical. So let us assume that this is 75. Next we have 35. This seems to be a very small circle. This is 7. Let us assume that this is the center. The center is between 80 and 90. Again symmetrical between 80 and 90. So this is 85. The x coordinate also is between 30 and 35, but is much closer to 35. So let us assume that this is 34. And finally the one that we have just discussed, this is 90 and 54. Now for population, we need to give an estimate of what the diameter is. Let us first give again best guess estimates. If we need anything more, we'll come back and ensure that the accuracy is better. So in the case of the first circle, circle number 1, the diameter is less than 20 because it is between the 60 and 80 circle. So let us assume that the diameter is something of around, say, 18 units. In the second case, the diameter is definitely greater than the first one, because between the first circle and the second circle, the diameter is greater in the second circle. You can assume that this is greater than 10, probably just about greater than 20. So again, let us assume this to be 22. It can be 23, it can be 21. We just know that it seems to be greater than 20, and it is definitely greater than the size of the first circle, which we assume to be 18. The third circle, if you are comparing the third and the second one, the third one is definitely greater than the second one, just by visually inspecting. We also know that this is greater than 20 units, and it is overflowing below 80 and it is overflowing above 100 also on a symmetrical basis. So let us assume that this is roughly equal to something like, say, 25, something like 12.5 is the radius. Best guess estimate, not really accurate. Fourth one, the diameter is just about 20, slightly greater than 20. because it is going between 70 and 90, you can actually say that the diameter is exactly equal to 20. This is for the fourth one. For the fifth one, circle number 5, which is between 70 and 90, it is somewhere over here to here. So roughly the diameter is going between say 74 to 86, so around 12 or 13. Let us assume that this is roughly equal to say 13. Next, if you are looking at 6, it is going from here to here. So the bottom point of the diameter is something around 67, and the top point over here is say something like 84. So something like 17. This is 6. Next 7, the diameter is definitely less than 10 because it lies between 80 and 90. So you will cut 2, so maybe the diameter is 8. And finally for the 8th one, the diameter is greater than 20 because the lower point is less than 80 and the upper point is above 100. You can assume that this is something like say 21 or 22. Roughly over there. If you are actually comparing the circles, we will come back to it, but this seems to be a rough estimate. Now let us go through the clues that are given. L by P is mentioned that this is the HDI factor, which is the literacy by poverty. The country with the highest HDI is A, and the country with the lowest HDI is B. So you know that you have to just divide the Y coordinate with the X coordinate. Whichever is the highest is A. So if you look at it, for the first circle it is 7, that is 70 by 10. For the second circle it is 65 by 13, which is 5. For the third circle it is 4.5. For the fourth circle it is around 3 because 72 is 24 into 3. Third circle also it is roughly 3 because 25 into 3 is 75. For all the circles it is definitely less than 7. So you will easily identify that the first circle is A. Similarly, the circle with the lowest Y by X ratio is that of the last circle. This is B because 90 by 54 is less than 2. For all the other circles it is greater than 2. So we have identified what is A and what is B. In terms of population, the order is given as C is greater than, D is greater than, E is greater than H, E is greater than F. We'll come back to it because there are so many countries, we don't want to meddle around with that. Finally, we are given the clue that the HDI of G, that is the Y by X quotient, is same for two countries. It is the same for G and H. If you look at the Y by X ratio, only for two countries is it the same. That is for 75 by 30 is 2.5. This is exactly the same as 85 by 34. So each of these countries is G or H. We don't know which is G and which is H, but we know that both of them are G or H. Now if you look at the population for the remaining four countries, C is greater than, D is greater than, E is greater than F. So this has to be C, this has to be D, this has to be E, and this has to be F. Now remember what we have discussed earlier. We'll come back to the population size just to ensure that there is accuracy. So amongst these four circles, if we are just clearing up the circles to ensure that there is no confusion, we are focused on the population size or the size of the diameter for four of the countries. That is this country, this country, this country, and the country over here. If you are looking at it, the country which has the highest diameter you can visually inspect is definitely this country. So that has to be C. And the country which has the lowest diameter is the country in the middle. This is F. This is undeniable. Now if you are looking at say this country which is 2 and this country which is 3, both of them seem to have similar diameters, but again you can be clear that the country which is denominated as 2, the smaller part is around say 54 and the upper part is around say 86. Rough estimate. So you know that it is definitely greater than 20. It is not less than or equal to 20. While the circle which we have denominated as 3, it goes from exactly 70 to exactly 90. So the diameter is exactly 20. So you know and you can confirm that the second circle has a higher diameter than the fourth circle which has exactly 20. So now you are more or less sure that you have identified the countries, the bubbles, the literacy rate and the poverty correctly. Now let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. Which country has the lowest number of literates per 100 people? So you want the country which has the lowest number of L, that is the lowest Y coordinate, that will be 65, which is country D. If G has more people than H, then which of the following is true? Remember what we have discussed over here. The L coordinate or the Y coordinate, that is L represents the literates per 100. Similarly, the X coordinate or the poverty represents poverty per 100 people. So over here, if you are told that the number of poor people in G is more, what this implies is not out of 100 people. It implies for the total population. So to figure out how many poor people are there between G and H, you need to first find out the x coordinate and multiply it with the diameter of the circle, because the diameter is a heuristic for the population of the country. So if you know how many poor people are there per 100 and multiply it with the total population, then you will get an estimate for the total number of poor people in the country. So if you are comparing G and H, because we don't know which is G and which is H, you need to multiply the x coordinate with the diameter to get an idea of the total poor people in the country. So for the 6th circle, it is 30 into 17, which is approximately 510. And for 7th circle, it is 34 into 8. 34 into 8 is approximately 240 plus 32, approximately 272. You know that the number for the 6th number is higher. So this has to be G and the 7th circle has to be H. Remember what we are saying, we are not comparing 30 and 34. We know that 34 is greater than 30. What we are comparing is the total number of poor people. So we are comparing 30 into 17 and 34 into 8. So anyway, the 6th circle is G and the 7th circle is H. Now we are given 4 options. We are supposed to find out which of the option is true. H has more population than B. Now if you compare H, the population of H is 8 and the population of B is 22. So this is not true. H has less population than F. H has 8 and F has 13, so this is true. G has more population than E. G has 17, E has 20, so this is not true. H has more population than A. A has 18 and H has 8. So this is also not true. So the only number which is correct is option B. Let us look at the next question. Which of the following is the correct order of HDA? Now we have to measure the HDA of C, D, E and F, as you can see in all the 4 options. So we'll measure the HDA for C, D, E and F and then arrange them in descending order. What is the HDA for C? It is 90 by 20. So that is 4.5. What is the HDA for D? It is 65 by 13. So that is 5. What is the HDA for E? It is 80 by 24. 80 by 24 is 10 by 3. 10 by 3 is 3.33. And what is the HDA for F? It is 80 by 25. 80 by 25 is 16 by 5, which is 3.2. So the correct order is D is greater than, C is greater than, E is greater than F. So D, C, E, F, that is option A. Now let us look at the last question. Which of the following has the highest number of poor people? And we are supposed to calculate A, D, C and F. Remember what we have discussed? To calculate the total number of poor people, we'll multiply the number of poor people by 100 with the total population. So we'll essentially multiply the x coordinate of the center with the diameter of the circle and then we'll find out which of them has the highest number. So for A, it is 10 into 18, which is 180. For D, it is 13 into 22. 13 into 22 is 220 plus 66. This is 286. For C, it is 20 into 25, so that is 500. And for F, it is 25 into 13. 25 into 13 is 250 plus 75. This is 325. So the country which has the highest number of poor people amongst the 4 options given is option C.
Stop wondering which ions will call you. Get the most accurate answer. Cracku's ion call predictor analyzes everything: your academics, your work experience weightage, and even the JAB process, all based on the latest RTI data. Know the exact cutoffs and your precise chance in seconds. Ready for clarity? Just Google search Cracku ion call predictor. Your personalized IM report just this search away.
In this question, we are told that there is a rating agency and it rated 8 top business companies in the country: Reliance, Tata, Birla, Goenka, Bharti, SR, Jindal and Lakshmi Group, according to 3 parameters. The 3 parameters are trust, market value and future scope. So they were given names A, B and C, and the total score obtained by each of the company is gotten by using the formula A plus 2B plus C. We are given a bar chart which represents the number of times a rating has been repeated across the 3 categories, and we are also given the total score obtained by the 8 companies. So if you are trying to read the bar chart, we can figure out how many ones were given in the A section. We are told that, for example, 2 companies got the rating 1. So if you are looking at A, there are 2 companies which received the number 1 in the category which is trust. There is 1 company which received 4. So you have 1, 1 and 4. There is 1 company which received 5. And there are 2 companies which received 6. So you have 6 and 6. You have 1 company which received 8 and you have 1 company which received 9. So these are the 8 scores by the 8 different companies in the trust factor. We don't know who received which factor, but we don't know who received which rating, but you know that these are the ratings received in the A factor. If you are trying to figure out the ratings in the B factor, we have to look at the bar charts which are red in color. There is 1 company which received 3. There are 3 companies which received 4. So you have 4, 4 and 4. There are 2 companies which received 5. So you have 5 and 5. You have 1 company which received 6 and you have 1 company which received 8. So again, if you count, there will be 8 different scores in the B category. Finally, you have ratings in the C category which are yellow in color. You have 2 companies which received 2. So this is 2, 2. You have 2 companies which received 4. So you have 4, 4. You have 2 companies which received 7 and 2 companies which received 8. So you have 7 and 7 and you have 8 and 8. You are also given some more additional information. You are told that Tata and Jindal received the same rating in the market value parameter. That is the rating of Tata and Jindal. Let us say this is small b. It is the same in the market value parameter. And you are told that Tata received a higher trust score as compared to Birla. So we have some information about these 4 cells, but other than that we don't have a lot of information. So how do you proceed? Whenever you are receiving this kind of a table where you have to fill in the values, look for the extremities. The extremities in this particular case are the smallest and the highest numbers. If you are looking at the smallest score, that is by Lakshmi, and it is 9. Now what is the, given the scores that you received in A, B, C, what is the smallest score that is possible? Because we have to add A plus 2B plus C, just for ease, let us include a new row over here which is 2 times the scores in the B section. So for 3 you will get 6, you will get 3 8s, you will get 1 10, you will get another 10, you will get a 12 and you will get a 16. So the highest score possible is 9 plus 16 plus 8, 9 plus 16 plus 8, which is equal to 33. And the lowest score that is possible is 1 plus 6 plus 2, which is equal to 9. And that is the score that is received by Lakshmi. So this proves that the scores received by Lakshmi are 1, 3 and 2. So you can cross off 1, 3 and 2. Now if you cross off 1, 3 and 2, what is the next lowest score that is possible? It will be 1 plus 8 plus 2. This is equal to 11. So again, that is the next least score by SR. So it would imply that SR got 1, it got 2B is equal to 8 or B is equal to 4, and it got a 2 in future scope also. Now what is the next lowest score that is possible? It will be 4 plus 8 plus 4, which is equal to 16, and that is the next lowest score that is possible. So that is the score of Goenka. This is 4, 4 and another 4. So we can cancel even these out. What is the next lowest score that is possible? It is 5 plus 8 plus 4. What is 5 plus 8 plus 4? This is equal to 17. But now the lowest score possible is not 17. If you look at the scores that are remaining, you have the highest score of 29, the next highest score of 28, the next highest score of 26, then you have a 22 and you have a 19. These are the numbers remaining, you don't have a 17. If there was a 17, you would have filled it up. So let us ignore this extremities for now and let us look at the other clues that are given. The clues that are given are that especially in case of Jindal and Tata, we are told that their score in the market sector, market value is the same. Now if you are looking at the values that are left in B, what are the values which are getting repeated? There is only one value which is getting repeated, that is 2 5s. So the score of Tata in market value is 5 and the score of Jindal also in market value is equal to 5. Now if you look at, we can cancel both the 5s. Now if you look at the score for Jindal in trust and future scope, it should total up to 19 minus 2 into 5, which is equal to 19 minus 10, which is equal to 9. Now what is the lowest score possible in A? That is 5. And what is the lowest score possible in C? That is 4. So now you need him to score 5 and 4 in the trust and future scope possibility, that is 5 and 4. Remember why we reached this case. We reached this case because in market value we know now that Jindal did not receive the lowest score possible, which was 4, but he received 5. Because he received 5, his scores in the remaining 2 have to be the lowest possible, which is 5 and 4. So we know that the scores received by Jindal in trust and future are 5 and 4. Just to avoid confusion, let us look at what are the scores that are remaining in each of the 3 sectors. In A, we have 4 scores that need to be filled in, which are 6, 6, 8 and 9. In B, we have 3 scores that need to be filled in, which are 4, 6 and 8. And as we need 2B also, the scores that are remaining are 8, 12 and 16. This is 2B, this is just for our ease of calculations. In C, again we need 4 scores that need to be filled out, which are 7, 7, 8 and 8. Now if you are looking at the scores that need to be filled out in B, and the total scores that are remaining are 29, 28 and 22. These are the scores that need to be filled out, 29, 28 and 22. B is a very important criteria because it is multiplied twice. So we will try to assume where this 4 should go to. The 4 in B is a low score, 2B is equal to 8. So if 2B is equal to 8 and if that belongs to Reliance, which got 29 overall, its sum of the scores in the remaining 2 has to be equal to 21, which is not possible. The maximum score possible in A plus C is 9 plus 8, which is equal to 17. So the 4 in market value cannot go to Reliance. For the same reason, the 4 in market value cannot even go to Birla, because in that case, its score in the remaining 2 has to equal 28 minus 8, which is 20. That is also not possible. This would imply that the 4 in market value has to definitely go to Bharti. So this is equal to 4. So you can cancel these 2 also. And now you are left with only 2 in market value and you are left with 4 in the remaining. Now if you are looking at the scores of Bharati in the remaining 2, it got 4 in market value. So it's the sum of the scores in the remaining 2 has to equal 22 minus 2 into 4, which is equal to 14. This is for Bharti. So the score of Bharti in trust and future value has to equal 14. And what is the least possible score that is possible in A plus C? That will be 6 plus 7, which is equal to 13. Now you need 14. So can you increase A by 1? That is, instead of 6, can you take 7 over here? You can't take 7. The next lowest score possible is 8, and then the total will become equal to 15. So the score of Bharti in A has to remain 6, but you can increase the score in C from 7 to 8. That is, the increase of just 1 can come in C and it can't come in A. So this would imply that Bharti's score is 6 and 8. So you can cancel one 6 here and you can cancel one 8 over here. Now if you look at it, we have identified the scores for 5 out of the 8 corporations. Only the top 3 are remaining, that is the companies which scored 29, 26 and 28. If you look at the scores that are remaining, the most important criteria, that is for market value, we have identified 6 out of 8. The only 2 remaining are 6 and 8, and we have to figure out whether Reliance got 6 or Birla got 6 in the market value criteria. If you assume that Birla got 8, that is Birla scored higher in the B section, then 2B is equal to 16. The total score obtained by Birla is 28. 28 minus 16 is equal to 12. This is what it should receive in A plus C. But as we have just discussed earlier, the minimum score possible in A plus C is 6 plus 7, which is equal to 13. So if Birla has scored very well in market value, if it has scored 8, that is the score that is counted is equal to 16, then its total score will be definitely greater than 28. Its minimum possible score will become equal to 16 plus 6 plus 7, which is equal to 29. This is not possible. So this would imply that Reliance scored 8 in market value and Birla scored 6. So we have identified the BRE criteria for all of them. Now the only thing that we need to figure out for the top 3 companies is how much each one of them has scored in A and how much each one of them has scored in C. So again, to avoid confusion, let us look at the total that we need to accumulate for A and C for the 3 companies. We have Reliance, we have Tata, and we have Birla. Reliance needs to score in the top 2, 29 minus 2 into 8, that is 13, 29 minus 16. Tata has to score 26 minus 2 into 5, so it has to score 16. And Birla has to score 28 minus 2 into 6, so it also has to score 16. And what are the scores that are remaining in A and C? We'll have 3 scores remaining in each. In A, the scores remaining are 6, 8 and 9. And in C, the scores remaining are 7, 7 and 8. Now if you notice, we need Reliance to score very low in these sections. We need it to score only 13, and the minimum possible score in A plus C currently is 6 plus 7, which is equal to 13. So this would imply that Reliance scored 6 and 7 in trust and future scope. Now we need Tata and Birla to score 16 as a sum in A plus C. Now there are 2 possibilities. There are either 9 plus 7 or 8 plus 8. Both of these will total up to 16. How will we now figure out how much Tata has scored and how much Birla has scored? Over here we have an additional clue. We have put a dot over here just to remind us of the same. We are told that in trust score, Tata has scored more than Birla. That is, in trust score, the score of Tata will be equal to 9 and the score of Birla will equal 8. So this is 9 and this is 8. This would imply that the score in future scope for Tata is 7 and the scope for Birla is 8. So now we have filled up the entire table. If you remember what we have done, we started with the extremities, then we were taking and we were closing out whatever we have filled in. As you can see, we are marking the numbers out so that we always knew what is the minimum possible value and the maximum possible value, and we were completing the table by reiterating through all these clues again and again. So now that we have filled in the table, let us go ahead and answer the questions that follow. The first question says that what is the rating of Tata in the trust factor? The rating of Tata in the trust factor is 9. What is the sum of the ratings of Reliance and Bharti in the market cap parameter? The rating of Reliance is 8 and the rating of Bharti is 4. So the total is 12. What is the sum of the ratings of Birla and Jindal in the future scope parameter? The rating of Birla is 8 and the rating of Jindal is 4. So again you have 8 plus 4, which is 12. What is the rating of Goenka in the trust factor? The rating of Goenka in the trust factor is 4. In this question, it has been given that there is a central bank of Denmark. It holds foreign reserves in dollars. Initially, it was in the month of March, it held 4 billion US dollars. And there will be a monthly change in the reserves held by the central bank. There are 4 different options. It can either decrease by 200 million, increase by 200 million, decrease by 400 million, or increase by 400 million. These are the 4 possibilities for the total reserves that are held. Remember that the reserves are always displayed in dollars. But at the end of every month, even the details are displayed in other currencies. For example, in this case, they are displayed even in euro, they are displayed in dinar, and they are displayed in pound. We are also given the exchange rate. So for example, if you look at the graph that is given, in the month of April, euro dollar is, this one is 1.125. And so this means that 1 euro is equal to $1.125. This is basically the information that has been given. Now we'll have to solve the questions. So if we start looking at the questions, let us look at the first question in the group. If the value of the reserve in the month of July is given as X million dollars, less than that of March, what can be the maximum value of X in terms of pounds in the month of July? The value of the reserves in August is given as $3.8 billion. So we know that in the month of March, the reserves stood at $4 billion. That is 4,000 million. We know this. Now we are also told that in August, it is 3.8 billion. So that is $3,800 million. Now we are also given that in July it is 4,000 minus X million dollars, and we want X to be as high as possible. This is what we want to do. Now, so clearly because in between every consecutive month, between two consecutive months, the changes allowed are only minus 200, plus 200, minus 400 and plus 400. So for X to be maximum in July, it should be $3,400 million. This is because in August we know that it is 3,800. So we want July to be as low as possible. Now we should do a customary check to ensure that 3,400 is possible in July if it is known that there are 4,000 million in March. So say if there is April is 4,200 and May is 4,000 and in June is 3,800. In July we can have 3,400. The reason we should do this customary check is because we know that 3,400 is possible based on the information that is given in August. That is, August has 3,800 million. So July should have 3,400 is something that we can find out. But we should also check if it is possible to go to 3,400 from March. In this case, it looks like it is possible. So we know that the value of X is equal to $600 million. But we should find that in the value in the terms of pounds. Now if you look at pound euro in the month of July, 1 pound is equal to this one is equal to 0.925 euros, and 1 euro is equal to this one is equal to $1.175. Therefore 1 pound is equal to 0.925 into 1.175, or $600 million is equal to 600 by 0.925 into 1.175. If you can calculate it using your calculator, this will come to around 552 million pounds. That is the answer. Now let us look at the second question. What can be the maximum difference between the dollar value and the dinar value in the of reserve in May if the value of the reserve in the month of August is $3.8 billion? Let us first calculate the value of 1 dinar is equal to how many dollars in the month of May. Then we will see how to go forward. Now in the month of May, 1 dinar is equal to this one 1.175 euros, and 1 euro is equal to $1.15. Therefore 1 dinar is equal to 1.175 into $1.15, or $1 is equal to 1 by 1.175 into 1.15 dinar. Now if you want the value in dollar to that of dinar to be maximum, we want the absolute value of dollar to be maximum. So for example, in this case $4,000 and the equivalent in dinar will be less than say $5,000 and the equivalent in dinar, because this is a proportional constant. The value of a dollar and the value of a dinar are in proportion. What will be the proportion? For the absolute value to be different, the size of the dollar value should be as high as possible. So in this case, if we know that in August, we'll just remember this one, 1 dinar is equal to 1.15 into $1.175. And we know that in March we have $4,000 and in August we have $3,800, and we want the value in May to be as high as possible. So to start off, we will add 400 in April and 400 in May. So in May, if we have 4,000 plus 400 plus 400, we'll have 4,800 million dollars. Then now we will see if this is if in August we can have 3.8 billion, if we have 4.8 billion in May. In June we can have 4.6, that is decreasing by 200. In July we can decrease by another 400, so it will be 4.2, and in August we can decrease it much further and you have it 3.8. So this is also solving. So the maximum value of dollar reserves in the month of May is 4,800, and so the maximum difference in the value of dinar to dollar will be 4,800 is the dollar value minus 4,800 by 1.15 into 1.175. This is the dinar value. So if you calculate using your calculator, you will get it this to be close to 1247 million. This is the answer. Now let us go to the next question. In this question it has been given that the dollar value increases by 200 million USD in only 1 month. The value of the reserves in dollars is the same in the month of March as well as that in August. If the average of the value of the reserves of all the months is the maximum possible, what is the value of the reserve in euro in the month of June? This is what we need to find out. So the information that has been given is that in March we have 4,000 million. We don't know how much it is in April, we don't know how much it is in May, we don't know how much it is in June or July. In August we again know that it is 4,000 million dollars. Now we are also told that it gained 200 million in 2 consecutive months only once. So we'll have to add. So suppose in April it gained A, where A can be plus 200 or minus 200 or plus 400 or minus 400. This is B from April to May. May to June is C, June to July is D, and July to August is E. We know that A plus B plus C plus D plus E is equal to 0. And we know that one of them is equal to 200. So, and only one of them is equal to 200. So if you remove one of them, we know that the others are A plus C plus D plus E is equal to minus 200. Now remember that any of this can be minus 200, but we know that any of this can be 200. We are just assuming that one of them, which is B, is 200 to calculate if there is any other possibility. Now if you are looking at the values of 200 minus 200 plus 400 and minus 400, the only way in which we can find these are the 3 values possible for these 4 variables. The only way in which this can be satisfied is if one of them is 400 and the other 3 are minus 200. This is the only case in which we can find 4 variables out of these 3 such that their sum equals minus 200. Now once we have arrived at that conclusion, we know that the changes in the consecutive months from March to July will be 200, 400, minus 200, minus 200 and minus 200 in some order. But this is basically the numbers. It can happen that from March to April it has gained 200, or it can happen that from July to August it has gained 200. But if you are having only 1 plus 200 and if the total currency value hasn't changed, the total value of the capital hasn't changed from March to August, these are the only 5 distributions that are possible. Once we know that, there is another thing that we have to find out. To find out the order in which the 5 variables are have to be placed, we know that the average value of the reserves of all the months have to be maximum possible. So we know that initially it was 4,000 and finally also it was 4,000. But for this to the average to be maximum, it has to gain the maximum as soon as possible. So that the second month will be 4,400. The third month will be 4,600. The fourth month will be 4,400 and the last month will be 4,200. If you write it down, it will be 4,000, 4,400, 4,600, 4,400, 4,200 and 4,000. This is the order in which we have to place them so that the average will be maximum, because we want all the positives to go up at the start so that the average will keep on increasing. Now once this is the case, we will have to just calculate the value of the reserve in euro in the month of June. This is March figure, this is April, this is May, and this is June. So this is $4,400 million dollars, and the currency value of euro to dollar in June is this one. This is equal to 1.125. So in euro the value will be 4,400 by 1.125. This will come to around 3,911 million euros. This is the answer. Now if you are looking at the last question, if the currency reserve increased by $200 million each month, for how many months the difference between the value of reserve in terms of dollar and in terms of dinar is less than 1,000 million? So we are again given the numbers. In March it is 4,000, April it is 4,200, May it is 4,400, June it is 4,600, July it is 4,800, and August it is 5,000. This is the value in dollar. Now we also know the dollar to dinar conversion. We know the euro dollar conversion and dinar euro conversion. So if you look at the conversion ratio in April of $1 to dinar, 1 dinar to $1, it will be just multiplying both the numbers. So for example, in April, dinar euro is 1.275 and euro dollar is 1.125. So the dinar dollar ratio will be 1.125 into 1.275. Similarly, in May, it is this, which equals 1.175 into 1.15. Similarly, in June, it is this, which will equal 1.125 into 1.15. Similarly, in July, dinar seems to have fallen a lot. So this is equal to 0.975 into 1.175. 1.175. And this is August. This equals 1.15 into 1.225. These are the values. Now, basing on this, we can calculate the value of the dinar in each one of them. We will write that to the side here. So if you just divide 4,200 by 1.125 into 1.275, you are going to get the value of the dinar in the month of April. This will equal something like 2.2928. You can use your calculator to find it. In the month of May, it has to be 4,400 divided by 1.175 into 1.15. This will come to something like 3,256. In the month of June, it will be 4,600 divided by 1.125 into 1.175. This will come to around 3,550. In the month of July, again it is same, 4,800 by 0.975 into 1.175. This will come to around 4,188. Same in August, you have to divide 5,000 by 1.175 into 1.225. This will come to around 3,548. In all of this, if you are looking at the absolute value of the difference, it is 4,200 minus 2,928, which is greater than 1,000. 4,400 minus 3,256, again roughly around 1,100, again greater than 1,000. June is 4,600 minus 3,554, greater than 1,000. Only in July, it is 4,800 minus 4,188, roughly around 620. So this is less than 1,000. Even in August, it is 5,000 minus 3,548 is around 1,400, greater than 1,000. So the only month in which the absolute value of the reserves in terms of dollar and dinar is less than 1,000 is July. So the number of months is 1.
The best way to start your CAT prep is with a high quality mock, and the best price for that is free. At Cracku, you get 3 CAT mocks absolutely free. And this isn't just a trial, it's a full length mocks crafted by 5-time 100 percentiler Maruti Sir himself to give you real exam experience. You get a detailed analysis of your performance and a video solution for every question. Ready to test yourself? Go to Google and just search Cracku CAT mock test.
In this question, we are given the income of a company called XYZ Corporation. It is present in 4 cities, Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata and Chennai, and it has 4 divisions: manufacturing, retail, logistics and IT. So the income that it has generated from each of these divisions and each of the 4 cities across the 2 years 2014 and 2015 are given. So based on this table, some questions have been asked and we have to answer them. The key to answering these kind of questions is to get them done fast without making any mistakes. So if you use your calculator to do some of the calculations, that is also fine. If you can solve the questions just by looking at the numbers, that is also fine, and that will save you some time. So let us go ahead and try to answer the questions that follow. The first question is that what is the number of divisions of XYZ Corporation where for at least 2 cities there was no increase in income from 2014 to 2015. So for each of the 4 divisions, the divisions that we have are manufacturing, retail, logistics and IT. We'll calculate for how many cities there has been no increase in income, and if the number of cities is greater than or equal to 2, that city will be counted, that division will be counted. So if you're looking at manufacturing, then we'll look at retail, third is logistics, and finally we have IT. So for manufacturing, the income has increased in Mumbai from 129 to 149, so that won't be counted. Income has decreased in Delhi, so this will be counted. In Kolkata it has increased, so it won't be counted, and in Chennai it has decreased, so this will be counted. So for manufacturing division in 2 cities there was no increase in income. If you're looking at retail, there was a decrease in Mumbai from 121 to 190. There was a decrease in Delhi from 143 to 115. There was an increase in Kolkata from 80 to 90, and there was an increase in Chennai, so this also won't count. So but retail as a division has a decrease in 2 cities, so this will be counted in the final tally. If you're looking at logistics, in Mumbai there was an increase, in Delhi there was a decrease, in Kolkata again there was a decrease, and in Chennai also there was a decrease. So in 3 cities in logistics division saw a decrease in income, that is no increase in income. Let us look at the last division, which is IT. There was a decrease in Mumbai from 142 to 78. There was an increase in Delhi, there was an increase in Kolkata, and there was an increase in Chennai. So in the other 3 cities, the income from IT has increased. So IT division saw a decrease or no increase in income in only 1 city. So the number of divisions that we should count which saw at least no increase in income in at least 2 cities, it will be 3 divisions. They are manufacturing, retail and logistics. Now let us look at the next question. An instance is a division of a city. So basically manufacturing in Delhi is an instance. Now you have 4 divisions and you have 4 cities, so there are a total of 16 instances. Now out of these 16 instances, we should figure out which of them has at least 15% increase in income. So one way to do it, which is anyways what we are going to do, is look at all the 16 instances, calculate what is the increase or the decrease, and then find out how many of them are greater than 15%. That will take slightly longer time. What we will plan to do, because we want to save time, is we'll quickly look at all the instances, and if we think that the percentage is greater than or equal to 15%, that is if we think it is close to 15%, we will keep it for later. We will find out the exact value later on. But in case the number is definitely less than 15%, we'll ignore it and go ahead. If we know that the number is definitely much greater than 15%, then we'll add it and go on. So this way, I feel we are going to save some time. So if you are looking at it, for example, we'll look at all the 16 instances. We'll first look at Mumbai. Then we have Delhi. Then we have Kolkata. And finally, we'll have Chennai. In Mumbai, the first instance, the change is 149 by 129. That is 20 by 129. We have to figure out if 20 by 129, where did we get the 20? The 20 is basically 149, which is the income in 2015, minus 129, which is the income in 2014. So the difference is 20, and the denominator will be the first year's income, which is 129. We have to figure out if 20 by 129 is greater than 15%. You can either use a calculator, or you would know that 15 by 100 is 15%. If it is 20 by 129, you are increasing the numerator by 1/3. 20 is 15 into 4 by 3. That is 1/3 of 15 is being added. So you have to add 1/3 to the denominator also to make it equal to 15%. So this would be equal to 20 by 133.3333. This will equal 15%. Now the number that is given to you is 20 by 149. So clearly this will be greater than 15%. You can use your calculator to do it, or you can just look at it using the calculation that we just discussed. So this is 1. The next one, in retail there was a decrease, so we'll ignore it. The third one is 126 and 145. So now you have to calculate if 19 by 126 is greater than 15% or not. Now again, by the looks of it, we can calculate it, but in general for these kind of things where there is no immediate pattern available and both of them seem to be quite close, because you know that the numerator has increased from 15 to 19 and the denominator has increased from 100 to 126. One trick that I use normally is I'll just find the difference between the numerator and denominator. In this case it will be 4 by 26, or this is equal to 2 by 13, and then try to estimate if this is greater than 15% or not. If this is greater than 15%, then the number that you have, 19 by 126, is also greater than 15%. Again, from the looks of it, this seems to be super close to 15%. This is basically 200 by 13%. This is 15 point, because 195 is 13 into 15, 15 point approximately 38 or something. So you know that this is greater than 15%. So 19 by 126 will also be greater than 15%. But this involves slightly more calculations. So there is a possibility that you have made a mistake. So in general, for these kind of things which are super close, it is always better to once calculate it and figure out whether this is actually greater than 15% or not. As you can see, once you use the calculator, you are going to get the answer as 19 by 126 is 15.07%, which is super close to 15 but still greater than 15. So this also will be counted. Again, just to explain the trick that we have done earlier to get an estimate that this is greater than 15. 15% is 15 by 100 and the given number is 19 by 126. Now we have to figure out if 19 by 126 is greater than 15 by 100 or not. So we will find the difference between the numerators, that is 19 minus 15 is 4, and we will find the difference between the denominators, that is 126 minus 100, that is 26. Now if you look at it, if you simplify this, this is 2 by 13, and if 2 by 13 is greater than 15%, then the number that you are actually getting will also be greater than 15%. If it is less than 15%, then the number that you have will also be less than 15%. This we can do even for the first one that we have done. For example, we are looking at 20 by 129 and we are comparing it to 15 by 100. So if you subtract both the numerators, you are going to get 5, and if you subtract both the denominators, you are going to get 5 by 29. 5 by 29 is greater than 1/6, and as 5 by 29 is greater than 1/6, 1/6 is 16.66. So you know that 5 by 29 is greater than 15%. Therefore 20 by 129 will also be greater than 15%. Anyway, these are tricks that you will get once you start solving these kind of questions. If you are looking at the third one, if they are looking at the fourth division, 142 and 78, so the income has decreased, so we'll ignore it. So in Mumbai, you have a total of 2 instances. Now let us look at Delhi. The first instance is 117 by 122, so the income has decreased, so we'll ignore it. The next one also has decreased from 143 to 115, so again we'll ignore it. The third one also has decreased from 89 to 73, so again we'll ignore it. The fourth one has increased from 115 to 135, so the increase in income is 20 lakhs and the denominator is 115. Is it greater than 15% or not? We'll use the same trick that we have used earlier. That is, we'll subtract the numerators. So 20 minus 15 is 5 and 115 minus 100 is 15. 5 by 15 is approximately 33%. This is greater than 15%. Therefore 20 by 115 will also be greater than 15%. So you have one instance which is there in the city Delhi. Now let us look at Kolkata. You have 102 and 132. That is, the increase in manufacturing is 30 and the denominator is only 102. So definitely this is greater than 15%. The next one is 90 and, the next one is 80 and 90. So the increase is 10 and the denominator is 80, that is 1 by 8. So this is 12.5%. So this won't count. The next one is 134 and 72. So there is a decrease. So we'll ignore it. The last one is again an increase from 98 to 116. So there is an increase of 18 by 98. So this will be again greater than 15%. So this will also count. So Kolkata itself has 2 instances where the increase in income is greater than 15%. Now the last city we'll look at is Chennai. The first one there was a decrease, so we'll ignore it. The second one was an increase of only 11 from 115 to 126 and the denominator is 115. So you know that this is definitely less than 15%, so we'll ignore it. The next instance there was a decrease from 133 to 106, so we'll ignore it. And in the last instance there was an increase from 100 to 141, so there was a basically increase of 41%. So again there is an increase of more than 15% in one instance. So the total is 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. So there are 6 instances over the 4 cities and 4 divisions where the increase in income was more than 15%. Now let us look at the next question. The highest percentage drop in income from 2014 to 2015 was for which city? So for option A, we will calculate the drop in income. For option B, we will calculate the drop in income. For option C, we will calculate the drop in income. And for option D, we will calculate the drop in income. And we will find out for which one of them is the drop in income the highest. For logistics in Chennai logistics, it fell from 133 to 106. So the fall was 27 and the denominator will be 133. Retail in Delhi, it fell from 143 to 115. So the fall is 28 and the denominator is 143. The third one is logistics for Kolkata. So for Kolkata logistics, it fell from 134. It fell from 134 to 72. So this is a fall of 62 and the denominator is 134. Finally, for option D, it is IT in Mumbai. So it fell from 142 to 78. So this is a fall of 64 divided by 142. Clearly, if you look at the numbers given, you can ignore options A and B because the denominators of all of them are close to 130 and 140. But the numerators for A and B are much smaller, they're 27 and 28, so you can ignore them. The real issue is between 62 by 134. If you simplify this, this is 31 by 67 and the second one is 32 divided by 71. These are the two that you have to figure out which is higher and which is lower. We can use the same trick that we have used earlier. So basically you are subtracting both the numerators and both the denominators for the from the second one. So this will be 32 minus 31 is 1 and the denominator is 71 minus 67. So this is 4. This is equal to 25%. Now clearly if you look at the first fraction 31 by 67, this is definitely greater than 25%. This you would think roughly equal around 40% plus because 67 into 4 is something like 268 roughly. So it will be around there, something like even 45%. So this is greater than 25%, and if you are doing the method that we have just discussed where you are subtracting the numerator and the denominator, if this number is greater than 45%, which is the first fraction, then the second fraction will be greater than the first fraction. But in this case, if you are using the difference of the numerator and difference of the denominator technique, the difference you are getting is 1 by 4, which is 25%, which is less than 45%. So you can understand that 31 by 67 will be greater than 32 by 71. These are things that I use because I know that these kind of things work. If you are not sure that these techniques work, you can always calculate using the online calculator. For example, in this case, if you are calculating the first equation, it is 31 divided by 67. This is approximately 46.26%. And the second one is 32 divided by 71. This is 45.07%. So clearly option C is higher. So the logistics in Kolkata has seen the highest fall in income from 2014 to 2015. Now let us look at the last question. A is the total income of the revenue division from all the cities in 2014. B is the total income from revenue division for the year 2015. C is the total income of IT in 2014. And D is the total income of IT in 2015. Now you are given some fractions A by D and B by C and so on. So we'll have to calculate them, but first let us calculate the values of A, B, C and D. A will equal, just to clear all the numbers, let me first clear off all the marks. Now A will equal, so if you're looking at retail, it is 121. In 2015 it is 90. Then it is 143 and in 2015 it is 115. then it is 80 and 90, then it is 115 and 126. So if we sum them up, we are going to get the values of A and B. We'll do the same for even C and D, therefore IT for 2015 and 2016. So this is 142 plus 78, 142 and 78. This is 115 and 135. $98 and 116, 100 and 141. So I have to add all these up. So to calculate the value of A, B, C and D, again you can use your online calculator to do it. For normal additions, I normally don't use the calculator because I feel it takes more time. So 121 plus 143 is 264 and 80 plus 115 is 195. So this is 9, this is 5 and this is 4. So this is 459. For B it is 90 plus 115 is 205 and 90 plus 126 is 216. So this is 421. For C it is 142 plus 115 is 257 and 98 plus 100 is 198. So this will be basically 255 plus 200. So this is 455. And D will equal 78 plus 135. So 135 plus 65 is 200. 200 plus 13 is 213. And 116 plus 141 is basically 100 plus 157. So this is 257. So this is equal to 470. So now we have the values of all A, B, C and D. And we have to calculate we'll check each of the options. We'll see if we can easily find out whether it is greater or lesser. If we can't find out, we'll use the calculator. So let us look at the first option. Option A says that A by D, that is 459 by 470, is less than B by C, that is 421 by 455. If you look at it again, this doesn't seem to be very difficult. If you subtract both of this from 1, because both of them are very close to 1, the number will be 11 by 470, the left hand side, and the right hand side, if you subtract from 1, this will be 34 by 455. So you know that 34 by 455 is definitely greater than 11 by 470. So the reverse, or when you subtract each one of them from 1, the opposite should hold true. So this should be actually greater than. You can mathematically prove it, but this is kind of obvious and intuitive, because if you multiply both of them with -1, the inequality should change sign. Now if you add 1 to both sides, the inequality should still hold true, and if you are adding 1 to -11 by 470, you are going to get 459 by 470, and if you are adding 1 to -34 by 455, you are going to get 421 by 455. Anyway, this is just a shortcut. You can always use your calculator to find the answer. So option A is wrong. If you're looking at option B, we have B by A greater than C by D. What is B by A? B by A is 421 by 459 is greater than C is 455 by 470. Again, if you look at it, this sounds wrong. Why does it sound wrong? Because 455 by 470 seems to be much closer to 1 as compared to 421 by 459. We'll use the same trick that we have used in the first option. If you subtract both of them from 1, the left hand side will become 38 by 459 and the right hand side will become 15 by 470. This is 1 minus both the left hand side and the right hand side. 38 by 459 is definitely greater than 15 by 470. So if you multiply -1 on both sides, minus and the sign of the inequality will change, and if you are adding 1 to both sides, you are going to get the inequality that you have, but with the different sign. So this should actually be less than. Again, this is a shortcut. If you are not comfortable, you can always use the calculator. So this is also wrong. Now if you are looking at option C, you have A by D is greater than C by B. What is A by D? A is 459 by 470 and it is given that this is greater than C by B. C by B is 455 by 421. This is clearly wrong because the right hand side is greater than 1 and the left hand side is less than 1. So this is also wrong. So even this is wrong. So the correct answer is none of this, option D.